everybody. So let's start with the getting the links going. And okay, so here we are. And
hey, Derek, I saw that post you put up where it was that dude trying to do a burnout on the freeway and his tire flies off.
Yeah.
What was that?
I said, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, that was so funny. It was like, I've always wanted one of the that to happen to one of those guys, because sometimes the muscle car guys they I don't know what to call it, they jerry rig their cars and it's super sketch. So it's bound to happen at some point.
Yeah, we can talk about that on air. That'd be some good small talk, because I had a tire fly off for me when I was in Puerto Rico.
Wow!
Holy shit!
What were you doing?
Yeah,
well,
we can talk about that on air.
By the way,
what was that?
Why is it both of you, when you're coming on over the live stream, sound so low? Could you check up on that, Brendan, before we get into talking about?
Oh yeah, let me check the live stream. I'll have to go mute so it doesn't echo. But
excellent. Yes. Okay. And then check on the live stream and see if you can hear us and why we're sounding so terrible. This is what we were concerned about and why we went back on the microphone. So this is what disturbs me, and hopefully this will be solved by Brendan. And Derek, I am anxious to hear about your adventures and your tires going off while you're doing donuts. But we'll hear about that sometime during the show, I'm sure. If not tonight, then on Sunday. Derek, I am anxious to hear about your adventures and your tires going off. Yeah, it's so low. It's so fucking low. Why is that so low? Okay, something is dreadfully wrong in terms of our connection with the channel. In terms of our connection with YouTube.
Okay, the sound sounds totally fine.
It does? To you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm wondering if Derek...
Coming off the YouTube stream, it sounds fine.
Okay, all right. If you say so. So I'll ask everyone, of course.
YouTube isn't even giving me my notice. I had to look up Douglas Dietrich in the search engine.
Wow.
In order to get to the YouTube.
Right.
But YouTube isn't putting out the notice.
This channel is the only one that has ever had that problem, because other channels, they spam you.
Yeah.
Before they even come on, they give you hey, they're coming on in an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know how come your channel is the only one that doesn't.
Well, we know why.
Even if you subscribe, you know. Well, yes, we know why. But I'm saying it's just pretty obvious.
Yeah, that it's suppressed. So do let people know that. Always remind them of that, because we always have new listeners, and I don't think it can be overemphasized. And so I appreciate both of you, gentlemen, if you would, help with continual exposure of that. Now live and burning bandwidth on length. Yeah, right. Where on? Okay, give me a second here.
I was finally able to get some decent quality Shashandra berries.
Oh, wonderful.
They were gifted to me, and they're pretty powerful, adaptogenic type berries, and in Chinese they're called the 5-flavor berry.
Wow.
The transliteration of it. And they're pretty strong. They have so many benefits, and especially people in Hollywood, they know the benefits when for skin and stuff. It's used, probably by movie stars, most likely.
Wow, that's amazing. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Because they, it's Vogue, in the herbalism is actually pretty vogue in Hollywood and in fashion.
Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah. I mean, they're all radical.
They know about certain cures.
Yeah, they're all militant vegans. I mean, they're your people,
right.
Really. Except they're attractive.
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
They are kind of I appreciate that they're vegan, but a lot of them don't really spread the message. They kind of just they do it for the wrong reasons, so to speak.
Or rather, they turn everybody else off by their behavior. You can say it that way.
Right.
In other words, they don't do the cause justice. So there we go.
Right, exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a few singers and stuff that do support it, and
Yeah, but you
and
never
try to
hear
explain
about them. You never.
You have even that band from the 80s, they made that album Meat is Murder and stuff.
Yes.
It's been around. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. That's that's it's almost, how would I say it? It's
he went militant. That the whoever was the lead singer, like that guy went militant.
I'm sure. Well, the very name of the song, "Need Is Murder," right? I mean, oh God, I'm sure he did.
That's the Smiths, Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
I think the group was called the Smiths.
Right. But by the way, how's your voice feeling, Derek?
Oh, it's fine. It's good enough to operate.
Okay, good. I'm glad. And how are you? Well, you can give us an status update, during the, when, as soon as we're officially on, which will be 5 minutes from now. And, okay, and so everybody, get back to talking trivia. Thank you.
Well, today was my last day of hydration.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Well, that
Are you finished with the rest of it?
No.
Or
Now
just
the next thing is going to be my CAT scan. So my CAT scan is going to be in June, early June, and then that'll be my official announcement whether I'm 100% cancer free or whether my cancer is in remission or whether I'm going to have to go back for some more. So.
Right.
Be in June. So it takes a little while. It takes about 3 months after you're done with treatment before you can actually, make that announcement.
Right. Interesting. Yes. Yeah. Are you like feeling better overall? Like, just like feeling wise, or is it kind of like the same old?
Today I'm feeling a little bit better. I can eat a little bit more than what I was eating before. I'm adding my liquid diet. My throat feels good enough to where I can nibble on stuff here and there. So
good.
I had a mental cheese sandwich yesterday, so I was able to get that up.
Wow. Were you able to taste any of it?
Yeah, I was able to taste just a little bit. So my taste buds are slowly coming back. It doesn't taste real good. A lot of stuff doesn't taste good. A lot of stuff stinks. A lot of stuff tastes awful.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm able to.
Right, like I heard that like most of the sense of taste is based off of smell. It's like.
Yes, and like I said, when I first lost my taste bud, I still had my sense of smell. So whenever I smelled something, like whenever I smelled meat or whenever somebody was barbecuing or something, it always smelled so good. But then after 3 months of not eating meat, it smells awful now.
Right.
So I'm at the point to where I'm slowly starting to get to the point to where I can eat again. Being so long without meat, like I really don't. I don't crave it like I did the first 3 months of not having it.
Wonderful. You're going to become like Brendan Zogit. You're going to become another vegan, another militant.
I mean, I highly recommend it.
Because I've been watching the cooking channel. Some of the stuff they do with barbecue on that cooking channel. Oh, I gotta taste. Oh yeah, I'm weird like that.
Right.
I can't be a single thing I'm watching, but I'm sitting there watching it. Oh, and it looks so good. Yeah.
Right. I used to call it like food porn because like I would have like no money for food when I was younger and I would just watch it because it's like it's like some shit like that where you're like, damn, that looks really good, man.
Yes, that's awful for impoverished people like Brendan Zogit who are literally starving. I mean, it's just a form of torture. Kathy Sanford says, hello, nice to hear you all. Wonderful to have you with us, Kathy. Lovely lady. Has a white cat and definitely
that's very auspicious.
Yes, that's auspicious, and of course black cats are auspicious too in their own right, which is what Maria
So in some countries it's like the black cat's actually like the
lucky ones, the
lucky one versus like the white cat is like death, like in Asia.
Right. Yeah, that's
the white cat would be more like the death cat instead of like out here it's like the black cat is the death cat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and so there you have that. And Maria Michaela Grigorich has black cats and lovely woman, and hopefully she's
all cats are cool though.
Yes, yes, of course. They're all cats are infernal, diabolic mind controllers. That
I mean, they kind of are. Yeah.
That infect.
They have like certain like
with toxoplasmosis, so they become cat zombies, and their entire purpose in life is to serve cats. That's all they live for, is to clean the cat's ass and pump food in the other end. It's and then when they die, they serve as food. Yes, that's what they're there for. Oh my God!
I mean, it's basically true.
Yes.
Or that's how the cat sees it anyway.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God! Okay, so we're having some problem where we're going in and out of the stream, where the square is, that lime yellow indicating. Now it's going red, so it's going from lime yellow to like something to red.
Oh, shit.
So not quite sure why that's going on.
I think that's okay. I think that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it's 5 p.m. here, Pacific Daylight Time, which means it is 7 p.m. where Derek Talley is, and 8 p.m. on the Atlantic seaboard. So my love to all who have shown up in support of us, and we are now speaking to you through my microphone, which has been reconnected to the laptop. By the way, this wasn't anything simple. This was not like I plugged the fucker in, okay? This was like something that took us fucking hours for Brendan Zokit and I to do this, and we're still going down to the red zone on this indicator on my screen here, the OBS.
When I was looking at the live stream, it's okay. It might just need to stabilize or something.
All right, so you can take a look on the screen share where I have it right now, Brendan, whenever you get a chance, and then you'll be able to see the color indicator on that little box down there. And in the interim, I want everyone to know that we are officially starting transmission. So what we are going to do is have Derek Talley introduce the show by providing a status update on his health and his medical situation, and a situation report on anything else he feels we need to know about himself and whatever he's willing to share. And then we're going to go to Brendan, and then whenever Lena Shay shows up, we will turn towards her. Right now we're getting a ping from Selena Khan, who says, hugs and kisses, baby, and hugs and kisses back to her as well. And she says, we sound perfect. So she's our ping on the East Coast. If she can hear us 3 time zones away, then everyone else in general should be able to hear us. So God bless her, and thank you so much, baby. And now that we've got the microphone back, I can actually make that sound effect a lot better. And shout out to Gigi Pivnik, whose young granddaughter I was having prayer requests for. Obviously, everything seems to be going much better in their lives. And we're going to have a prayer request for the lovely and very much distressed at present Deborah Starborn Hewins. So we will speak of her very soon. And I believe that she has a wonderful young daughter whose name is Miranda. Well, we'll bring all that up later when we do the formal prayer request. In the meantime, let's turn it over to Derek Talley for a few minutes. And Derek's going to stay on for as long as he feels necessary, after which we'll segue over to Brendan for a bit. I'm going to be here the entire time. These gentlemen, along with Lena Shay, my managers, are kind of helping me through the first few hours because, as usual, I'm totally unprepared because I've been a bad boy, as always, and spending my time doing things like drinking and drugging and sleeping. And so, which is kind of like, a good portion of my life. That's not a role model to follow. So if there's any younger listeners, which there shouldn't be, there should be no one under 18. Hell, I don't think there should be anyone under 21. Brendan argues there shouldn't be anyone under 50, but, that would leave him out. So, okay, Derek, we'll turn it over to him, and I believe he's nearly 50 at this point, if he's willing to share his age, and he can take that started from there.
Yeah, I've got a birthday coming up May 28th.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was born in 71, which means I'm 48 now. I'll be 49 coming up here pretty soon. But today was my last day of hydration. By the way, this is Derek Talley. Welcome to Critical Omissions, Douglas Dietrich program. And I'm doing pretty good. I feel good today. I actually ate a bagel today, a Nova Scotia lock. I had some smoked tuna dip and some smoked salmon cream cheese on a bagel with some tomatoes and avocados today. So that was my first really my first piece of solid food that I ate in months. Yesterday I took just a couple of bites of some pimento cheese mix and everything, but I'm doing better, and I'm feeling better today than what I've been feeling. And so my hydration's ending just in time, because the whole reason I was going to hydration in the first place was because I was on a liquid diet. It wasn't taking really too much, and so I'm just slowly starting to take in some food now, and I'm also slowly starting to get some form of taste buds back. And I just want to thank everybody for their thoughts and prayers and support throughout this time of cancer. So my next, and which is the important test to see whether everything's in remission, I've already made the appointment for that in early June. So I'm looking forward to that. So how's it going, Brendan?
That was wonderful.
Brendan there?
Yeah, I hope we haven't lost Brendan. Can anyone hear me? Is that
Yeah,
yes, no, I'm here.
Oh, okay, there you are. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, no, that was good, Derek. I'm glad that you're doing better. That's like essential.
Yeah, thank you. And he was cueing you, Brendan, so you could start to talk. By the way, Brendan has been experimenting with this new NASA drug for astronauts that's called slow time. And what it does is it slows down your metabolism so that you can survive long journeys all the way to the other end of the solar system, because they intend to explore Pluto. They're not allowed to use monkeys for experiments anymore, so they've taken Brendan as a volunteer. That's why last time when I was talking to him, he was coming on like, "Hey, Doug," and I had to keep coaxing him to take it beyond that. So hopefully,
there was I was using certain herbs to relax the central nervous system, and I didn't realize I was talking that slow. But it when I reviewed it, it sounded like I was talking through a microphone filter that was slow mo or something, and
it was painful. But you did well despite everything. Yes. He was just hitting his stride before he had to take a shit, which is I think it was just so, you could say it was poetic, but I think it was just the way the nervous system works. Everything was preparing to purge, so all the drugs were just wearing out.
Well, usually the herbs I take are more diuretic type, so I have to go to the bathroom a lot. But it's not it's usually higher levels of, elimination, but...
Oh, God. Yes, it was just like Derek Talley the other day when I brought up that trilogy of terror film that we may review a bit later on tonight if the subject comes up again, because it is there's a bit of social commentary that goes with that may be in keeping with tonight's thematic or arc of narrative. And of course, Derek had to go to the hospital the other day to get a real big soap enema, and which is just amazing to me. And apparently they tried all the other conventional stuff before that happened. Well, we may revisit that sometime in the near future, but right now we're going to return to Brendan Zoge, and I'll try and elevate the conversation myself, or keep myself from going into the gutter where I always just seem to fall back into. It's all yours.
Always. Can you still hear me?
I can. I hope everybody else can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, there may be a point where I lose a little bit of. Hey, well, yeah.
What was that?
There may be a point when I lose a little bit of connection. So, but I was just gonna say, earlier today, I was taking a walk or taking a hike, and I found this. Speaking of sketch, eating sketch shit, I found this tree that looked I thought it was a mulberry tree, and I still don't know what it is, but I tried to eat it, this random berry, and it I thought it was a mulberry tree, but it started to look suspicious because there was no birds eating it, and I was thinking to myself, if this is a mulberry tree, wouldn't birds be trying to eat it? Yeah. So it, and I don't know if it was out of season or what, but I tried one, and it was it tasted like soap, it had this glycerin kind of soap taste, and I took one little bite of it, and I was yeah, I don't think this should be eaten. And I spent like 5 more minutes there watching the tree, and like not a single bird like went near it. So that's probably a bad sign. You know, like I didn't feel sick or anything, but it definitely wasn't something that should be eaten, probably.
Right. Well, I'm glad you stopped when you did. I thought you were going to tell us after you ate the berry, the tree started talking to you and shit. And that kind of goes from there. I'm sorry. I've got to stop taking us down to the gutter. All right. It's all yours.
I mean, if that happened, then you could like sell those berries if you like something out of an anime or something. Yeah.
By the way, we wouldn't be here tonight without Brendan, because once again he saved my ass. All right, just so everybody knows. Okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say that like finding out how to fix that was some secret code or something. The way Windows, sets up the computer, it's like, yeah, I don't know why it's set up like that, but it's not very user friendly. Like things can stack in layers. Like those different drawers, whatever, stacking layers. It was a pain, but we did it.
Okay. How is Derek and anybody else? Let me check into the live chat to see if people are able to hear Brendan. And Daniel Arola's there. He's saying hi from Houston. Of course, it's spelled H-I-G-H. And Derek Talmy is, of course, saying hello to Daniel. We need to know, what's that beeping sound? Because I'm wondering if there's any technological interference from something you might have on that you're kind of breaking up. But go back.
Oh, yeah. It'll end like shortly. Or
okay,
it might
good.
turn off completely, but I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Okay. So good. I was thinking there was something technical going on. And he's got something going on.
Yeah, it's like there's like a dead zone. It's like Langley, Virginia, right next to my apartment. I don't know why. It's like they cut the cell service just like right in this tiny spot that you have to drive by.
Yeah. They're basically creating an electronic moat around your home because you're you.
It's literally like that. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Where like if you're to drive, okay, it's actually it really is like an electronic moat. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, a bit. But we look forward to when it gets better. Yeah, well, we hear you fairly well.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about this area, but it's like, yeah, like right around my house in like an exact mile radius, I don't get cell service, and it's like it cuts off. Like it was similar to like when I went back east. If you drive by like the FBI headquarters in Virginia, or if you drive by, like if you go through like Langley, like your cell service just doesn't work. Like it's completely jammed.
Yeah.
And the people that live out there know about that. Like I was asking them like, why did my cell service go out? And they're like, oh, because that's like the FBI headquarters, and like they just do that here.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well,
like all signals are jammed. So it's basically like that around my house.
Do you think that has some effect on the physiology? I mean,
like jamming signals?
Well, I mean, like the people who live there, like people who like live in that zone. Maybe that impacts people physiologically over the years. I was just wondering.
I could imagine, yeah. Like, it's probably increased like some cancer rates, but I mean, who knows?
Right.
Well, and the way it's set up is like there's a ton of suburbs, but when you start getting close to like the government HQ stuff, it's like it becomes like open space. It's weird. If you go to the East Coast, you can tell like the government property, like it's like super open around it, and you can't really see the inside.
Right.
Like you can't see any of the buildings.
Right.
It's like designed in such a way that it's like completely blocked off, like, covert. I don't even know.
By the way, the quality of your sound is excellent now, so take the stage.
Okay, it's better.
Yeah.
Okay, good. But yeah, so I found those crazy berries, or whatever you want to call it. I was really hoping they'd be mulberries or something like that, because I could swear, they could still be mulberries. I just have to go back when they're ripe, maybe. But it's really hard to tell, honestly. I got to take someone out there that knows their trees, because it was like almost like a glycerin, like type taste. I don't know how to. Like a soap berry. Like a soap berry is a real fruit too. It's something that
people used to wash with. The Native Americans would wash with it. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And that's actually real. Like, it contains like natural saponins, which you could basically wash your hands with. It's just like soap.
Yeah.
It's just like a natural form. There was also like the soap like root. They had like a root too that did that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I just I was harvesting other stuff. There was like fennel out there, like wild fennel. There was there's like wild poppies or like certain other herbs out there too, like more flower type herbs. But and recently I found mint out there, like wild mint, which it likes to grow by like the river, or like there's a lake. Like there's a dam, there's like 2 dams in between Folsom Lake, and then when you go down the American River, whatever river this is, there's like multiple spots basically for herbs to grow, because they're like natural, or not even natural, you know, like man-made bodies of water basically, like where the dam is at. So I found all kinds of stuff that was the fennel is probably the best one because it's like unlimited. You can just keep going out there, and I just chew on it like it's, you know, some of them are pretty sweet and like it tastes kind of like licorice. But as with most herbs, you have to have it kind of, it's like an acquired taste. Like most modern people, like their palates like couldn't eat it. It's like really, it's not very flavorful. You know, it's like there's a lot that like bitterness of the herbs is there. But I think that's where all the health components come from. Like, for example, in like wormwood, you know, wormwood like is an herb and it's like super bitter, extremely bitter. But that can like cleanse the liver and it can cleanse parasites. That's the same thing I was talking about when the Madagascar people were using the Artemisia herb to cleanse malaria and even like COVID-19, and that's part of the same family, like the wormwood. So like a bitterness, like the bitterness is there, and sometimes it's there to alert you of poisons, but there's other times when it's medicinal, like bitterness. You know, people have like bitters in their drink. You know, like when they make a tonic, like they even put the quinine in the tonic water to make whatever, like the gin. Or what is that one called, like a Manhattan or something?
Oh, well, I was thinking more of absinthe with the wormwood. Tell us a bit about how it serves as an ingredient and why absinthe was ultimately outlawed in so many areas of the world.
Right, so they would concentrate, like, those bitter herbs like wormwood and mugwort and various, like, stuff like that. They would concentrate it to the point where it basically became toxic, you know, and so, like, people would ingest that with the absinthe, or that would be part of, like, the formula. And it would cause like hallucinations and like certain, you know, bodily effects. Like there would be a lot that would happen. In Europe it's basically outlawed, or that original type of absinthe was outlawed. The stuff they have nowadays is almost like an herbal liqueur. It's like a, you know, it's not the same as what it used to be. I don't think, because I've tried it before and it's not. It's almost like drinking wine. You know, it doesn't do really much. But I could imagine if they were concentrating like wormwood and the bitters, like especially mugwort, like you could get various effects from that wouldn't be good necessarily.
You sound disappointed that they've toned it down.
Yeah, right. Because that's like, you know, that's like the, not the fantasy, but, you know, it's like the romanticization of like the 20s. You know, you go to like a speakeasy and you get some like absinthe or something, you know,
it's
like it
true.
has a very like, you know.
Well, it was the drug of choice for many creative people who, of course, were on their downward spiral. Usually they were stereotyped as being...
like the Van Gogh types and whatnot, you know. Yeah.
So tell us a bit about the subjects that you were taking off on, you were hitting stride on, before you had to leave us.
Oh, last time I didn't review that far into the episode, and I lost my notes again. So.
I'm sure you can speak without them quite well.
I can speak without them, but that's what had like the... But anyway, so I took that test that I kept rambling about, like monkeys and stuff. Like I took that test and I got like almost 100% on it. So that actually helped.
Congratulations.
Surprisingly. Right, surprisingly.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. So I'm going to bring Our Lady, Lena Shay, on, and you can find your notes during that period of time, maybe? Is that possible, or are they at home?
Yeah, I'm going to look for them right now. I think I know where they went.
Okay, good. So let me
Hopefully.
Bring Our Lady Lena online, and I hope that Derek is still with us as well.
Yep, I'm right here.
Wonderful, my good man. Thank you so much. There's Lena Shay. Honey, so glad you're here. Go on and go ahead and take over. All of these gentlemen will welcome you, of course. And of course, Brendan, this is your opportunity to thank her for saving your life.
Yeah, hello, Lena. Good evening. And yes,
Hi,
I really
Brendan.
appreciate you saving my ass. That was beyond clutch.
No, don't worry about it. Actually, well, you can thank everyone listening right now because the money that I sent over to you is coming out of the account where all the donations go in. So
yes,
really,
thank you everybody for the support.
Team effort from everybody listening.
Yes, that's right. I mean, it was.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Derek's here too, and he says hello as well, Lena. You can hear him, yes?
Hi, Derek.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you? Feeling any better?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better.
Good. So glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's because he's on those new herbs that Brendan sent him. I mean, that makes anyone feel better. Oh, and of course,
Nice.
That's right.
Those are still curing.
Yeah, and when it came to Brendan, of course, it was Lena's idea. Of course, when she presented it to me, I protested. I says, "Oh, why are you sending him any money? He's got all this free food all around him to eat in nature. I mean, he just goes out and forages wild mushrooms and shit." But she insisted you might need something else in life, like shaving, before anyone would hire you.
I didn't really ask. I just sent it.
Yes. Now everyone knows I'm cooked. Yes, well, there we have that. So, honey,
well, because you were giving Brendan kind of a hard time the other night when you were saying that you couldn't find any cards to send in the mail, like gift cards.
Yes, that's right. That had money in them.
I said, oh yeah, I'll pay him back for making that comment. I'll send Brendan $40 out of his own PayPal account.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I tripped over my tongue and I broke my neck. Yes, such things happen. And so
you can afford it, though.
There we are. And
yes.
So, lovely lady, tell us a bit about this. Is horrible, and I think it very much hit home, and it's very much too close to home. You might want to start off with what happened in North York, Toronto, Canada, or you might want to start off with what we've seen with Sarah Shield's daughter and what she ran across. What do you feel is best for you to start off with? Just go ahead and take it.
Okay, well, there is just so much I could get into. It's hard to tell where to start, but there was something that I was talking about last time on Sunday night that I kind of want to kind of wrap up because I was talking about my best friend Christina and the experiences that she had over the years, and I said that I was like, you know what? I actually don't know how she ended up leaving her abusive husband. Like, she never really told me. So I actually asked her.
Buried him in the backyard. Yes. We've got to keep that secret. Yes.
Well, I asked her about it on Monday, and she said that they broke up. It was right around Christmas time. It was before 9/11, which, by the way, there have been more deaths. There have been more murders against women since 9/11 than deaths from the 9/11 terrorist attacks and deaths from soldiers in the war against terror.
Yes.
So there have been more deaths, combined. There have been more murders of women in this country since 9/11 than there have been deaths from the quote-unquote war on terrorism. So it's just statistically, it's more dangerous to be an American female civilian than a soldier fighting overseas in the war on terrorism.
Thank you.
So when Christina was I guess one of the last times she was fighting with her ex-husband, she says she remembers it was around Christmas time because they were arguing and fighting, and he ended up throwing the Christmas tree down, and she said her kids were sitting at like a little dining table, and he flipped the table over that her kids were sitting at, and he punched her on the head, and she was trying to choke him or scratch his neck or something, and she said one of them called the police. She doesn't remember who called the police, but when the police showed up, since she left scratch marks on his neck, and they couldn't see the goose egg, what she calls a goose egg on her head. You know, it doesn't always happen right immediately when you get hit. Sometimes it takes the next day for it to swell up to like a huge, lump that you can see, like, obviously. So if it was like under her hair, maybe the police officers didn't see her injury, but they saw the scratches on his neck. So they actually ended up arresting her and threw her in jail.
Oh, shit. I mean, I'm sick. I'm sick just hearing it.
Yeah.
It's
ridiculous.
No, it's not. It's beyond that. It's
yeah.
I'm left speechless. I'm literally left speechless. There's nothing I can say to that. This shows you the level of injustice of patriarchal orientation that our society has, and yet everybody feels there's some kind of overreaction going on. That there's some kind of that somehow we're hypersensitive snowflakes for bringing this up, and so please go on, honey. I'm just going to get angry. So so then she ended up having one of her friends, actually she worked at a Dunkin' Donuts at the time, and her boss's daughter ended up bailing her out, and then she got a lawyer to start the divorce proceedings. And I guess her car was under her husband's name. So her husband came in the middle of the night and took the plates off of her car. And she didn't even realize it at first. So she was driving her car somewhere and got pulled over by the police. And thankfully, the person who pulled her over was understanding and believed her story. So they let her go. But they said, just, park the car at home and don't drive it until you get your plates back. And one of her sons, I guess, lost her wallet, so she didn't have her driver's license. So she had to go through the whole process of getting her ID, getting the car back into her name. She had to get her lawyer to say in the divorce agreement that she had to get the car because she had all the kids. She had custody of the kids, and she had to drive them to preschool and stuff. Right. But since she didn't have because her asshole ex-husband didn't want her. It was just trying to make life harder for her, for no other reason than just spite and revenge. Yes. So
she was forced to get up extra early every morning to walk her kids to preschool.
Right. This is just
awful.
Yeah, and if anyone wonders why is Lena concentrating on this so much, like, what is this lady, as horrible as her story is, why is it relevant? It actually contextualizes what I have to go through every single day with Richard K. Cole. Richard K. Cole is a man that I refuse to sleep with. And because I refuse to sleep with him, he has never forgiven me. And he attacks every day in every way he possibly can, including, of course, calling the police and filing false reports on myself. And this is what I explained to Nicole Frolick, who as a female I thought would understand what it is like to experience violent stalkers, especially as a blonde. As Lena can tell you, there's no way a blonde female can grow up in the United States without being aware of the phenomena of violent stalkers. It's simply impossible. But it's blonde women are just too much of an item. They're too much of a product of desirability for them not to be subject to this kind of terrorism, because everybody wants them and everybody will do anything to get them, and if they can't have them, they will try and prevent anyone else from having them. So just by being born a blonde female, you are basically subject to a far greater danger than most anyone else on Earth, other than a black African American woman who is up there. So explain to us a bit why, by all logic, any blonde woman would understand, and then that adds some context to why she did what she did, being so purely evil and part of the problem that we're dealing with. And I'll get that into arc of narrative tonight, taking off from where Lena Shay leaves off, because I will be going more into what we saw with so much that went on lately with the latest incel terrorism, or involuntary celibate terrorism, which the Canadians are finally manning up and classifying it as opposed to Americans who have never dared to do such. This is a precedent. It is a line that's being crossed, and it's for the best for all humanity. So please, go on, honey. Take over.
Yeah, I think that's a really good direction that they're taking to finally recognize the terrorism against women as the terrorists. And one other thing I wanted to mention that Christina wanted to point out was beyond the violence, the physical abuse, the emotional abuse, and beyond, spousal rape. She said that the thing that really, really made her hate her ex-husband was his attitude. Because you know how I said before that she had to get, because she said that he kept shaming her for her past. And I said, well, you were only like 20 or 19 when you met him. What past could you be so ashamed that he wanted you to feel so ashamed about? The abortion? She said, yeah.
Oh my God.
I said, yeah, but that was your uncle's
baby.
Yes,
your uncle's baby. Yes.
He wants you to feel ashamed for aborting your uncle's baby. Like,
this is how they are.
Yeah.
This is
how they are. This it reminded me of how they have the Trump has the American concentration camps for the immigrants.
Yeah. Yes.
They had a lawsuit because one of the organizers wasn't allowing any of the teenage girls to get abortions, even though they were being raped by the guards and stuff. They weren't allowed to get any abortions. Yeah. It's like they just want to rape you and force you to keep the baby too, just to adding insult on top of injury.
Well, beyond that, it destroys your life and your ability to fight back at them. It disempowers you completely, and you're taking care of their baby, and yet they want no part in raising it. This is all so telling.
Exactly.
And
especially for African American women, the childcare crisis. I did see a few people did actually go online and look at the links that I posted up, so I appreciate that. Some people have been reading those articles.
Wonderful. And
one thing I pointed out, or I wrote about in the article on the war on women, was that African American women are especially judged unfairly for trying to work and have children at the same time. They had this one lady who, she actually ended up losing custody of her daughter because she had a job, the mother had a job at McDonald's, and her daughter was 9 years old. So over the summer, she didn't have school. She probably couldn't afford summer camp. So she had her daughter with her at work, in the restaurant. But since it's such a nice day out, she told her it was okay if she went to play at the park, across the street or something. Mm-hmm. And someone went up to the girl and asked where her mom was, and she said, oh, she's working at McDonald's across the street. And they ended up arresting her, and she lost custody of her daughter because of that.
It's so wretched. It is so wretched.
Yeah.
And
it's just...
Yeah. I mean, please.
And then they had another woman that I wrote about on that post. I mean, these are just two out of, I'm sure, many, many, many women who have the same similar experiences. Like,
yeah.
But this other lady that I heard about because I saw her on Dr. Phil, she was going to a job interview, and she did have a babysitter for her kids, but her babysitter canceled last minute. So she didn't want to cancel her job interview, so she brought her kids with her. She thought it was only going to take 10, 15 minutes for the interview, so she let her kids wait in the car. But they ended up hiring her on the spot. So they wanted to do like a whole training session. And this also pisses me off because a lot of like employers and people don't understand how like mothers have to like schedule things ahead of time. Like you can't just expect a mom to just on the spot do like a whole training session for an hour that wasn't planned ahead of time.
Right.
But she didn't want to lose the job, so she said okay, and she didn't think it would take that long, but she ended up coming back out to her car about an hour later, and the cops were there and arrested her because her kids were left in the car. So yeah, I mean, it is definitely dangerous to leave your kids in the car, and she said, I mean, it's not something anyone would want to be put in a position where they have to choose between leaving the kids in the car or having a job to support them. So her kids, they were fine. They weren't like injured or anything from that. But I mean, they weren't injured from being in the hot car. But since she was arrested and lost a job, yeah, that definitely had a negative impact on all of their lives.
Yeah.
And then she went on Dr. Phil to talk about her story. And instead of being supportive or compassionate and trying to see like her perspective, he just like shamed her on national TV and like made it out to seem like she was this like terrible, evil mother, like who didn't even deserve to have kids. Like he was like so horrible to her. She was like crying, like she had like nothing else to say. She was like, oh, because after she got arrested, they started a fundraiser. Like a lot of people started a fundraiser for her.
Yeah.
And her family,
yeah.
And she had like a lot of money from people who heard about what happened, and she was going to use the money to pay her bills for her kids so that she could continue looking for a job, but she still had expenses to pay in the meantime. And part of the arrest, to let her out of jail, I guess they forced her into like a deal where she had to put all the money into like a college fund.
Yeah.
And she said like, sure, I mean, yeah, I would love to have a college fund, but it's not going to help me right now when we're hungry and we have to pay rent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, it's and then so okay, so you want me to talk about
by the way, before we leave that subject, it's so fucking typical because Dr. Phil is obviously a wealthy man, and here you have this wealthy white male who has done his best to try and show himself as this enlightened individual who is supporting gay rights, transgender rights, and he's supporting many people who are victims of racism, etc. So he presents himself until he gets to this point where there is this case of a truly socially victimized black African American woman, and then he becomes part of the problem. This is not limited to the white male assholes. This is like part of what we're dealing with when it comes to the horrific people that we encounter when dealing with the reality of exposing the injustices of the world. We're dealing with this constantly and nonstop because these people are running the world. What I'll do in Arc of Narrative tonight is I'm going to go over, because this recent case where this individual in North York, Toronto, in Canada, who went in with a goddamn machete, which is this is what they use in what Americans stereotype as the heart of blackest Africa. When you come to mass genocide campaigns in Africa, they're not building gas chambers. It is the law of the machete. This is what they used to kill millions of people in Burundi and Uganda during the Rwandan genocide. This is what was used to just butcher people to death, hack their limbs off. This is what this young white guy, 17 years old, did in an erotic massage parlor. And it has finally, for the first time in all of human history, in all of written human history, been declared an act of terrorism. And this individual reminds me of what happened in the whole arc of narrative. When I go into this more in detail tonight, it reminds me so much of the kinds of films that inspired him. Both he and the man the year before who had run over a score of people with a truck in Canada, with his car, with his SUV. I'm sorry, honey?
That guy's name was, the guy who ran over with the truck was named Alec Minison.
Thank you, yes. And I'll go into him in sub-depth, but don't be afraid to bring him up. This asshole, they were all inspired by films like The Joker, which I will go into tonight. And yet when you have these kinds of white male supremacists who conduct these shootings, mass shootings or mass murder with any instrument, then you get idiots like Candice Keller. Candice Keller is this, basically, this consul woman who's actually supposed to be a Democrat. And she's in Texas or Middletown, in Texas, Middletown, Ohio, excuse me. And this cunt, this white cunt, actually got had the audacity to say when the Ohio shooting was taking place that it was all the fault of immigrants and drag queen advocates and the gay community. I mean, yes, it's their fault that they exist, which is why this man had to kill them. They forced him to kill them. This is the kind of cunt who's very much like Nicole Frolick. That these people, it's the victims who are all at fault. They brought this on themselves. And then in Texas, with the Texas shooting, the man who put in his 10 cents was a real house nigger, a real black trash piece of shit, who everybody thinks is smart, Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying, I don't know why we worry about all these Mexicans getting killed when there's hundreds of people die of the flu, die of, medical issues every year. Why do we care about a bunch of Mexicans getting killed? Now, I'll go more in depth into the horrors of these people and exactly what they said. And when it comes into this kind of individual, what he really is, he came out and apologized because everyone forced him to. He was going to lose his jobs everywhere. So he was forced to come out and apologize. But then I found out a great bit of trivia about him that wrapped it all up perfectly. It was the ribbon on the box. It was Neil deGrasse Tyson will keep his museum job after his sexual misconduct investigation. So you've got this nigger, this black trash piece of shit who wants to bury his black cock in some white female's ass. And this motherfucker gets off, literally and figuratively, from his sexual misconduct investigation. He's going to keep his job. This is the kind of asshole who responds to a mass shooting in Texas by saying, well, why are we worried about a bunch of Mexicans dying when, they aren't even U.S. citizens? And there's so many Americans dying of automobile accidents and shit like that. Why do we worry about mass shootings? It's like, this is the kind of attitude that we have from the coon cadre of house niggers and the white cunts who are the black witches of the world. These are the kinds of people who are the great enforcers of the white power elite. It's not all Dr. Phil. Mm-hmm. It's all part of this group of a rainbow coalition of the assholes in the world that is really keeping this going. You've got race traitors and gender traitors. So please take it from here, honey.
Yeah, you do. Because they have shown that, well, when we were looking at the Mueller investigation and everything about 2016, they had the report that showed definitively that they were specifically targeting black communities online to spread their propaganda and misinformation. The Russians were targeting black Americans to turn them into Russian assets, kind of like that guy that you had talking on your show a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and he actually went so far as to go to fucking Russia And you got to ask yourself,
Yeah.
come on, man, what kind of and what the hell was that guy's name again? Brendan, come on, man, what, you knew him? I mean, what?
Alex?
Yeah, Alex. Yeah, Alex. That's right. Yeah, Alex. Fucking whatever. Was
it Alex Griffin? Something
Griffin,
like that.
yeah, Alexander Griffin. Yes, with his rubber gloves, wearing his fucking latex gloves while he's telling me that coronavirus is all a scam. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then also, my husband told me that he read something online about how now on Instagram, you know how they have Instagram influencers, like they have all these models and mommy bloggers and all these yoga chicks. Mm-hmm. He said now a lot of female influencers on Instagram are slipping in like QAnon references into their posts.
Oh God.
So yeah, it's not just like white men. They do have their accomplices in, you know, the females, the black witches, and some of the blacks too. So you got to be careful who you can trust or not.
Yes, this is what I would call white witches of, well, we don't want to confuse them with white magic, but Caucasian black witches and black house niggers. That's basically that combination of coon cadres and cunt cadres that are the real enemy. They're really the ones that want you to grow up in a world without children. Now, don't bring up her name, of course, because she doesn't want to be named. But there's this one young lady we both know. You can go take a small divergence here into talking about her 5G lifestyle. Maybe not.
I don't know.
It's just too sick.
The whole 5G thing is pretty crazy. Well, I was listening to the replay of your last transmission.
Thank you.
And you went into it very in depth. If anyone hasn't had the time to listen to that, I definitely recommend going back and listening to like the last part of Sunday night, Monday morning's transmission, where Doug went in depth into deconstructing that stupid Plandemic movie and like all these 5G conspiracy theories. So yeah, you did a really good job on that.
Thank you. And we're getting a message from Selena Khan saying sometimes women are worse than man. Bitch like Nicole and so many. Yes, thank you, honey. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. So back to the terrorist attack.
Yes.
They had this terrorist attack on a massage parlor in Toronto. It was like this 17-year-old white boy. Well, I didn't see a picture of him, but I'm assuming he's white.
He is.
Yeah.
He went in with a goddamn machete as if he were hacking away in the jungle, but go on, yes.
Yeah, so he left 2 injured. There was a man and a woman who were found injured outside the building, and then there was one massage therapist who was killed inside. The police found her dead on the scene. And so this article that Doug sent me about it, they were saying how, well, they want to make this a terrorist charge.
Yeah.
They don't have any doubt that the guy did it, but they want to increase the charges to terrorism to set a precedent, precedent.
Yeah.
For future cases to really pin these white domestic terrorists and incel terrorists.
Yes.
So that they don't go under the radar like they have been for so long in the States. Like when I mentioned, because I was about to read this article, I was laying down in bed. My husband came in to lay down next to me, so I told him the headline. And he said, like, his first question was he a Muslim or an Islamist or something like that?
Oh my God, that's so sad.
I said the terrorism, like that's his first thought. Terrorism, it's like Islamist extremists.
That's the programming. That's the programming.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking.
That's the stereotype that that people try to make us believe that's not really reflecting the reality of the situation. So in the article they were saying how this comes after like a couple other attacks that also drew a lot of attention, and they brought up the van attack where that guy Minasin drove over a bunch of people with a van and killed 10 and injured 16.
Yeah.
And and also the guy who used the machete in the massage parlor, he did tell police that he was trying to kill as many women as possible.
Yeah.
So that's how they tied him to the incel movement.
Yeah, he pretty much insisted he was involved with the incel movement. So go on, yes.
Yeah. So then they had this other white trash male piece of shit, James Sears.
Yeah.
Who was editor of Canada's most racist paper, guilty of hate charges. He wrote about the guy who did the van attack, and he said, the Sears guy said that the van attack person was not a terrorist, but a victim of toxic vaccines and a misandrist feminist ideology.
And misandrist would mean hatred of men. So what he's saying is it's the feminists. They hate us men. They're abusing us. They drive us to this. They make us do this. It's the same kind of crap, yes, that Christina suffered from, where she's arrested because her poor dear hubby had some scratches. Oh my.
Yeah.
And
then he goes on to say how he compares the incel movement to Fight Club. The movie Fight Club, where they have...
Which was Laurie and Ann Fenton's favorite film. That was my original manageress's, the one who was sicked on me by Michael Aquino. That was her favorite film of all time. So please go on, honey. Yeah.
So, in case people don't know, the Fight Club movie with Brad Pitt and I forgot the other guy's name. He's funny, but they have... So he is like schizophrenic. So he's really fighting himself, but he thinks that he has this alternate personality. But anyway, he starts this underground fight club where just a bunch of men get together and beat each other up. Like, it's just stupid. But then they start, like, making handmade soap to fund their fight club. And they, like, steal fat from liposuction spas to make the soap. So they say they're, like, stealing fat women's fat to sell it back to them in the form of soap. So that part was kind of funny, but they have just a bunch of white guys fighting each other in basements, basically.
But it's also where the misogyny comes in. Basically, what they're saying is that women, who, by the way, genetically have to have more fatty tissue than men, because women, of course, raise children, and they need more fat to sustain them. Evolutionarily, before we had homes and heating and houses and all this good shit, and universal lighting, women, of course, had to sustain children through the winter, and they have to feed them, whereas they're living off a woman's tit. That is, kids are not getting their milk from sucking some guy's cock, believe me, as much as guys would like to believe that that's the case. And so when it comes to these kids being raised by women, they need more fat, and in this day and age, a lot of times that leads to obesity. So these women, by taking care of their fat so they can look thin and attractive for men, then the men are making fun of them in this comedy for having a physical issue that men don't have in that same way. And so they make it this woman's issue, when in reality, the men get just as fat and worse, but the men don't do anything about it. Because they don't need to
the men don't suck it out like the women do.
Yes.
They just keep it on. They just keep those beer bellies on.
Yes, and look disgusting and expect women to love them for it. Just like they expect women to love them for being a bunch of violent assholes. Which is...
Yes, like this guy, he's saying, this James Sears, the racist journalist guy, he's saying Canada and the rest of the Western world is about to enter the incel Fight Club era, where formerly lone wolf incels begin forming cells, which will ultimately morph from vandalism and sophomoric havoc to mass violence. And then he says, the sooner women start treating young white men with respect, we can stop damaging our children with vaccines, the better. I am confident we can turn the situation around in one generation with minimal bloodshed. But ladies, it has to start now with you. Begin submitting to the natural patriarchal order and stop being so shallow and materialistic. When they're the ones that are so materialistic, they don't do anything about their appearance, but they want to complain about women who don't want to have sex with them and call them shallow and materialistic because we don't want to have sex with these fat assholes that are chopping us up with machetes. Like,
thank you.
Okay, so if that makes me shallow and materialistic, I'd rather be shallow and materialistic than dead.
Thank you, honey. I mean, this is really what it all comes down to. There's a total psychotic lack of capacity to understand the other human being. And therefore, you realize at that point, these men don't consider women to be human. At this point, we are dealing with what effectively, functionally, or dysfunctionally are two separate species. And this is why I've said I consider all women to be hirsute cetaceans or hairy dolphins or porpoises, and men to be naked apes. Really, it's down to that point. It's a miracle they can even reproduce.
And notice how he mentions the vaccines too.
Yes, he has to get that in there. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, because they've been talking a lot. They've been talking a lot about how a lot of the coronavirus misinformation is coming out of the anti-vax community.
Yes. And
how the anti-vax online community is merging with the alt-right community and like the quote-unquote conservative Christians and the Republicans. And the deeper you get into that corner of the cyber sewer, that's just that the incel group is in there.
Yeah. Yes.
In the same online group.
Thank you. It is essentially a product of it. It's a product thereof. So it has emerged from that sewerish shit out of the cyber system like Swamp Thing. This is the fucking...
Yeah, and even some of your own followers are also like kind of like commenting, like saying very similar things.
Yes.
Like someone posted on your timeline last week, oh, it's just part of domesticating and juvenilizing and feminizing their entire population until we are left with a big mess. Talking about Holocaust.
Yes.
He's comparing a Holocaust to feminizing the entire population.
It's bizarre. It is bizarre.
So I replied to that. I said, I don't appreciate you using feminizing like a dirty word.
Thank you.
And then he said, what do you call what's being done to the male population? It's downright chemical castration. Like, he's probably referring to the vaccines. So I just said impotence. Impotence. Yes,
and then he knew enough to back off, so we have to give him credit for that amount of grace. And
I know I'm not saying his name because I don't want to embarrass him on air.
Oh no, it's appreciated. It's appreciated.
Yeah.
And what that reminds me of, and what that brings to mind as well, is like the other individual whose name I will give out, who was of course a friend of mine at one point to extent, and that was Abdul Karim Haq. And that individual, who was going through a name change anyway, it's no longer really his name, he was changing it to Abu Karim Haq, because Abdul meant servant, but Abdul means servant as in slave of Allah, slave of the God. It is a proud form of servitude. But oh no, he wasn't going to have that. And in his hubris, he's changing his name to Abu, which is more like daddy. So it's like Big Daddy. And so this individual who was going through this crisis where he lost his faith and gave up Islam, which was his big mistake in life, this individual, he basically was into this same kind of feminizing obsession where, all the boys are becoming feminized and all this crap. It's like, okay, so fucking what? Why is that a negative? I can't understand, with everything we've got going on with all these masculine men who have nothing to do with their masculinity other than beat women and children, beat women, rape children, and kill other men and women and children and just about everybody. In a world like that, I think we need as much feminization of the male species as we can fucking get going until things are a bit more balanced out. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
So, yes.
I really, really appreciate what you were saying last time about the gender stereotypes and the gender bias.
Thank you.
Because I think that's so important to be included in this conversation about the one woman. It's not only war on like women like who are born with vaginas, but it's also the war on the feminine qualities in everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Like, because you were talking about how you liked to wear dresses.
Yes.
And people were giving you shit for that.
Yes.
And any young boy who wants to, develop, friendship skills and social skills and, community service, feminine qualities are not as accepted or encouraged in men. And that's also a huge problem.
Yes. As a matter of fact, the problem is that men are not, young boys are not allowed the self-expression or exploration options that girls have. So the point is that young girls are allowed to take on masculine qualities, which are considered positive, and young boys are discouraged. And so when these young boys are discouraged from such, well, the girls have this, if anything, what we have is not a feminization problem of men. What we have is women who are becoming more masculine for the understandable reason that's the only way that they can progress or have any hope of a positive future, of any opportunities, whereas boys are denied all options towards femininity, and this is why they are experiencing the death rattle of the gender. This is why they're going out in this bang of self-destruction, because they have no options. So please go on, honey.
Yeah, and also because I think their emotional development is stunted by not being allowed to explore other options.
Or express themselves, or to cry. Or
not being allowed to express themselves the same as girls would be.
Yes, and that...
I could give another example, like you were giving some examples about like a book that was banned because the main character was just wearing a dress.
Yes, thank you.
Like you hardly ever see, like even in like TV and movies, you don't really see any feminine male character unless that's like part of the plot. Like in the movie Meet the Parents with Ben Stiller, that's a really funny movie. But Ben Stiller, in the movie he plays a male nurse, and like he's going to meet his fiance's parents, and he's trying to impress the dad, and the dad kind of like tries to make fun of him because he's a male nurse, and he's like, well, I just like working with patients, I want to spend more time taking care of patients, and doctors are spending more time doing paperwork. They don't do as much like personal care as nurses do. So I mean, that should be something that should be valued, not made fun of.
Thank you.
And then his character in the movie, he goes by the name Greg. And then the dad is like a former CIA or something. So he's trying to dig up all this dirt on his daughter's future husband. Mm-hmm. So he looks up his name, Greg, and his last name is Fokker. He can't find anything, or he finds something like bad or something like that. And then come to find out, he says, actually, that's not my real name. My real name is Gaylord. So his actual real name on his birth certificate, he says Gaylord Fokker.
That's horrible, but we find that funny because we're taught to hold these things in contempt, and therefore something like that becomes instantly funny. By the way, the book that Lena is referencing is the children's book that's co-authored by Ian Hoffman and his wife SARAH Hoffman, and the title is Jacob's New Dress, and that was banned in North Carolina from a public school unit's a program on educating children about bullying and harassment. Now try and think of the irony in this. This book is about Jacob is this young boy who wants to wear a fucking dress. And therefore, he gets bullied, he gets attacked. Of course, they never show it in the child's book the way it's really going to happen, which is what's going to happen is he gets raped. They never show that part. That didn't happen in my story because my mother trained me to be an assassin. But in terms of most kids, that's not the case. And in the case of this kid in the story, it's more mild, and it goes through the arc of bullying and shaming, and he comes out of it with people finally accepting him, which is how you know it's a fantasy. Now, but it's not rejected because of that. It's rejected because the kid's wearing a dress, and this entire program was organizing a reading list and a reading program for children in North Carolina public schools so they would become aware about bullying and harassment. But they banned this book from the state of North Carolina because they said, well, you know, it encourages young men to step out of the role. And this is what Nicole Frolick wanted to reinforce, saying she wants female empowerment. Well, females are never going to be empowered unless men are empowered to step out of their goddamn roles. And until men
step... Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like you never have a movie about a male nurse that's just about him, like, living his everyday life. It's like they have to make fun of him for it.
Thank you.
And then I also noticed that in, like, a couple of Disney movies, like, since you brought this up, it made me think about, like in Moana, you have the main character, which is Moana, and she's a very strong, independent female leader that goes off on this adventure by herself. But her male counterpart in the movie is literally a demigod, and, like, super hyper masculine, like huge, like he looks like a cartoon version of Daniel Arola. and you don't have any other character there's no male characters that have any feminine aspects or qualities to them. And then it's the same thing in the Frozen movie. You have the two main characters, Elsa and Anna. They're like the power sisters. They're like the leaders of the story, and like they're like queens and princesses. And then you have their boyfriend. I forgot his name, but he's also like he's got these huge shoulders and big barrel chest, and tiny little legs, and then the only other male character they have is a snowman with a huge phallic carrot for a nose. And I couldn't think of any movies or TV shows where they have any feminine male characters.
Thank you. And that is what is fucking tragic. And that's
but you could think of a lot of female characters where they show female empowerment. So I mean that's good, but it's really one-sided.
Well, think of this absurdity. Now, the reason Lena Shay is coming from this angle is because she's a mother, and she's a mother who deals with kids who are still watching all of these cartoons. And as a mother, she's very much in tune with her children, and she participates in their emotional development, in every aspect of their development. So these things become as much of a issue to her as they are to her children. So you keep that in perspective if you're some adult male or maybe even a female who's never raised children, and you might wonder, why is she coming at us from this angle? What does this mean? Because I can understand.
Yeah, that's the reason why I've watched those movies, is because my kids were watching them.
Of course.
And,
but there's no need. So what I'm doing is to make certain that there's no need to be defensive about it, which I know you're not. But I think that it's really important while you're bringing that up is that you don't need to give any names, and it's just it's obviously not children. They're too young to even develop a real consciousness of this. Though with Rebecca, she's old enough. So tell them a little bit about my godchild, and she is aware already that being a female is not where it's at, and she's insisted on being called a boy a few times simply because she realizes that the girls have it weak and don't have the advantages. That's something to bring up, and also the fact that you know someone else. For years you've known a person who has been a cross-dresser like myself, and they just have kept it a secret, so secret their family doesn't even know about it. And this is how toxic our society is. This shouldn't be happening, that this person hides themselves from their family. I think that these are examples that give real flesh to the bone of the structure you're presenting, to the skeleton of information. So take it from here,
Sure.
as far as you're comfortable with. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well, my daughter is 3.5, so her language skills are pretty good, getting better all the time, and she's still learning the difference between pronouns like she and he, and she gets them mixed up a lot. And at first she would always very early on she would either say like it, or actually she was using the gender neutral,
Right.
mostly,
Right.
like G, like kind of slurring the he and the she together. Like if she wasn't sure which one to use, she kind of like combined it.
That's wonderful.
Which
That's
actually
wonderful.
is the correct gender neutral
Thank you. Yes.
term. Yeah. So I probably should have encouraged her to keep using that word, but I was afraid that it might be more confusing, like if she's trying to talk to someone and they don't know. Like,
yes, that's the problem.
what
We
is he trying to say, like,
see.
he
We
or
live in a
she? Because most other
society.
people
Yeah,
don't
we live in
know.
a society that doesn't allow that form of development. So you have to wait until she's more mature again and explain to her what's going on. But yes, please. I'm sorry, I had to interrupt
Yeah.
with that. Yeah.
No, you're fine. Yeah, because I never even heard of that gender neutral pronoun either until I learned about it from Douglas. So I was just trying to like help her decide or figure out which pronoun to use. And so then she started using he as default for everybody, saying, what's his name? Like when we were at the doctor's office and the nurse was going to check her up, it was a female nurse, and Rebecca said, what's his name? And like, I think she knows that it was a female, but she just started calling everybody like he, because in a lot of the cartoons that she watches, like a lot of the nursery rhymes and stuff, they use the he pronoun as like a default. I've noticed, like 5 little monkeys jumping on the bed, one fell off and bumped his head.
Yeah.
They never say bumped her head.
Right. But
It's
then again,
always
of course, only males would
boy
be that stupid as to jump up and down
Right.
the bed. But yes,
Yeah,
fairness.
it's always stupid boy monkeys falling off the bed and bumping their head.
Yes.
But I noticed that in a lot of cartoons and nursery rhymes, though, that they don't always have like a female character. A lot of times it's just mostly males, and they use the he pronoun a lot more than the female pronoun. So she's learning. She'll get the hang of it. But there were some cases where she would use a pronoun like when at the doctor's office, he. I felt like she thought that like maybe like a doctor or somebody was like a masculine role.
Right.
So that's why she used that pronoun, because then she also saw on TV there was like a stay-at-home concert on TV, and it was a male singer, but she kept asking, what's her name, because I think she associates singing
With females.
with like more feminine.
Right.
So that was kind of interesting.
Because a singer is able to express themselves. So
Yeah.
think of that. I mean, think of the tragedy with that. He's expressing himself. Must be a bitch. I'm sorry. Go on.
Right. Yeah. So it's funny how she's trying to figure out like who's what in this world, what gender they are, and it's sometimes not always that easy to tell. Oh yeah, and then the other guy, I'm very, very, very close to somebody. He doesn't really want me to talk about him though, but since he's not here, I can say a little bit.
Yes, yes.
But he's in the closet, and he doesn't want anybody to know that he likes wearing pantyhose and skirts. I'm not talking about Douglas. I'm talking about somebody else.
Yeah.
Like he said, and this is like he's been this way his whole life, and I guess it started when he was in kindergarten or preschool, and there was like a young teacher's assistant in his classroom, and the teacher's assistant was like a teenage girl, and she was wearing a skirt and pantyhose, and he said as a little boy he just like touched her leg, and ever since then he's had this thing with pantyhose, and he would try on his mom's pantyhose when he was little, and he said one time his mom caught him, and she just said, just don't do that. Don't ever do that. So I guess he's been hiding it ever since then.
Oh my God. It's so sad. It is so sad. And
he said that sometimes he would go out in public dressed like a woman, but it's pretty obvious, like you can tell that he's still a man.
Which always made me wonder why he did what he did. It was like, but it's...
I know, but it's because of the pantyhose. Because as long as he could still wear his pantyhose, it didn't really matter, like if his wig was all messed up, or you could still see like the 5 o'clock, the balls of hair underneath the surface of the skin.
Oh my God!
He couldn't pull it off the same way that Douglas can, but still, even if I feel like if somebody feels comfortable and they enjoy wearing skirts and pantyhose, why not?
Right.
Yes. He's not doing anything to harm anybody. He would go out into public like that, and he would be like followed around by security sometimes, and he would never ever dare use a public restroom dressed like that, which makes me feel for people who, like, because this person I'm talking about, he's not transgender.
Right.
He lives as a man in everyday life. It's just something he likes to do, like as a secret hobby that he has.
Right.
But he identifies as a heterosexual man.
Right.
But I definitely feel for like people who are transgender and they do want to present themselves like that, like all the time. Like, how would they even be able to use like a public restroom, like if they're being followed, or like they don't feel safe, they're not sure which room to use? And this brings me to another point I wanted to bring up.
Yes, but I do want everyone to know that there's plenty of times when I've been in drag and I've used female restrooms, and it's not because I was having some pervert's ball and peeking in under the various booths. It's something that I did because what else was I going to do? My luck, my fortune.
You can't go into a men's restroom dressed like that.
No, you're asking for rape.
And you're gonna, yeah.
Yes, it's that simple.
What are you supposed to do? Go into the room where you feel like most safe, or you feel like you could get or the least amount of attention.
Yes, and at that point, because I could get away with it, there was never a question that brought any hostility. There are tragedies that result from this. One of them was a man who was cross-dressed, went in to use a female restroom, and he was identifiable as male, and a woman confronted him, which I think is very much a stupid thing to do. It's like, why would you do that? Why not just, if you really feel this man...
it's stupid.
Thank you.
Why don't you just go there, take care of your business, pee your shit, and get the fuck out?
Thank you.
No one has time for confrontations with trans people in the bathrooms.
Thank you.
or anybody in the bathrooms.
Thank you. And
this brings me to my next point.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, were you about to say something?
Well, the tragedy here was it led to her death. I mean, he wound up killing her because she had confronted him so violently that she was going to call the police at SARAH. And this was something that, had she not done that, she would still be alive. And she could have called the police after he had left and, informed them, and they could have come in and questioned him, and it could have evolved from there without her being involved. But you see, this is the point, people. You have to stop confronting these things so violently. This is one of those cases where, yes, it maybe he was a pervert. Maybe, I doubt it was the case. He was driven by desperation out of fear to do what he did, and he overreacted because he had too much strength. This is part of the problem. This is why men in drag make the quintessential assassins. They have an over projection of strength for their presentation. So this is just a sad example of what didn't need to happen at all. So please, I'm sorry, take it from there. But
I need to apologize. Yes, that's very, very tragic. But they you know how last week you were talking about how FDR killed the Christ child?
Yes.
Well, that was a real truth bomb or mind-blowing fact that you just dropped there. Was that the first time you ever said that publicly?
That was the first time I've ever spoken of that publicly. It was Mr. Moon drew that out of me because, to tell you the truth, it was very odd. It was Mr. Moon, of course, was going to come on and speak about FDR. And I asked him about this privately today, and he was just so sick of FDR. It literally was making him physically ill to speak of him. He literally couldn't even speak of him. So throughout the time that he was on, he did very well, and he spoke of many other subjects, which I think were all informative. He just didn't really want to speak about FDR. So in a sense, I was obligated to speak to an issue I have never spoken of before. And bear in mind that, Henry Wallace was participating in this, what could you call it? It's beyond atrocity. The deprival of a Messiah for mankind. This is the case of the missing Messiah. This is the case when many prophets were saying that the world was at its worst, and certainly at that period of time was a time man needed a savior more than ever. And at that period of time, you had agents dispatched to take this Messiah out that mankind would not be saved. And Henry Wallace was a diehard communist, a antitheist, a hater of God. He was someone who was the head of agriculture, the United States Department of Agriculture, when he did this. Here he was, the head of the United States Department of Agriculture, and he's dispatched to the desert of Outer Mongolia. He's accompanied by Nicholas Roerich, and these two sons of bitches, accompanied with a squad of American troops. And we're talking what would be the precursors of what we would call special forces today. Out of uniform, out of identifiable responsibility. This is what these days we would call plausible deniability. And these jack bastards are over there in Outer Mongolia, killing every child they run across that fits a description that comes close to it until they find one that literally is glowing, whose skin is gold. Golden colored, but to the point where it is almost like the skin is burnished, which you can imagine in some Mongolians who are born with a certain kind of melanin that's just right, that their skin is nigh reflective. It's similar to certain breeds of horses that glisten and that are extraordinarily rare and expensive throughout Asia in terms of their beauty being unsurpassable. And they're referred to in the Chinese transliteration as heaven's horses. There are children that are born like that, and they are extraordinarily rare. And this one, however, was truly glowing to the point where they could identify him in the dark. And they basically drained him of blood, which they preserved in ice and salt and chests, and they sent back to FDR, who felt that the blood of the Messiah would heal him of his polio, that he would be able to walk again, that he would be able to rise as the new man, the Messiah of all humanity, which is what he desired to be. And it didn't work. And it did not work for him, even though the child had given his blood to other people and they were cured. He had to be alive. That was what was going on in Mongolia and how they ultimately traced him. And when they murdered him and sent the reports back to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, bear in mind, FDR became president in 1933, the same year Hitler ascended to power. Henry Wallace was nothing but the Secretary of Agriculture. But he was considered by Franklin Delano Roosevelt to be doing what he himself, FDR, had done in World War I, whereas the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, he took on the role of a field commander in battle and personally led American Marines, because the Marines are naval infantry. They're the infantry branch of the U.S. Navy. He led them into battle in Haiti and committed multiple atrocities with them, to the point where it took a Klansman to put him down. And here you have this son of a bitch doing what he did long before he was president. He wanted Henry Wallace to be his successor and put him through that same ritual of pre-presidential proving of himself. And his proving himself, rather than slaughtering a good percentage of the population of a black nation, this individual killed the Christ child, wrote back in glowing reports, to use a horrible entendre, that he did so, and that's why Franklin Roosevelt made him vice president in 1940. He did not become vice president until 1940. So here's this guy going through multiple terms. He's choosing who his vice president is so that if he does die, this man takes over. This man who had killed the Christ child was the man who was set to become your president under direct orders of FDR. These are the men that you've been dealing with. These were the men who paved the way for Michael Aquino. These are the men that everyone in the Western world is raised to think delivered them from the evil of Adolf Hitler and Emperor Hirohito. This is how mad, how inverted your reality is. It is an anti-reality of the anti-gods. And this is why there is no reality for you. This is why, for the majority of Americans, the overwhelming majority, 99.9%, there is only psychotic fantasy. And this is why you cannot function. Just as you cannot function in the physical universe if you try to operate on pseudoscience. If you say, oh, well, birds have feathers, and therefore, if I cover my car in feathers, my car should be able to fly like a bird. Then you run your car off a cliff, and you're in a tarred and feathered coffin as you fall down several hundred feet to your death. This is the kind of logic or anti-logic you operate on. And because of that, there is nowhere that you can
and also
succeed. Yeah. Go on, honey.
Oh, sorry. Also in World War II, didn't they they're also trying to invade Japan because they had the Artilica and the tomb of Jesus Christ?
Yes, that was all part of the factors that was written of, and these are factors people can follow up on themselves. The circumstantial evidence is all there. I destroyed many of these records, but the fact that the tomb of Christ, or rather his brother, and perhaps the head of Christ himself, is in Japan is undeniable. You can look up these facts yourself. The fact is that many other Artilica or ancient relics of vast supernal importance are in Japan is undeniable. So definitely research these yourself. You will find such. And in terms of what...
I have seen that. I have seen that from other sources too.
Yes. Yeah. And so go on, honey. By the way, yeah, just continue.
Okay, I'll just go just a little bit more before I take off. But because I feel like with the killing of the Christ, I feel like that's happening like symbolically with like people who claim to be a lot of people who claim to be Christian in this country and are really like hypocritical or like backwards.
Yeah.
Because when I used to go to like the local Bible study with the evangelical church here, they, like I said before, they weren't supposed to talk about politics, but they started talking about politics anyway. And this church lady was like, "Oh, well, we can't go to Target anymore." I was like, "Why?" She's like, "They let trannies in the bathroom there."
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
And these and also these people were also saying like, well, because this was right around when Trump banned the Muslims.
Yes.
Oh, shout out to Salman Sheikh too. Happy birthday to him.
Thank you.
Muslim brother.
Yes.
In battle.
Yes. Yeah.
So these guys in the Bible study group were like, well, maybe we shouldn't let them come over until we know if they're a terrorist or not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of bullshit that you're going to hear from this.
What about all you terrorists right here?
Thank you.
That won't let people go to the bathroom.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Talk about terrorism.
Yes. And
and then also in the Bible, I do remember seeing something in there that did say men aren't allowed to wear dresses. Like, it does say that in the Old Testament, but it also says that if your son or daughter doesn't listen to you, you should publicly stone them.
And you got to remember that.
And it also says that women shouldn't wear braids either. So it's like, are you going to worship the Old Testament and every single little rule in here, or are you going to worship the Christ that comes in the New Testament? You know, like, sometimes I think some of these, well, not sometimes, I think we know from all these studies they have out about the disinformation that the Republicans and the evangelical Christians are in the same club.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, it's definitely what all that is about, and it's a total misreading of the Bible. And like I've said before, it's been proven now that there's been several alterations of the Bible that were done so many years ago that they've actually been incorporated into new publications. And so what you've seen is like the erasing of entire paragraphs about the mother of Christ, the most important woman in the Bible, and also about Mary Magdalene, the prostitute whom Christ married. And so this is like taken out of the Bible, literally censored. And I went into some depth about this when I was speaking about how we were trying to find history that has been hidden from us about American blacks, about people who were surviving the slave days. So yes, most of what people read in the Bible has been so butchered, so altered, that it's not the true Bible. It's really just what's left of it, and it's been rearranged in such a fashion that it's something that you cannot rest the salvation of your soul upon if you have any sense of sanity. And especially the Old Testament, and as opposed to the New Testament, which is far more full of forbearance and tolerance that the Christ himself manifested and advocated.
Yes. Yes. Praise the Lord.
Yes, thank you. And so let me tell my friend thank you so much. My 3D graphics modeler just left a case of Coke in front of my door.
That's awesome.
Yes. Oh. And he scared the hell out of me, of course, because he's knocking while I'm on air. So the problem was that I realize you have to take off now yourself. You know, I'm not going to answer the door, of course.
I was going to ask if you wanted me to fill in while you answer the door or something.
No. You know, it's funny that she asked that because I'm confident the Coke will be there.
I mean, I should probably go soon, but...
Understood. No, I get it. Yeah, I'm confident the Coke will be there till after transmission, but the reality is someone did steal my home-delivered meals. And the interesting thing is, this was right after I was speaking about them on Bandwidth, and telling people that, I have the home delivered meals and I leave them out overnight in the cooler and they're fine the next day because they're so frozen. They're frozen so solid. I'm not starving. We have another delivery coming tomorrow morning, and I will be awake then. And what I'm going to do is rearrange my schedule, only in the sense that I'm always awake when they deliver, except I'm not going to leave it outside anymore. I'm going to bring the whole cooler in each time and leave it in my hallway. But it's sad that I have to do that, and it's not the homeless. I am convinced it's not the homeless that stole it, because when the homeless take things, they usually don't take everything. When they, whoever took it took everything that was in there. That includes like little cartons of milk. That includes little cartons of, of juice. They took everything. And I'm convinced that the recession has left people around me desperate, and that it's to the point where they heard me on bandwidth, which means somebody in my neighborhood is actually listening to me, which is rather intriguing. I never suspected that. And they decided they'd grab it. And so I had enough to hold me over. And there's another delivery tomorrow. So, but that's an interesting sign of just how bad the times are right now and how desperate they are. So, honey, I love you dearly beyond expression. Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I love you dearly beyond expression, and I know that Brendan is going to echo that. Brendan, one more time, do thank Lena for saving your life.
Yes, thank you, Lena. Much love, and I'll talk to you soon. I'd like to hear from you soon, yes.
Yes. Have a good night, everyone.
See you later, Lena.
Yes.
Shout out to Oh, yes. Have a good night, Derek. Shout out to everyone in the chat room, too.
Yes.
Okay. Bye.
Yes. Bye-bye. And that was lovely. I want to thank everyone, and thank you, both of you gentlemen, for your patience. I'm sure both of you consider it an honor, of course, to be on bandwidth with my manager. As again, without her, I wouldn't be here. And certainly, she's doing her best to help Brendan. And I did speak to her, and she says, for God's sake, don't even think of remunerating her when you are finally in a better place financially, and hopefully she hopes to provide you a bit more help. Don't be afraid to ask if you're truly desperate, and do me a favor. Lena Shay sent our brother Brendan Zogit some money via PayPal, which he was able to access. Now that's important, so people can send him money via PayPal. Tell them where to send it. Where do people with PayPal or via PayPal send you money? Tell them where to go.
I'm trying to remember. I have the link set up, so I have to look at the link. Let's see.
Okay, yeah, find that. And yeah, if you need full attention to do that, Derek's welcome to come on and kind of spell us and tell us a little bit about where he's been with his.
Yeah, I have it here. It's like a link, and it's paypal.me paypal.me /emerald or Emerald Garnet. So EMERAL and then Garnet. So Emerald without the D, Garnet.
Why
PayPal.me.
All right. Send me a link, Brendan, and then on Monday I'll send you something on Monday. But just send me something on Facebook Messenger.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No worries.
And do that. Derek can afford to send you a little bit of help. Okay. Don't be ashamed or embarrassed about this. And believe me, we got to keep Brendan alive, or I wouldn't be on. It wasn't just what he did with the storage in terms of the laptop. It was even getting the microphone to operate tonight, and even getting me to access the image from my external hard drive to even place on display tonight in thumbnail as an embedded image. We had to get that out of my files, and it was just, without Brendan, we wouldn't be here at all. So if you want this show to continue, help him out a bit, and I'm so glad Derek's gonna partake in that. You're an angel, Derek, and believe me, you know that already. So, Brendan, just go back to taking the stage for till 7 p.m.
Right. Oh yeah, I have some more time here. I sent you that link earlier that was saying that YouTube was having problems with these people's accounts were getting hacked. And of course, where does it go back to? It goes back to the Russians.
Oh, shit.
And,
yes, you know what? I've been getting that all the time. I've been getting somebody asking me, you want to be friends? You want to be friends? And they keep saying it.
So anytime you see a comment that says you want to be friends on YouTube, that's like on a freshly posted vid, like that's, at this point, it's been proven that it's a hacker. And I'm not like just like being, you know, anti-Slavic, but it's like that the guy was Russian or something, you know.
Yeah.
And then I saw another comment that was saying that like, yeah, the Russians were like doing the same thing there, you know, impersonating a profile or something. But it just seems to be part of like this every election cycle situation. Like more and more bots and trolls come out.
Yeah. Don't normalize it. This is horrible.
It's not. No.
Yeah. It's not like every election. No, this is only since the time of Trump that they've been doing this.
Right.
So, please.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Since 2016, it seems like every single election now is like, you know, messed up. And quickly, just because like it kind of was bothering me, but like, it's not a big deal. But like, as far as like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like that dude's terrible.
Thank you.
Like so is Michio Kaku.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, both a couple of house niggers. Go on.
Right, yeah, and like I just to be fair, like Alex is not like comparable, you know, to both of them, you know.
I believe I look at Alex as more of like a mind control victim. I mean, honestly, but you know, it's
right.
Yeah, I think he went over that. You know what? I think Jameson Reese said it best. Jameson Reese gets the impression that he went over there and he got some Russian nookie, and that he just kind of fell into like some kind of programming where they, you know, he came over here and he was just regurgitating all their shit.
Right.
So, you know, but go on. I mean, it's his younger brother is kind of like who I welcome back, you know, at some point in the near future, and we'll have him back on and encourage him to talk. And it was his younger brother who got ripped off by Alex coming in and basically hijacking the show in what I honestly thought was an April Fool's Day joke. I thought it was like, I kept waiting for the punchline. Well, he said, you want me to kiss your ass? You want me to kiss your ass? Come on, you know, it's all a joke. It's all.
I asked about that because I usually don't ask about, you know, yes, but I had to ask. I had to write Douglas after that show and say, what happened?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, like, yeah, he was writing me. Right, well, he was writing me while the show was on.
Like, right, I can't speak for him, but like, I mean, it's like without Alex, like I wouldn't have known about Douglas. So I mean, just from that, it's like, you know, I'm able to help Douglas, you know, in a certain way. So like without Alex, like it wouldn't be possible. So yeah. But I just don't want it to be like negative, you know, like it's just like, you know, it happened and like stuff happened, you know. But
it is what it is.
But anyways,
yeah.
It is what it is, yeah. And but on that note, like what I was going to talk about in the last few minutes, and hopefully I can get through it because there's like a cop right behind me, and I don't know what I'm doing personally, as opposed to all these other people like having a COVID party, because now that all the restaurants are open, people are still walking out with beers and stuff. So, you know, I don't know what I'm doing compared to that, but anyways, I was gonna go over some stuff from the Bhagavad Gita that I found that was interesting. Just a few phrases, nothing crazy.
Yeah.
But things that resonated with me, and one of them was, this is Lord Krishna talking, or like Godhead talking, and he's saying, the light of the sun that illuminates the entire world, the light from the moon, the light and fire, know this radiance to be mine. And this is like an echo of, even in the Christian Bible, it says, God said, let there be light, and there was light, and God saw light, and that it was good. And so, you know, that's like a connection between, you know, divine principles and like the Bible, and like, you know, it's echoed in that. And then this particular explanation of it says, the Lord vibrated his cosmic consciousness into subtle lights and found it good, that is suitable for the purpose of creating the universe, energies, gases, liquids, solids, different vibrations of the one light, the light of intelligent life energy. The word is the first manifestation of cosmic consciousness. When divine force vibrates more heavily or grossly, it becomes the electrons, protons, and atoms of the universal structure. The sun and the moon and fire are composed of the grosser light of electrons, protons, and atoms, which are in turn made of cosmic energy, and cosmic energy manifests in the form of sun, fire, moon, and other forces in the cosmos. And then this is where it's important. In the microcosm of man, God's cosmic consciousness vibrates through the soul as astral light, or the thousand-petaled lotus, that illumines the life of the entire body, which is the word, through its reflection, the moon, into the subsidiary spinal chakras. And then, yeah, it's just, it goes into the Vedic part of it, where it's talking about the lights of the body are actually like the chakras and the energy. But, and it ends with, this is also from Krishna saying, permeating earth with my effulgence, I support all beings. Having become the watery moon, I bring forth all plants and plant forms. And in other versions, he says he gives power to like the herbs as well. And so the important part of this, he's saying, the omnipresent light of spirit evolves all creatures and forms and forces in the universe and sustains them by continuous manifestation of the light. If the beam of light in cinema is withdrawn, the pictures disappear. And this is where, like Yogananda, he speaks about like, you know, the whole world being like the cosmic motion picture, and you have like the light of God is like the same light as like the motion picture light that goes through the film. And it's, you know, all the good and evil that happens on this world is like still part of that light.
How is it that they were referring to motion pictures at that point in history? They had cinema at that time?
Well, Yogananda, he came to California in the 20s.
I see. Okay.
So this was at the beginning, and he was one of the first people from the East to come in and get to see cinema and like actually participate in it, you know.
I see. Okay.
Right.
So, also, what was I going to say? Let people know that this guy met Tesla and inspired him. So please, I think that's so important.
Well, Yogananda actually, he didn't meet Tesla. Yogananda met with like presidents at the time. I think Woodrow Wilson or and various people like that.
Who was the figure?
He was like invited to the White House.
Right. Who's the figure?
Vivekananda actually interacted with Tesla.
Okay, thank you.
And Vivekananda, he was an earlier teacher that came, part of the Vedanta Society, basically, like the Indian philosophy. But Vivekananda and Yogananda did actually speak. I mean, there's an entire chapter in his book where he basically gets invited by Yogananda. Vivekananda gets invited by Yogananda. And and I think Tesla met him in the late 1800s, possibly into the early 1900s. Mm-hmm. So Yogananda, he came over during like the late 20s, the later 20s, and then lived here in California. He had a ranch until like maybe the 50s. Like he survived until that long.
Wow.
So, but
ranch. Man, he did well for himself. Holy shit, I got to get in on this guru shit.
Right.
Was he like one of those, what we would consider like some of the new cult leaders, kind of like, having a ball?
In my opinion, like Yogananda was not like some Sai Baba type. Okay. You know, he had a more like, he had a smaller hermitage and stuff. And it just so happened that those people were like more like, you know, like the rich people or the people in California that had money,
right,
that donated to him.
Right.
Whereas like someone like, or some of the gurus that are out now, like Sadhguru and stuff, like they just appeal to the masses, because then everyone pitches in money, and then that's when they get, more and more cash.
Right. Still, there you go. It's all about location, kids. I gotta locate. Location. Go on. I'm sorry.
But Yogananda is the one who wrote this book that I'm reading from. But it's actually the Bhagavad Gita. It means like the song of divine. Okay. So it's like this is divine song, or like the Bhagavan is like, the Godhead, or like the essence of divine, like speaking. And the reason why the only Vedic texts to actually look for, that are useful are ones written down by Ved Vyas. So like anything that's not Ved Vyas and it's like a Veda is like actually not proper. And Ved Vyas is basically like, he's some rishi that he wrote down the Vedas, because previous to like Ved Vyasa, the Vedas were all like orally transmitted, through speech, through gurus and disciples, and memorization, similar to like how the Druids did it. So it wasn't until 5,000 years ago that like even the Bhagavad Gita was written down. And in the Gita, this other part is saying, but this was important to me because it makes sense that the moon does have a tie-in to plant life. The plants very much respond to the moon and the waters, and it's part of like the moon isn't just some rock floating in space. It's actually part of the harmonics of the planet. There's like a deeper meaning to the moon, in my opinion. And he's saying the earth, living beings, the moon, and plant lives are mentioned together to indicate their close relationship. Okay. And he's saying the light of God creates the planet, and the moon, which rules water and all other fluids, aids the growth of vegetation, and then thus nourishes all beings. The earth, the living creatures, the productive moon rays, herbs and plants, the home, the devourers, meaning us, the devoured objects, all of these performing different functions are manifestations of the same light. From a deeper metaphysical perspective, the word Om, or as its real manifestation, is actually it's all the vowels. So it's A, E, O, U, M. Instead of just A, U, M, it's like all the vowels: A, E, I, O, U, M. Oh. So it's like I, U. That's like the real Om. It's not just Om. Wow. But anyways,
Brandon, I was going to say, isn't it interesting how, because you kind of alluded to this, but on day one, God said, "Let there be light" in the beginning, but the sun and the moon weren't created until day 4.
Right. Exactly, and that's so the
there's a light beyond. There's a light beyond the sun and the moon.
Absolutely, and that's what like what Krishna was saying in the beginning here. He was saying, or I don't think it's actually in this one, but in one of the chapters he says like his true being is, one spark of the divine or God is the one spark of divine like powers all the lights that we see in our universe, the sun, the moon, every all the electricity. Like that's just one piece of like the full divine, according to like the Vedic. So when in the Bible when it says like let there be light, that was like the light of like intelligence or the light of spirit. That's how I see it.
The spark of intellect.
Yes, exactly. And it's saying the vibratory manifestation as light and life force, which is sustaining and enlivening energy in all beings. Even so-called inanimate forms are alive with God's power within their atoms. And then it goes into like how he met Sirhan Jagdish Chandra Bose, founder of the Bose Institute in Calcutta. This is just a brief explanation of who this guy is. He's saying, acclaimed as one of the greatest scientists of the 20th century, Bose was a pioneer in demonstrating that the boundary between living and non-living matter can not be definitely fixed. So.
Right. By the way, so people understand, this says there's only 100 basic surnames in China. I'm sure that there might be something similar in Asian India. I'm not as familiar with the culture, of course, for obvious reasons. But one of the things I do know is about the family to extent of Subhash Chandra Bose, who I oftentimes call Sirhan by mistake, but because there are Sirhan Boses that come to my mind as well. The reason Bose is important was because he was the leader of fascist India, and he, of course, was cooperating with both the Third Reich and the Japanese Empire to overthrow colonialism. And he ultimately escaped to my native Taiwan after 1945, where we kept him hidden from the rest of the world, declared him dead. This man, his relations are the people who set up Bose Industries, BOSE, which produce your stereo systems, those excellent all-white stereo systems that people purchase, Bose stereo equipment. So, take it from there.
Yeah, it seems like, I think it's the same guy, because he's saying...
Yeah.
I believe it's the same dude, because it's saying here, his name is Jagdish Chandra Bose. He's a physicist.
Yeah.
And he died, according to this, he died in 1937 in India. So like that would kind of match the timeline of like when he escaped to Taiwan.
Well, I was thinking of his relation, who is Subhas Chandra.
Yeah, perhaps there was a whole.
I think it was
like
the family, their dynasty. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
You're right. Yes. Yes, quite well.
So like like a lot of these power players in India, like they've dealt with these, a lot of the gurus, and as a way to, get into the spiritual. But I just like this chapter, or this part of the chapter, because he talks about the moon being associated with plants and herbs, and that goes into like the Western traditions as well, And he's saying, just like the way, the way that the universe is set up, it actually allows, this stuff to happen, like almost like, by divine guidance, like the sun gives the plants their power, and then at night the moon will like nourish the plants. And you can ask farmers, or go into like a farmer's almanac, and it's like they take that very much to be true, like you harvest on certain times when the moon is full, or you don't harvest, and you water plants during moon cycles and various things like that. So I think there's something, or there's a situation that is definitely there. It's not something pseudoscientific. Like there's something there that the moon regulates plants. Like there's something to that. And then you have like goddesses like Artemis and Persephone. They're very much associated with like the moon and stuff, and
yes,
and herbs at the same time, right?
Yes.
Persephone being more related to like valerian, and then like Artemis related to like mugwort and other like herbals. And you have, like even Diana, she's shown, you have Diana, and also the Roman version. What's her name?
I forget.
Where the word cereal comes from,
Yes, Ceres.
Yeah, so you have Ceres and Diana, and like they're associated with the harvest,
right,
and also associated with the moon. So like, just like how in the Gita it's talking about, it's the moon brings sustenance, and it brings that essence of the plant out, the more nutritive essence. So I always thought that was fascinating.
Yes.
That a lot of this Vedic stuff, like people think it's, it's India-centric, but it's actually like a multiversal thing, And of course, Higher and Divine doesn't have like a country or, or a source, so to speak. It's like Higher and Divine can just manifest, this entire universe. So it's like it's just the mistranslations that come out from Vedic, and then it turns into Hindu. It turns into all these different permutations, and then it kind of turns people off of it. Like it's, you see these like cheesy, and I hate to call them out, but like these cheesy people doing, like yoga and stuff, and it just gives it a bad name, honestly. But the real Vedic is just like practicality and just seeing how the universe works around you, and like you're in a construct. That's like one of the main teachings. Like you're inside of this construct. It's not something that, there's it just provides more clarity, and the Hindu stuff provides less clarity. All the worshipping and the dates and the holidays, like it takes away from the true message of what I've gotten from like the Bhagavad Gita and various Vedic texts. It takes away from the essence of it. So I think everyone can actually benefit from something like this, like the Gita, and making connections to, all the religions have this connection where, some people call them pagan religions or whatever, but in reality it's like, I mean, even even like the Norse, they had like the concept of like the Allfather,
Yes.
Like it was a god-based system, but it was also like they understood that there was like the greater, Godhead as well. Like that like gets misinterpreted over time, because I believe even like according to the Greek myths too, and subsequently the Roman stuff, like they actually consider themselves to be sourced from other gods and titans as well.
Yes.
So it's like they weren't worshipped.
When you
as,
say
like, the
Norse,
final.
are you talking about like Vikings?
Yes.
Yeah, when I say like Norse mythology, I'm talking like Odin, those classical Tyr.
The Viking stuff, yes.
The Viking stuff, yeah.
Just so that the average, popular culture can understand it. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. And actually a lot of our culture is based off of that, and people don't realize that it goes that far. But you have there's even aspects of like Irish mythology that are like similar to what's his name? David and Goliath, the slaying of the giant and stuff. Even in our days of the week, so you have Monday. Okay, Monday is Moon's Day, right? Yeah. That's pretty easy to get. And you have Tuesday. Tuesday is comes from the Nordic or the Norse Mars, like Tyr, Tyr. He's like the one of the original, gods of war. The original Mars. It was called Tyr, Tyr.
I memorized that in a rhyme.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sunday they worship the sun. Monday is Moon Day.
Yes.
Tyr, the god of war, was worshipped on Tuesday. Odin, the chief god, is who Wednesday is named for. Thursday is Thor's Day, god of thunder, the mighty Thor. Friday was named after Frigga. Notice the pattern. Saturday was the Roman god of agriculture, Saturn.
Yes. Thank you, Derek.
Beautiful.
I really appreciate it. That was nice. And it was very succinct, and that's it. Yeah, that's the one. And so we don't even realize that our own culture is based off that. And I even heard, like, in English, when you say hello, when people say hello, that comes from the original was a Norse like greeting, and it was "Wo hallo Odin."
Yeah.
So you're saying I praise Odin, or hallowed be Odin.
Well, and
the consonant shift over time like changed it.
Yeah, hail is also from where we get the Germanic word, as in HALE, like hail and healthy. It means you're holistically healthy, and it is of course from where we derive the German greeting Heil, as in hail, as in I'm hailing you down. Yeah. So that's where we get Heil Hitler. So everyone, this is when you're saying hello, you're saying exactly what the Germans were saying when they were saying Heil Hitler, only you're not incorporating a man's name into the greeting. So you're all hailing. Exactly. Yeah, whether you realize it or not. So come on.
Right. Yeah, so that's what you're saying when you say hello. Hello is just, hallowed be Odin.
Yes.
Or, like, hallowed be like God.
Yes. Yes. Hail victory.
But a lot of those...
Yes.
What was that?
Hail victory. Yes, Heil.
Hail victory.
Well, actually, that would be Sieg Heil. Sieg Heil would mean hail victory, but yes, you're saying hail. Yes, but I'm sorry, go on.
Right. And even it's interesting because it's the same in German almost. You have like Montag. In German, Tuesday is like Dienstag, which means like working day. But the similarities are after that are like... Thursday is called Donnerstag, which is Thunder's Day, which Donner was also the god of thunder, which is also Thor.
Yes, that's how Thor's Day became Thursday, but it was originally Donnerstag in the German, which was Donner is Thor in the Germanic. Yes, the daughter of Earth. I mean, the son of Mother Earth. He's the son of Mother Earth, the Germanic Titanus aired from which our planet is named after. So, go on. I'm sorry.
Right. No, that was very good. And like that's it. And yeah, even Saturn had his day, Saturn's day, like Derek was saying. And it's like, so all of this has to be taken into account and understand that, like, I think there's more in common with the world cultures than there are differences. It's just like that whole Tower of Babel thing, something happened along the line where humans lost the ability to, communicate with each other, and it became fragmented. But a lot of these cultures and mythologies actually have a commonality to it. They actually have to, a lot of the real stuff has to do with higher and divine, and, which is why I don't really like using the term Vedic, but it's really the only way to explain it. All these things have a tie into that, like, Vedic undercurrent. I use the term Vedic because they had the most, India's had a pulse on it this whole time. And of course it's fallen into like the Kali Yuga, but they've always had a pulse on that, and that's why even Alexander the Great was trying to go there.
Yes.
And he actually ended up dying there. He realized that there was one of the gods actually lived on the Himalayas, as most of those cultures out there believe.
Yes, it's so important. Yeah. I mean, had Alexander the Great lived to a ripe old age as we understand it today, our world would may not have needed the salvation of the Christ that we were in such dire need of, because he had converted to Buddhism and was determined to make that the state religion of a new nation that would span both East and West. He held the largest marriage in all of history, in which he married his entire army, each one of them, to an Asian woman. So all of these white men from Europe each took on a Persian or Aryan bride or Asian bride, and this was the marriage of East and West that he presided over personally. A man like that is above and beyond history. It wasn't done till Christ we would ever see him.
He almost was ahead of his time,
He was ahead of his millennium. Yes, he was ahead of
exactly.
the arc of history. Yes, go on.
And even seeing despite him, dying in Afghanistan, you could see the culture that sprouted up there.
Yes.
If you look into the history of Buddhism, which I had to do for a class before, it's during that time you have the Gandhar. It's called the Gandhar culture, and they blended the Roman gods with the Buddhism, and you could see that manifestation. And I think that was one of the most beautiful, at least aesthetically beautiful periods in Buddhist art, because it brought in the Western ideals of beauty, but it kept in the Buddhist. It's almost as if if he continued living, it would have blended almost perfectly. He had that picture in his mind so much of it's how perfect it could blend, that I think it would have worked out for the better, like you're saying.
Thank you.
There's something about the way his philosophy and how the people around him thought about it, that it was able to blend very well. And it's if you look into it's called the Gandhar period, I think, of Buddhism, and I'm trying to remember the other name. They call it the Hellenistic artwork, or post-Hellenistic, but it started during the time of Alexander, and then the Buddha went from iconography wise, he went from a standing Buddha, and then he started moving more towards the seated Buddha with almost Roman god-esque kind of shape, and then he became the Buddha. Originally Buddha was actually not idolized, if you can believe that. Originally there was no statue of Buddha in the earliest forms of the religion. There was no, if they did make a picture of Buddha, he would have no face, similar to the Islamic art. He was actually only shown really by his feet. If you saw footprints, that would mean that the Buddha was there, in that photo. So over time, they brought in those connections with, the Western mind needed the actual sitting Buddha, and they blended it with the Western art forms.
Thank you.
And so,
thank you.
Yeah,
as
that's what
fact,
Alexander was trying to do.
Wherever Buddha walked, the imprint of his feet would leave the mark of the swastika. And this is what a female guru recently had swastikas tattooed to her feet, and then she got sued by a bunch of Jewish interest groups. It's beyond preposterous. This is a form of legal terrorism. Yeah, this is a form of legal terrorism. So it's so please go on with what you.
I always thought about that, getting a Buddhistic tattoo, but it just would get interpreted so many ways.
Would get
you probably
interpreted
couldn't
one way, and in the most negative way possible. But yes, go on.
Exactly. You couldn't go to a public pool or something. It would just be ridiculous.
Yes.
Outside of Asia, though, I'm saying outside of Asia. If I were to be permanently living in Asia, I'd probably do it.
Yes.
Because they'd understand that it's not just some crazy swastika guy.
Yes.
And I've seen people with actual white supremacist swastika tattoos. I've had to literally live with these people against my will. So it's I understand why that's not liked, but at the same time, it's.
In all fairness, you have
it
to
shouldn't
remember.
Be like.
Yeah, in all fairness, you have to remember that not every story of somebody with a swastika tattoo is necessarily that of some asshole. It's there's plenty of stories
Right, no.
behind some of these where you will simply have someone who wound up in jail and had to join the Aryan Brotherhood,
Right.
or you'll see somebody.
Yeah, that's what happened to him. He was basically he was like, he had some Mexican blood, but he had like blue eyes.
Yeah.
So he had to go with
one or the other. You don't have a choice. You're either going to be with one gang or the other.
He had to pick.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah. And you might ask, well, why did he pick them? I mean, you can't understand unless you're there. I mean,
exactly. Unless you're in that situation, I mean, like, you can't really, and the poor bastard, like, he when he was 16, he accidentally shot someone's like AK, and it hit someone in his family.
Oh.
And so, and he even acknowledged to me that like he should have never really gone to prison, but it's like he fucked up that one time, and it's like it basically ruined his life, like you're saying, and it's he didn't want it to go in that direction, obviously.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my God. I mean,
sucks, but
yeah. So
that's just how it happened.
What do you think happened to him? What do you think ultimately happened to him?
Well, he got out after like 30 years, but he was never the same.
Oh shit! 30.
Like I saw him after he got out, and like he was never the same. It's like he had no choice but to continue like criminality because like he couldn't get a real job. It's just like he was just stuck in that world, and he acknowledged it. He knew that, and it's just like,
Oh, that's so.
But he also acknowledged that he could have been, he could have went to college and stuff. Like, he was always supportive of me going to school, but like, well, for what that's worth. But it's like,
Well, he had native intelligence, in other words, and that was so wasted. I mean, this is so horrible. Right. We live in such an unjust world. This is why Buddha.
Yes, our whole world is like.
Thank you.
Topsy turvy. Yeah.
Yes, this is why Buddha was saying what he was saying, and so now Selena Khan reminds us that Buddha is a title, not a person. That Buddha means to awaken, and so she's so kind.
The Bud is like the Bud consciousness means clear consciousness or discernment. Like he has pure discernment, so he becomes like the Bud. Yeah.
And that's wonderful.
His original name is, of course, like Siddhartha.
Right. Siddhartha.
Yeah.
And please, it's 10 minutes after 7, but we value every moment you can stay with us, and I'm going to ask Derek to come on for a little bit once you're gone. But do say hello to all your friends when you do see them. And what is it you were planning on doing with them tonight? Knocking off a gas station, or? I mean, if I were in your situation, I'd be seriously considering it.
I would never do such a thing, not just because there's a cop behind me, but I would never, ever rob a gas station. But
don't tell us it's because you love fossil fuels. No, it's not because you have some.
No, not at all. It's just a situation like I wouldn't do that unless it was like that. What we were talking about before, when it's like if I need a place to stay and there's like no other choice. But I heard from my friend who's in the Navy, and it's like you might as well do that.
Yes, thank you.
They have him on coronavirus lockdown, and he can't even leave his room.
Shit.
Poor bastard.
Yeah.
And he's like calling me. He's asking me like, "What are you looking at right now?" Like, because he knows I'm outside. And he's like, "What's I remember those good old days of being outside and shit."
Oh shit. Oh, that poor son.
So I was like, "Hey, are they gonna let you out?" Like, and he was like, they moved us to this new room, or these new barracks, and the old barrack had an exit date on the wall, right? Like there's a paper that says you can leave after this. Right. And he said the new barracks they put him in, they don't even have the exit date. It's just like the day they're supposed to be there, and then there's no exit date. And I was like, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he got for joining.
So if I get really desperate, I might as well just do the Coast Guard. I heard the Coast Guard's chill.
There you go. There you go. But honestly, did I not warn him?
Right.
Thank you.
Right. No, he agrees. He agrees now, but it's like there's nothing he can do for the most part.
Yes. And so,
but they basically are saying he's going to get a good job. So.
Yeah, and we all know that's a lie. You don't get out of the military.
They always say that shit, huh?
Yeah, it's all shit. You don't get out of the military and get a good job. I mean, who the fuck wants to hire you when, like...
Or they were going to give him a good job in the service, like he was like a fire controlman or something.
Oh, okay.
And they were talking it up.
Yeah. And then whatever they got him doing now...
I also asked him, and...
Yeah, go on.
I asked him about the recruiters. I was like, do the recruiters get a bonus for signing people up?
Of course.
And he's like, he's like, yeah, probably, because they're all driving nice cars and shit. And I was like, have you met anyone in there that got screwed over? And he said his bunkmate, he was talking to his bunkmate or whatever, and he was saying everything the recruiter told him was a lie. And
dude, when you asked him,
he was pissed off.
Why? Oh God! I mean, look. When you asked him, is there anyone you know who got screwed over? He should have said he gave you the wrong answer. His bunkmate. He should have said everyone who's in the fucking service got screwed.
Everyone.
Over.
Yeah. Well, he was saying some people he was saying almost like some people they wanted that to happen, or like they were cool with that kind of condition. You know. There were certain people that were just okay with it.
Recruiters are like used car salesmen.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Yeah,
right. And see, and when you get into the military, that's not the last time you deal with the recruiter.
Yeah.
Because I was in infantry, and then I had a recruiter from security force come and ask me what I think about embassy duty. He said, "So, what do you think about embassy duty?" And I said, "Oh, I'd love that." He goes, "Well, we're looking for somebody in security force." That's the equivalent of me coming up saying, "What do you think about the new 2020 Lamborghini?" And you say, "Oh, I love it." And I said, "Well, here, sign right here, and I got a '71 Pinto with your name on it."
Holy shit! Holy shit! That's
right. That's fucked up.
Fucked. That is. I get angry just hearing that, and they. Oh, I can't even. Just keep going. Oh my God. So
wow, that's wild. So and they get a bonus for that, I guess. You know, that's wild.
Yeah.
He was saying that some people get $40,000 bonuses for doing whatever. It's just how do you do that? What do you got to do in the military to get that?
I mean, tell us, Derek, because I wasn't even in long enough to even find out something like that. I mean, that sounds like pie in the sky shit. Right,
that doesn't sound likely, but.
Thank you. So.
Oh yeah. I went to school of infantry after boot camp and MCT and everything. So then I went to the school of infantry as an 0311, and then before graduating, we had some security force people come by, and they were asking us what do you think of embassy duty? You ever think of doing something like that? And I said, oh yeah, I'd love to do embassy duty. Yeah, you're good and looking and fit and everything. We got, so I said, so I'm going to be going to embassy duty, right? Washington, D.C. They said, oh, it's going to be almost just like it. It's called security force. So I signed up for security force.
No, tell me this. Don't tell you went for it.
Is that like an MP? Is that an MP
job?
No,
it's a step below MP. It's in the 08 field, but it's a step below MP.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Okay. I was at the gates. We had the Navy gates at the time. And whenever the president came to our base, when I was stationed in Puerto Rico, Roosevelt Roads, we got snatched off of our liberty, and we had to guard the plane, whatever plane he came in. Or we had to guard the AWACS planes whenever they came in to the base. Wow. So, it was awful. We had to walk 13 miles in the fence line. We had this area called Little Vietnam. One time I took off my camis back when I got back to the barracks, and an 8-foot-long centipede was just resting on my body the whole time, and I didn't even know it.
Oh!
Whoa.
Oh! Holy fuck.
That's nuts.
Oh my God. Oh, that's awful. Yes, thank you for,
Right, yeah, that's, oh my God. But yeah, so it's if I'm ever that desperate, I'll flip a coin, military or prison.
Yeah. You take my word for it. Go for the fucking prison. Go for the prison. I mean, honestly. Yeah, trust me on that. Yeah, I mean, you know
what's funny about that is I know someone that got out of, he literally got out of serving a 10-year, he has a better job than anyone I know right now.
Yeah.
He got his stimulus check. He has like 3 free phones from the government.
Holy
like,
shit.
He's pretty chilling.
Yeah.
So it's like,
man. He did the right
statistically,
thing.
being a convict seems to work out. Shit.
Yeah, there you go.
Unfortunately.
It's the way to go. Yeah,
Right.
I mean... Yeah.
They help you get a job and shit. Like, what's that?
Yeah.
And he's already off parole. Shit, 10 years. That's it.
Right. And Derek, help us out here. There was a time when I know that there was a preferred hiring. There was a hiring preference for veterans in the trucking industry, and then there was a lot of training of people in prison to go into trucking. And then a lot of guys who used to be in prison were going into trucking, and then it became more effective or efficient to hire them instead of guys coming out of the military. And so that was what I was hearing. So is that all bullshit? Because I was hearing it from somebody who was working.
I haven't heard anything like that. Plus, now in order to get your hazardous materials, you go to such a rigorous background check every time I renew my license.
Right.
Oh, it's a hassle. You know, plus with me being born in Germany, that makes it even worse. Because it's usually like 90 days, but I got to get a fingerprint and background every time I renew my license just so I can keep my hazards. It's expensive too. When we thought it was a one-time thing, the companies were paying for it. But then when people had to start renewing your license, you know, because those same companies were like, renew your own license. You know how much it costs. And then if you have to get a TWIC card, you gotta pay double just to get the exact same check at the same place. You know, but you gotta, if you want to work on any docks in America.
Wow.
Right.
TWIC card.
Thank you for sharing that. But then again, you're working with hazardous materials, which is a national security issue. So that's different from, say, some average truck driver doing some like milk run in some comparatively local kind of area. Maybe that's where all these kind of prison guys are winding up in, and they're not doing these long cross-country runs. Maybe. What was the name?
I've noticed that they usually do like not all of them, but some of them will do like the trash service, like utility.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
Well,
you can do your the trash in order to work for like waste management and all that. Yeah, you have to have CDL, Allied Waste. Just to drive, a straight truck. So you can get your Class B CDL for that.
Oh, really? So it's a whole different world for those.
Right. Though most of the time, these waste disposal kind of organizations who work for cities and they deal with ecology and the like, these are usually mafias. They're usually blue-collar mafias that tend to dominate, all-in family and shit. And every once in a while they might hire a few blacks so they don't look like they're all incestuous or something. It's... of course, in some areas like Detroit, then they become black-dominated because those are the families that are running the show there. But there you have that. That was my stereotype that I gleaned. I know a bit about the ecology here in the Bay Area, so I can speak a little bit to that. But definitely, really appreciate both of you gentlemen. Brendan, of course, you're welcome to leave when you feel the need to. Derek will kind of come in and speak for a little bit, and then I'll kind of just take over with my monologue, and that'll, and I'll be here the rest of the night till tomorrow. Basically till a few hours before they do the food delivery. That way I can bring it in before somebody fucking comes and steals it. What I might do is I'll take a short break and have Derek speak when you decide you have to go, because I have to go pick up the Coke, because I get the feeling somebody might have taken it already. I heard some noises outside. But if they've taken it, my loss. It's no big deal. It's just Coca-Cola as opposed to the stuff I do in lines, which is what keeps me up throughout the night. And somebody made a comment of that in the comment room, which I welcomed, because it was, I've spoken of drug use before, and they're right. That's the other payment that I get aside from sex and blood is drugs, and I get to take the drugs home. So there you have that. Another comment somebody left several days ago that I actually deleted because I just didn't feel. The problem is, I would like to leave it up there to show people just how stupid some of these people are and how they expose themselves. But somebody left a comment saying, "Oh wow, you look like the kind of guy who could take it really deep. I bet dicks go up your asshole without even causing any fart sounds. Yeah, and I was like thinking, wow, somebody like you has really given this a lot of thought. Like, this is like a lot of intellectual energy you have put into that visualization. It shows so much about himself that he would say something like that. I'm really tempted to leave something like that up there, but the problem is if you do, people take that as like an acquiescence, oh, that must mean that somehow he approves of it. It's like, of course, it's not something that there's just no right way you can leave that up there and have people understand. So and there's no point in getting in a flame war with an idiot like that. So I just deleted it. But honestly, something like that, I really wish I could like put things like that in a special book or something to just put on display for the public so they can see the kind of idiots that are out there and how they expose themselves. But so, Brendan,
that's just constant.
Yes, and everybody is concerned about you. We are worried about your health if you're able to maintain it with what little food you eat. I mean,
currently I'm like pretty much in a good spot now. You know, I have enough funds to like look for a job and stuff. And
don't tell people. I haven't don't tell people that. I mean, we've just given out your PayPal account. Okay, use some savvy and say, "Oh man, I need some help, man. Yeah, I don't have enough food, and I'm weak. Yes. In a week, okay,
it's not a time to be modest. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty fucked, but
there.
Basically, in less than 10 days, like all my bills are due again, and then it's over. It's game over.
Thank you
for Brendan.
There. Yes.
But I wanted to end off like just saying this part. It's called Embracing the Divine, and it's another part of like the Song of Divine. He's saying fearlessness, purity of heart, perseverance in acquiring wisdom and practicing the right thing, charity in any sense, subjugation of the senses. This is a religious text, so they have to throw that in there. Studying the scriptures, self-discipline, straightforwardness. These are all the all favorable ways or favorable modes of serving divine. Truthfulness, freedom from wrath, renunciation, non-slanderousness, compassion for all, modesty, lack of restlessness, radiance of character, patience, cleanness, absence of conceit. These are the qualities of the wealth of a divinely inclined person. And the list, is here. Fearlessness, purity of heart, steadfastness, etc. Self-discipline.
Yeah, I fail on
and all of it.
Yeah, go on.
Right. Oh, it's not for everybody. No, I'm just kidding. But it's like, yeah. And then this is just here, the different. These are all being translated from Sanskrit, but what they're saying is, truth is satya. It's the foundation stone of the universe. And as the Mahabharata says, which is where this book comes from, it's saying the worlds are built upon truth. Men and civilization stand or fall according to their attitude toward truth. And so, that's the point. Other than that, of course, there's shanti or peacefulness. You have right speech, and to put it simply, you have like the Buddha. He, Gautama Buddha, he was an incarnation of mercy. It is told even he offered his own life to save a goat that was readied for sacrifice. And basically the king that was doing that, he learned by example and became, a Buddhist practitioner.
Okay. So yeah. By the way, this is a opportune moment to present to people who love animals just how important this was. This was a sacred goat that was raised. Yes. It's not like a normal goat. It's just like a majestic animal. And this was being prepared for sacrifice, and he offered his own life in its stead, which made the other king enter a moment of enlightenment, in which he realized that there was another way, that it didn't have to be like this. So, thank you for that example. And that's the note you want to leave off on, is how we can attain the higher and the divine and bear that in mind, right? That's the positive you want us to see.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay.
And, yes, exactly. It's like, there is no other way, if wants to like evolve and go further, and and all of that, and just like, and then quickly from like taking care of the body. Of course, the body's a temple. That's also part of it, but taking care of the mind is utmost, and like I think we've said it all, with that. And well, I just wanted to say something else before I went. Like I created this this like basically it's an anti-hexing satchel, and what made it so powerful is like one of my friends who I don't think he did this intentionally, but he just gave me some stuff like as a gift, like some rocks and stones, and some of the stuff he gave me, it was actually like a Hamza, which is like the hand that breaks the evil eye, right?
Yes.
And so from like the hand of Fatima, they also call it. And so it was interesting, that after I got hexed, like my friend actually gave that to me, and I think just the spirit of just giving something like that, like as a friendship kind of token, like it becomes like an extremely powerful talisman to like break the evil eye. So whatever curse that was thrown at me, which has become more and more apparent, because like I was walking the other day and like this one lady's dog like basically like went crazy like while I was walking away from it, and and I usually don't, like, animals usually don't like perceive me as negative, so that kind of told me that there was some kind of negative energy vortex around me.
Yeah.
So that, to me, that proved that I was hexed,
Yeah.
For an animal to just like go nuts for no reason, like right next to me.
Yeah. I believe
that doesn't happen normally. Yeah.
No, I believe that's a sure sign. Basically, a dog was responding to you like you were one of the fucking Terminators inside of the flesh suit that had come back through.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's because it could sense what Nicole Frolick, let us name her, because this is how you banish the evil, is you name it. Naming the evil is part of the banishment.
The Dark Witch Nicole Frolick that cursed me is... Yeah. I'm just saying, like, that it was a weak, that was a weak eminence, and like it's already been broken by my friend just giving me that Hamza. So it's like, yeah,
and that's fabulous, and so glad that's working out, and well, we love you. I love you like a son, and we'll be
much love.
And do explain to people about Sarah Shields was very confused about the videos on private, that she said that there was blank spaces and they had no sound, and she's talking about the 4 videos. Did you delete those finally? I hope. Or
I waited for them to like finish uploading. I deleted all 3 that were those test ones. Yeah, so it's no longer there.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so let people know we were running a test, and give them an idea of what the hell was going on. So
like those 3 videos were just me and Douglas figuring out the microphone, and I think it's actually working better than it was before. Like it's crystal clear. It's nice.
Only thanks to you.
I'm glad we got that got that fixed.
Yeah, and so definitely. God bless you, and love you dearly.
Much love, many blessings to you, Derek, Lena, and yourself, and I will talk to everyone soon.
All right, see you, Brendan.
Yep. Okay. Good night.
Good night. See you Sunday.
I hope I make it out of here, because this cop has been like, he's like just been watching me this whole time. So.
Holy shit! Well, what? Yes. Everybody pray for Brendan Zoget that he gets past.
Well, I'm not doing anything wrong for starters.
Yes.
So
yes. If anything, I'm wondering what the fuck is the cop is doing there, wasting all that time looking at you. I mean, aren't there like
I think he just parked behind me, but there was like he was dealing with some other people. So
I see.
I don't.
Hopefully. But everyone...
I hope that's what's happening.
Yes, everyone maintain Brendan in your thoughts and prayers anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, good night, everyone. I'm going to shut the Skype call because my phone's like overheating.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Right.
And
much love.
Much love. And our man Derek will be taking over for several minutes, and love you dearly too, Derek, and make certain everybody is caught up on the situation around you, and even go to the point of speaking about whatever you want. But I always think about, it would be interesting to hear more about the city that you're in. I mean, forgive me, I keep forgetting you're in Detroit, right? No, where are you again?
Who, me? I'm in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Murfreesboro, Tennessee. That's it. Sorry, I was thinking of somebody else. You get, there's so many people I deal with, and I mix up where they're at. I know you're on Central Time, so that's right, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. So I'm not quite sure if there's much going on there.
Yeah, Detroit's in Eastern. Because when I lived in Chicago, I was in the very other end. I was at the very end of the Central Time Zone, because once you get over to like LaPorte, Indiana, that's like the beginning of the beginning of the Eastern Time Zone. Yes. As a matter of fact, if you drive down I-65, you're constantly zigzagging out between Eastern and Central and Eastern and Central. So, because right now, if I go straight up I-65, once I get to Louisville, I'll be in Eastern Time Zone. But it's like directly north of us.
Yes. As a truck driver, you're so aware of these things, and you have to be. What happens to your clock at that time? Is it like on some kind of a bandwidth that changes the time for you, or what? Is it just, you just have to...
Yeah, on my phone, yeah. The Samsung actually will do a split, and it'll say home time 21:34, and another split will say current time 22:34.
Okay, fascinating. Fascinating. Well, let me see if I can rescue that Coke from any potential looters, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes. Can you handle that?
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Go get that Coke. And, hey, Proverbs chapter 6, starting from verse 30, it says, "Men, do not despise a thief if he steal to satisfy his soul when he is hungry. But if he be found, he shall restore sevenfold. He shall give all the substance of his house. But whosoever committeth adultery with the woman lacketh understanding. He that doeth it destroys his own soul." So whoever stole your food, they stole it because they were hungry. And if they were to be found, then they owe you all that food times 7. But if he said, it says not to despise them because they stole it because they were hungry. But if he steals your woman, then he lacks understanding and destroys his own soul.
Well, there you go. And, thanks so much for that. Love you dearly. And I'll be speaking with you again in about 10 or 15 minutes, okay? Thank you.
All right. I got it from here. All right. I noticed one thing in the news today. It says in Toledo, 911 lines are flooded with people reporting others for not social distancing. And this comes from Summit News. Police in Toledo, Ohio were forced to give people a different number to report citizens who were not social distancing after 911 lines were flooded with calls. If you have a concern about people not social distancing at bars and restaurants, please call the Lucas County Health Department at 419-213-4161, extension 4, states a tweet from the Toledo Police Department. The department had to clarify that the advice was given because too many people were trying to call 911, trying to snitch on each other. So that's bad when people are so adamant about snitching on each other that the police have to say, wait, you guys are clogging up 911. If you really want to snitch on each other, you have to call this other number here. So too many people are snitching on each other, and somebody with a fire, say, fuck that fire. These people are standing too close to each other. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? Somebody gets shot, or somebody gets in a car accident. Well, first we got to take this report about a bunch of black guys playing cards on the front yard with each other. That's more important. So they say, no, if the people are not social distancing, you have to give an extra, you have to call this other line. All right. So we don't block up 911 with calls from people who are trying to do their good citizenship duties and report others and snitch on others for standing too close to each other. So there you go. There you have it. In Toledo, they had to finally say, you know what? This is a epidemic, not the epidemic of an actual epidemic, but the epidemic of people trying so hard to snitch on each other that that they're clogging up the 911 lines, and you have to give out a whole nother phone number so people can stop snitching on each other. So, in other news, scientists made a mouse that is 4% human, and this comes from Popular Mechanics. Scientists at a university at Buffalo and the Roswell Park Cancer Institute had bred a new form of human mouse chimera with the highest incidence of human cells ever recorded. Chimeras are organisms made up of a mixture of genetically different tissues, in this case, mouse cells and human stem cells. The team published its work in the journal Science Advances. 2 weeks after the researchers injected human stem cells in the developing mouse embryos, one of the newborn mice exhibited 4% human cells, a major advance considering human and animal cells don't typically jive well. While they're still mostly just mice and a tad bit human, the breakthrough marks a step toward more advanced genetically modified embryos in the future. So here we go with more chimeras. They're playing around. They say that the United States is the wild, wild west when it comes to any kind of genetic research. There's no rules here. There's things we could do here in the United States that has been banned and outlawed in most other countries. So that's just something that's hitting the news now. So we created a mouse that's 4% human. You know, how soon till we get to 50% human? And then the methods that they use in order to do that, I guess they just shoot the cells up into the embryos and see what happens. You know, so here's the wild, wild west, the wild, wild west of genetic engineering. And in other news, Saudi pilot who killed U.S. Navy sailors on Florida base was an Al-Qaeda terrorist and spent years planning. And that comes from the American Military News. The Royal Saudi Air Force member behind the December 2019 shooting at Naval Air Station Pensacola had a significant tie to the terror group Al-Qaeda for years before conducting the deadly attack that killed 3 victims and injured 8 others. During a Monday morning press conference, Attorney General Bill Barr said Mohammed al-Samari's phones contained information previously unknown to us that definitely established al-Samari's significant ties to the Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, not only before the attack, but before he even arrived to the United States. But yet, he was able to get here into the United States. Now, that came from the American Military News. Well, there's more stuff in the news, but just to keep us busy, one thing that me and Brendan didn't get a chance to talk about was Brendan had mentioned that on my Facebook page, I posted a Camaro that was about to do a spin out. And when it did that spin out, the tire fell off. The rear driver's side tires fell off, and the Camaro went clump. It was like a 71 Camaro, 71, 72. Nice paint job, but it just went clump, you know. So it happened to me when I was in Puerto Rico. I had a 73 Monte Carlo, and I was on a base. I was on Fort Buchanan Army base, and I was trying to get away from that base and get to our base because I was just wild back in those days. And I had jumped over a median and got 4 flat tires. And with those 4 flat tires, I drove like, I don't know how many miles it was, but I drove miles with 4 flat tires. Just the car, you could just hear it go pop, 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 pop. I mean, I had tires flapping. So, you know, once I made it to the base, you know, it was Marines on the gates. So, you know, they didn't care. They said, you know, go park that piece of shit. So I went and parked my Monte Carlo. Next payday, I went and got 4 tires that fit, but these 4 tires that fit were made for a front wheel drive, not for a rear wheel drive car. But it lined it up. The bolts lined it up. So I was driving, and then more and more the car got wobbly. You could feel the car wobbling. Next thing you know, I'm coming up, I'm driving, and I'm going straight, and all of a sudden, you could just hear poof, like that. It felt nice and smooth. It was just, next thing you know, my front tire came off of my car and kept on going and hit someone from the back. So, so I had to go over to the side of the road, and the tire kept going, hit somebody in the back, and then when it hit them in the back, they must have thought they were hit by another car, because then they jumped out their car and wasn't nothing behind them except for a tire. So they just took the tire, rolled it up to the side of the toll road in between two tolls, and then went on their way. So that's a little funny story of the big adventures of me on the road trying to make it, But it's been a rough journey with this cancer that I've been dealing with, but it's finally coming to an end. It's finally getting to the time where I'm going to have to start getting back to work and making ends meet. And it's been a nice little time off I've had. I've been able to hang out with Douglas on Sundays and on Wednesdays. Although this upcoming Sunday, I got some things to do, so I may not be here this upcoming Sunday, but I really enjoy hanging out with Douglas on Sundays and on Wednesdays, hanging out with all you guys, all you people. It's relaxing. You know what I'm saying? Feels like an extended family. So that's what we got here, an extended family. So let me see what else is going on in the news to keep things flowing here. China admits to ordering labs to destroy early coronavirus samples. So let's see where this is going. It says, in a report that flew under the radar last week, China admitted that it did order laboratories to destroy samples of new coronavirus in the early stage of the outbreak. It's a charge that has been leveled against the Communist state since the beginning of the pandemic. On Friday, Chinese Health Commission's spokespersons Lu Dinfeng confirmed that Chinese government issued an order on January 3rd to dispose of coronavirus samples at unauthorized laboratories. Oh, that's where it comes from. So they had coronavirus samples at unauthorized laboratories. He denied that the destruction of the samples was part of the cover-up, insisting instead that they were destroyed to prevent risk to laboratory biological safety and prevent secondary disasters caused by unidentified pathogens. He also claimed that the labs had not been given permission to handle the samples and actually were destroyed to comply with Chinese public health laws. Okay, so that's one thing that's come out and been uncovered. Thousands evacuated as river dams break in central Michigan. Okay, rapidly rising water overtook dams and forced the evacuation of about 10,000 people in central Michigan, where the governor said that downtown could be under approximately 9 feet of water by Wednesday. Whoa, I didn't even hear about that. This is in central Michigan. Thousands evacuated as river dams break in central Michigan. And they said that the whole downtown of central Michigan could be under 9 feet of water. Wow, that's awful. Walmart hits all-time high on blowout earnings from coronavirus-linked stockpiling. So Walmart reported blowout Q1 results boosted not only by record high pickup and delivery as a result of coronavirus pandemic, but also a 74% increase in online sales. And I know my wife, she goes online and buys a lot of stuff that we can't get in the store. So as U.S. consumers scramble to stockpile products, during the pandemic lockdown. So as consumers brought up all that toilet paper and all the toilet paper that you go in the store and you can't get it in the store, they're buying it online. And some's telling me that the online orders are getting filled before they put that stuff out on the floor. But they hit an all-time high with the blowout earnings from the coronavirus-linked stockpiling. So, Cashless Society 2020, how banks mint money and what's restraining digital currency. Bill Gates, a plague and central banks have converged like a perfect storm to propel the U.S. towards becoming a cashless society, towards U.S. digital IDs, all personnel, financial institutions. The coronavirus bound these forces together, compounded them with fear to overcome inertia, and is accelerating society down a digital currency highway. So this is just another article kind of fear-mongering a little bit about how the cashless societies are taking over. Before you know it, there's going to be no more cash. Everything's going to be digital. That's usually how I shop. I hardly ever carry any cash with me. At the most, I carry like $10 with me. So, I do everything with my credit card, and now the credit cards has to have a little chip on it or whatnot. But here's another thing in the news. Bill Gates backed coronavirus testing program shut down by the FDA. The Bill Gates backed at-home coronavirus testing program has been halted by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration because it began operation without getting proper authorization, according to the New York Times. The agency noted that they do not have any specific safety concerns about the product, but said they still need to do some research to ensure that the tests were safe. So Bill Gates created a coronavirus testing program, but it got shut down by the FDA because the FDA hadn't had time to look to see if it was safe. What else in the news? Trump's secret new watch list lets its administration track Americans without needing a warrant. Okay, well, we touched on this before. They're able to look at your emails, your engine, your Google search. They're able to look at all that without a warrant. This new Transitional Organized Crime, TOC watch list, is modeled after the terrorist screening database, which was created in the wake of September 11, 2001 attacks as a single repository of terrorist subjects. Over the years, that watch list has grown to include 1.2 million people, among whom are roughly 6,000 Americans that the FBI associates with domestic terrorism. So there you go. So you got 1.2 million people who, among the nearly 6,000 Americans that the FBI associates with domestic terrorism. That's a lot. In this article, Trump's secret new watch list lets administration track Americans without needing a warrant. Well, we all knew that was coming. I mean, Obama did it, So what else do we have in the news? The Fed's chair and vice chair got rich at Carlyle Group, a private equity fund with a string of bankruptcies and job losses. Private equity funds have been variously called merchant of debt, vultures, or corporate raiders. What a private equity fund typically does is to buy up companies by piling debt on the balancing sheet, selling off valuable excess assets linked like real estate, extracting giant dividends for the private equity partners to the detriment of the workers and the customers, and then frequently letting the companies collapse into bankruptcies while laying off thousands of workers and liquidating the whole company. So the Fed's chair and vice chair got rich at Carlyle Group, one of the very groups that
There we are. Thank you. Can you hear me? That was wonderful.
Yes, I can.
Yes, that was wonderful. Please go on. Was there what lessons can we draw from this?
But just knowing who we have in charge up here in us. Yeah, that last article that I read, the article said the Fed's chair and vice chair got rich at Carlyle Group, a private equity fund with a string of bankruptcies and job losses, and it just explained what pretty much these funds do, how they're like vultures, how they'll just swoop in, buy up a whole bunch of companies, lay off a whole bunch of workers.
Yeah, it's just, of course, it's the people who lose are the American taxpayers, and that seems to be the common theme. And you know, it's you really just wonder what to do at a point like this. But thankfully, you're helping to educate people on what to look out for, and I definitely appreciate that. What were some of the other articles that you were covering while I was gone? No need to be too repetitive, but you could give it to me perhaps concisely, a summary.
Okay. Some of the stuff that I covered, China admits to ordering labs to destroy early coronavirus samples, and they had some coronavirus samples at some unauthorized labs in January, where they were ordered to destroy those samples, and these were unauthorized labs. Also, Toledo 911 lines flooded with people reporting others for not social distancing. I mean, to the point to where Toledo said, okay, we have to give you, there's so many snitches in this city that we actually have to give you a whole different phone number, so when people get shot or we have a fire or accident, it's not clogged up with people trying to report others for playing cards in the porch.
Holy shit. It's amazing. This is like what people are doing to each other, kind of turning each other in for their failings. It leaves one shaking one's head at the lesser important things in life sometimes getting so much attention. But by all means, what else is going on that you?
Yeah, we have scientists made a mouse that's 4% human, and we explained how that happened in the lab with the stem cells that they shot into the embryos. Saudi pilot who killed U.S. Navy sailors on the Florida base was Al-Qaeda terrorist and spent years planning it. We touched on that a little bit. Now here, I don't know if you heard about this, Douglas, but we have thousands evacuated as river dams break in central Michigan. So you have 10,000 people in central Michigan that had to get evacuated. And the mayor said that the downtown of the cities in some central Michigan there could be up to under 9 feet of water.
Good God. No, I had no idea. And what has anyone died at this point, or is they managed to get everyone out of the way? That's rather remarkable.
It didn't mention any deaths. This comes from the AP News, but it's just the fact that they had to evacuate 10,000 people, and the fact that there's going to be 9 feet of water downtown. Rapidly rising water overtook dams and forced the evacuation of 10,000 people in central Michigan, where the governor said one downtown could be under approximately 9 feet of water by Wednesday. For the second time in less than 24 hours, family living in the name of this town is Tittawabassee River, connected the lakes of the Midland County in order to leave home. So you got 10,000 people ordered to leave their homes in this Tittawabassee River.
Good God. I mean, that's incredible. We're certainly going through violent weather phenomenon that are directly a product of global burning. I don't use the term warming anymore. And if people think otherwise, I mean, they're out of their minds. They're truly in denial of reality. So I'm just glad that you're keeping us up to date on that. And so in terms of what you've covered, you managed to keep everything going. So let me take a look at the live chat. Matter of fact, I'm going to just make certain all the pages get renewed so that I see everything with fresh eyes. And Jay Jones is in the chat saying the entity known as Douglas Dietrich deserves some kind of medal for bravery and service to the country. God bless you. So certainly hugs to he. And he says, hi, Karen O'Connor. I found Mr. Dietrich about a week ago, and I've listened to 50 hours so far. Whoa, you're a trooper. And he says the reason I found him was researching child abuse at military bases across the country. DDD points out the American PSYOP is a plan of Michael Aquino of QAnon. Thank you. Yes, that is correct. And so he's very much got it together. He's able to definitely see what I've been conveying as a message. So that's deeply appreciated. Also appreciated is the fact that Yor Mosey and Elizabeth C. are in chat, and of course Jameson Reese, as well as Leslie O. Zalim, so wonderful people in the chat. I hope to find a chance to read some of their messages more directly. We have the individual with all the runic in his name, and he says, hi, der mein Kamerad Douglas, and so he's always speaking in the German. Though I notice he brings up a lot of the old tropes, a lot of the classic alternative, and there's nothing alternative about it. It is at this point the radicalized right is unfortunately the mainstream. Yes, hopefully he deprograms himself from all that at some point, and is doing so through his time with us. And Spartano Negative is interacting with everybody. And definitely glad that you've been interacting when you could as well with everyone. And I'm actually very impressed by your voice. Your voice did not break, and it went on, and your technology really improved. Your technology was sounding pretty crappy at the start of the show, but it really picked up its quality. Maybe because we got only you and I on the call. There's more bandwidth for you. But aside from that, how about, without giving too many details away, I'm going to take off my earbuds for a second and change to a lighter shirt, because I put on the sweatshirt when I went outside to retrieve the Coke, which I'm happy to say was still there, or at least one case was still there. There may have been more, and people may have taken what they could have carried, but one case was there. I'm going to switch back to my t-shirt, and during that period of time, maybe you could tell people how in general your family's doing without giving away too many details. Your ex-wife is doing well. She came in to feed the cats, I hope, and to change the kitty litter box.
Yeah, she's doing fine. She does hair upstairs, so she has her own little woman cave studio up there where she does hair.
Oh, that's wonderful. So she's been seeing clientele by appointment, by personal appointment. That's wonderful.
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, doing the weekdays, How did we're doing good.
Your average sink in the home is not equipped to take the person's head in the sink, which is what they do at salons. So you must have fixed the sinks. You must have had someone come in and...
Well, actually, what she does is actually, she only does one thing, and it's called sister locks. And so what it is it's really micro locks. It look like braids. From a distance, it just looks like long hair, but it's all natural hair. It's your own hair, no weaves, no artificial hair. But she helps women grow their hair back, because she has had some cancer patients that have lost their hair, and then after going through treatment, once their hair starts to grow back, she helps them get their own natural hair back to where they can stop wearing a wig.
Right. That's wonderful. Oh my God, she's such a light worker. I mean, that's really just angel work right there. And really appreciate it you share that. Share a little bit more while I change into this t-shirt. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's what she does full time now. Does hair, because she's the one with the college degree. I'm the Marine. I'm the one who went to the military straight out of high school. But she's the one with the college degree, and when she needed support to quit her job as a chemist, I told her to go ahead and do it. I said, go ahead and quit your job. And once she quit her job, she cried because she said, now I have nothing. But she worked her way back up. Even moving from the Chicago area down south, you got to start back over, because basically with what she does, you need about 90. If you get 90 clients, you're full, because then she'll get 2 clients a day, 2 to 3 a day, and then each one of them will have to come back every 6 weeks to get their hair redid. So you just, and at $100 a pop, and the installation itself can go anywhere from $500 to $1,500 just to get it, the locks installed in your hair it's your own natural hair. But then each one of those clients coming back every 6 weeks at $100 plus a pop, and you get 2 a day. That's a nice little, living there. So, I told her that, I remember telling her when it was okay to go ahead and quit her job as a chemist and start doing hair.
That's incredible. You say she had a degree in chemistry, which of course salonists have to learn a lot of chemistry, but she actually had a degree in chemistry before she entered the industry?
Biochemistry, yep. Chicago State. She started at University of Chicago, then she went to the University in Romeoville for a little bit, ended up graduating from Chicago State.
Oh my God! Why did she wind up marrying you?
That's what I was saying. She's the one with the degree. I'm the Marine, straight out of high school. You know what I'm saying? Went to the Marines. But when I met her, she was still in high school. So,
okay.
I was there to support her through college.
Right, I see. Okay, so that makes sense.
And we had our son while she was in college. So.
Okay, and but definitely, that's so incredible. And how about your son? How is he doing now? I understand that business. I'm hoping if there's anything that would justify in my heart the reopening of the economy, despite the fact that it's going to result in many more deaths. Obviously, without us doing so, people like your son are going to suffer terribly. Is he all right, or is he on the scale of Brendan in terms of being on the edge right now economically? How are things with him?
Well, economically, he's not doing too well. I mean, he's, luckily he has us to fall back on, but we need to kind of push him to get things going here, because he likes working on cars. He wants to start his own shop. So he hasn't had a car in a little while because he made some bad deals out there. Now he needs to get one put together. So he's got one in the garage right now that he's putting together. And, I guess the AutoZone thing didn't work out for him. So he didn't, he quit that so he could spend more time working on his own vehicles. Once he gets this one running, I told him it's time to get a job, and, more than a job, get a career. He's got hookups right now that he's not utilizing. I got a brother that could get him a job for $25 an hour, which he will have to travel, which he has no kids. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He doesn't have anything tying him anywhere, but he acts like he can't go anywhere. Well, if I take this job, I'll have to leave home. Well, you don't have any kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You might as well start building now, and then by the time you get ready to have kids, you'll be more established.
Right, that's right. And that's so important. I'm really glad that you have the courage to share that. It's a problem that all parents deal with, and that is, and I can understand what happened to him, because we all have projects of our own, and then we start working on these projects and we invest money in them because in our minds we say, well, we're going to complete this project, but then situations happen like a plague, and then we're unable to complete these projects, and we're left with this half-finished couple of fucking cars, on the tinder boxes out in the front yard, so to speak. Yes, that's a royal pain in the ass. I can see exactly, why you're definitely pushing him to kind of look, face up the fact that you don't have kids that are anchoring you down, and you can travel every morning, and maybe he's afraid he'll be so involved with the commute that he won't have a chance to meet any females and produce any kids, but he will at some point. It'll sneak up on him before he even wants it, I'm sure. Yes. So aside from that, though, your father's doing well. Since the last time he was with us, everything going well with that?
Oh yeah, he's doing great.
And,
yeah,
he's in a new car. Tell us about the new car.
Retirement.
Yeah. Tell us about.
that Honda, that Genesis. Well, it's a 2019 Genesis. Oh man, that thing is lovely. That's plush. You know what I'm saying? And he got a good deal on it too, because I found out that's like a $80,000 car. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He got it for half the price. He had to trade in his Chrysler 300, but this thing is way a step above the Chrysler 300. This is plush.
Wow, that's fabulous. I'm glad you had a chance to ride in it. How about driving it? Did you get a chance to be behind the wheel?
No, not yet. No, I haven't had a chance to drive it yet. But I like those those upper class cars from Japan. Like you got Toyota that makes the Lexus, you got Nissan that makes the Infiniti, and you got Honda that makes the Acura. But now Honda, I guess that's a Korean car. The Honda, they're making the Genesis. So Genesis is actually spun off into its own company now. Just the same way like Ram has spun off from Dodge, and Ram is its own car company or pickup truck company. Now, just like, Plymouth was from Dodge. So now Ram is its own company. Well, Genesis spun off to be its own company from Hyundai. So it doesn't say Hyundai anywhere on the car. It only says this.
Okay. That's amazing. And I'm glad that you have a chance to be with your parents at all and have time to experience things like that. Well, I love you dearly, beyond expression, and have yourself a wonderful night. But do stay by, and if I need you again, I'll certainly call on you. If you're awake, feel free to go to sleep, and don't feel obligated to, stay up on our account. But definitely.
I got me a little nap today, so I'll go on mute, and then when you give me a holler, I'll hear my name, and then I'll get up.
That sounds good. It sounds very good, and at any rate, what a night it's been. And in terms of Mr. Derek Talley, of course, everyone maintain him in your thoughts and prayers, because he himself has gone through a lot, and we're very lucky to have him with us. So we're certainly pleased that he's doing as well as he is, and I have every confidence that he will be presenting us with a whole and healthy, hale human being that results from the treatments he's undergoing. And these were hard treatments, and they're controversial, as chemotherapy is, and quite rightly should be, and hopefully someday we find alternatives to chemotherapy. But in his case, I really couldn't think of an alternative. And I really appreciate all of the people who tried to offer such, but that's not necessarily the way to go in so many cases. Now, one of the things I'm contending with right now is I have a non-responsive computer, and it's just now kind of coming out of the glitch zone. And this is the main computer, the PC, and eventually what I'm going to need is a brand new PC. So now I have been amassing some money throughout the coronavirus, and in that sense the virus so far has been good to me. And it's the same with Ben Estenius, my sponsor, who provides $100 a month for myself to read out his ads, which I'll be doing in Arc of Narrative tonight. And he, of course, has been rather blasé about it. He's actually quite exposed. He goes out amidst the various estates where he's finding employment in his landscape architecture. What he works with is, of course, the landscaping modification. I don't know if there's really a word for it. It's in between landscape architecture, which is actually designing maze gardens and the like, and and it's not landscape maintenance. It's not simple maintenance of whatever hedges or something that a person has. He's restructuring people's entire yards. In other words, like building pools and shit, which, of course, in a place like Arizona, was once considered to be a necessity of life, and yet there were so many people who got that it has altered the environment of Arizona itself. The very atmosphere of Arizona. There are phenomena now that occur in Arizona that never occurred before. So such as certain kinds of allergies that people can have manifest that they would never manifest before, because people have planted so many gardens. They've changed the entire naturescape of the state of Arizona. So he's been part of that phenomenon. That's how he's made his living. And coronavirus has been good to him in the sense that now you have a bunch of rich people who have nothing else to do than sit and look at their yards because they're staying home. And they decide, well, I've really been meaning to do something about that yard. So he's got nonstop business going on, but he works with, of course, this goes without saying, many illegal immigrants. It's the men in brown who get things done. There's no white guy that's going to show up for work in heat that can go up to over 100 degrees at noon and, landscape people's yards, alter the landscape. It's white people, white guys just don't do that. And they collapse very quickly when they do. So he's there with the men in brown, as he calls them, and they're what keep his business functioning. By the way, it is a Wednesday night. We're heading towards midnight on the Atlantic seaboard. We're heading into Thursday morning. And so we're definitely got a good number of people who are watching. Not as much as on a Sunday night, but enough that are out there where I'm satisfied. And I will do my best to do you all justice. However, at the moment, just kind of doing some final searches on the net to basically provide myself, something to analyze. And I want, of course, to do justice to these various subjects that demand analysis. There's a lot going on in the world, and I'm not quite sure tonight's narrative is going to be very current events oriented in the classical sense. It's going to be more geared towards a kind of a... I'm actually going to be talking about a number of films, two in particular, because they come up in the narrative of what people understand of the world around them. Most of us understand our world through film. That's why film is so powerful, and that's why you had Brendan Zogit referencing that guru who was talking about film as a kind of allegory of reality itself, a kind of reality of the matrix, if you will, the reality that we create for ourselves based on our understanding of reality through projection of images. And that is not that I'm advocating the concept that we live in a hologram or that we live in a matrix. Far from it. That's absurd. Rather, that films are a matrix of themselves through which we filter reality. Much of what we see in film changes how we see reality itself. So definitely I need to express to you the importance of film analysis. And so I'll be going into a few films tonight, particularly Fight Club and The Joker, that have so much to do with male violence as expressed by media, and therefore as emulated by your average angry, white, trash, piece of shit male that has been tearing up so much of our world, causing so much grief and suffering for all of us, and all of which has to stop. Now, there's plenty of other asshole males all over the rest of the world as well, and they need to be contended with as well. We need to do better than we're doing now. And so when I bring Lena Shay on, and she expresses herself in a manner that may seem somewhat out of context, my job is to put that into context so that you understand what she's expressing, oftentimes emotively, because she doesn't necessarily have the background that I do to put it in forms of, how would I say it? I would say there is an art to telling a story. And as Peter Moon has mentioned before, when he took up writing, was that the way they used to elect leaders or choose their leaders in the tribal days of Le Crunier, the correct name for the Celtic peoples, the real name. And in those days, the leaders were oftentimes the best storytellers. Now, many of you are going to say, well, that makes sense because, Irish people and Scots and Welsh, I mean, these are all people who are famous for kissing the Blarney Stone, for being able to charm you. So that's what their leadership is about, is who's best able to turn on the charm. It's not really what they meant. And the way Peter Moon would understand it and explain it unto others is that really what is going on is that the leader is able to put all current events into a narrative. And that gives the current events historical context and imbues them with meaning. So whoever can give your world meaning is the person who is your best leader. And that is what I do. So in the classical Crunian sense, or what you would call Celtic, that is what makes myself the natural leader. Because I can put everything that's happening into context. One tool to do that is through allegory. And allegory is presented through cinema in our time. And will be for quite some time into the future. Only we may experience the cinema differently. Maybe at some point in the near future we'll experience it holographically, as Peter Moon is very, I wouldn't say obsessed with, he's very fascinated with. And as a matter of fact, the third book in our trilogy, if, cross ourselves and knock on wood, we get to that point, all of that is going to be based upon the transhumanism, the artilectual or artificial intellectual phenomena, and many other things that, such as the biofac simulacra, which Peter Moon is very fascinated with and feels is very important to make people aware of. Now, I've just gotten a tag from Shauna Bandow. I'll take a look at it later. And it's, okay, that's interesting. Not quite sure what to make of that. That kind of comes out of nowhere. But let me go back to the chat room before I launch into solicitation, which maybe I should do now and then get the prayer requests and everything else out of the way. But I see the numbers are going up even higher than they were before. Karen O'Connor says, I'd never kiss that stone. People do kiss that stone. I'm from Ireland there. All old people that go to that place, like Knock, also where Mary appeared, or the statue cried tears of blood. I think that's how. And Karen O'Connor says, little I know about it. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate you sharing that. And so Jim Davis is saying, no, Mr. D, we spoke a few years ago. TV. Wonderful. Okay, Jay Jones, Jim Davis. Jim Davis, of course, is a familiar name, and I do believe he's the man who runs the Red Pill, which is he was one of the first Facebook timelines that had that name. Before, of course, everybody took up the Red Pill name. Of course, that being a play on the film The Matrix, which, of course, films bring us great allegory. And so there we are. Hello to Jim Davis. Thanks for him being in the chat. And, oh, yes, we'll see what we can do about this. The wonderful Miguel Andar has a file that I make no promises, but I'll talk to him about it. That that contains the text for the Quantum of Voodoo, and I may, if we're able to, we'll have to figure out how to do this. We'll talk with Lena Shay about the potential. We may not be able to do this, but we'll talk about the potential of maybe somehow getting a copy of that into the hands of Jameson Reese and Selena Khan. The problem is when you're dealing with a file that large, is transferal of the file. It's very difficult. I don't think a lot of people transfer files like that easily. In about half a decade ago by now, I remember we could not, without going to various bizarre services that you had to pay for that would take up that amount of information and transfer it to somebody else, and then you have to have a reception at the end. Somebody at the other end has to have the memory, the information space in which to store whatever's incoming with that amount of data, or that could simply clog up an entire computer or shut down a system or something like that. Crash a site. So, but anyhow, we'll discuss this. No promises. But the fact that he has that book on file is astonishing to me, and deeply appreciated. So with that, of course, let's turn over a bit to one final look I'm going to take over at the sites, the various timelines, see if there's anything else new coming in. Shout out to Justin White, who put a like on the birthday card I did for Salman Sheikh, who hasn't seen it yet because he's not too busy partying, which is more than understandable. And so, with that, let's understand that everything I do to get to this point where I'm able to monologue to you for hours, just getting to this point is a struggle, and my struggle, mein Kampf, be thy known. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Threx, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. And of course, friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, anigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. You might wonder how I just made the logic leap there. That's because I would have been annihilated as a virtual presence in cyberspace had it not been for John Warrington. He was an individual who served as the bridge between the Akashic records, or the sum of all knowledge, and the material world. And he's done this through a nigh magical intuition, in which he's been able to assess what was needed to store the overwhelming majority of all that I've ever produced and had published online. Without him, much of what's been done in my life would not be available to you, or even to myself. It was he who stored everything that he could, everywhere I went, of his own volition, of his own initiative, and therefore is, in a sense, when it comes to my presence online, my creator. And so with that, you too can do your part to fight against the scrubbing of us all from the matrix that is our reality. Even if it be considered Maya or illusion in the Buddhistic sense, which leads us directly back into that film. it is still the reality we work with. Albeit, magic can help rewrite the codes, as if it were a wham or a ride-along memory, and change that reality for the betterment of oneself. Most people do not have the skill or the training to really work with that level of programming. John Warrington does, and he does so intentionally, in the occult sense. And other people are mastering those arts, like Jameson Reese, and people who do so respectively are to be respected for that. And in the meantime, I'm hoping you can provide the respect for myself that I deserve for what I have done. And that has nothing to do with hubris or arrogance. It's simply that that's the only way I can get the recognition that will ultimately help us all, put an end to many evils, and help humanity evolve. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while you're there a footnote on mine bio, sire, which be writ on the homepage of showsdd.com, so people can find out the meaning of my biological father's name. Let it be known to all and sundry that Douglas Dietrich, the scion of Adolf Hitler, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And, if at all possible, electronically relay the contributions at douglasdietrich.com and encourage others to do so. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maso Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year my own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon it. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which is spelled T-A-B-O, space B-R-O-S space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3, Ov Damaj, or DAMAG, acronyms for Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and the YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich son of Dietrichs are son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel Tavush Maliak be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jew D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/Douglas, /c/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night, and click that notification bell at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. And as well, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, we have a massed prayer request. Miranda Hewins, I believe that would be her last name, must be maintained in thought and prayer. She was hospitalized and hopefully will recover through the challenges that she will face after this hospitalization. She is the daughter of Deborah Starborn Hewins, who is a wonderful human being who's been a fan and follower of mine for many years. It followed me all the way from when I was banned off Facebook to the SARAH AOI timeline that was gifted to myself for use after that happened. And of course, people who don't know about this, I was banned off of YouTube after the mosque massacres in New Zealand for preaching terrorism and violence. Of course, these were misreports, and they were filed in all defiance of reality, and therefore the enemy felt that they had accomplished a fabulous victory in suppression. As a matter of fact, it was Peter Moon who made the analysis himself that what had happened was they simply were using all of the other men that they banned from Facebook, the has-beens and never-weres, people like Alex Jones and Louis Farrakhan. These are older men who have all burned themselves out. They flamed as falling stars. The only person that had a potential for doing anything that would lead to social change on Facebook among those that got banned permanently therefrom was myself. So this was an excuse, a cover for scrubbing me from Facebook. And therefore, it's been a guerrilla war I've been waging on the timeline provided myself by the most famous actress in Japan, who is so because she's an adult entertainer, SARAH. And with that, of course, I'm able to meet different people who are still following myself, even from the time of my banishment from that particular venue. Deborah Starborn-Hewins is one of them. And aside from herself, aside from her daughter, we must maintain her in thought and prayer, because she's had something manifest medically that is literally inexplicable. The doctors don't know what to make of it. I'm not going to go into any detail, but do maintain her in thought and prayer that she survives and that she do well, that she prosper. This is not necessarily anything lethal, but it is disconcerting. It is disturbing. And as well, both her parents, who I believe I can say this, there's really no surprise here or nothing that needs to be hidden. Her mother's going in for a COVID-19 test, and if she has tested positive today, that would mean her father has it as well. So everyone do maintain her entire family in thought and prayer. The family of the Hewinses, spelled Hewins, Deborah Starborn-Hewins herself, may her health be well. May Miranda Hewins recover and just have a positive future. And may both the parents of Deborah Starborn-Hewins, the grandparents of Miranda, be well and stay among us. And a blessed solar return. A happy birthday, in the vernacular, the colloquial that is, to Salman Sheikh, wonderful Muslim brother in battle. And praise Allah that he be among us, and may he be so at the forefront of our front lines forevermore. And shout outs as well to Walter Hunter, who sent me $50 Canadian, which equals about $34 United States. And he is someone who also sent myself a letter. I'm going to take a risk here. And, I'll open his article. He sent me an article that is a clipped newspaper article, which provides almost tears to my eyes because, of course, this is like how we used to do it back in the old days. Maintain newspaper files and clippings thereof. So, breeders section of some Canadian newspaper, because, there's Canadian cowboys. Just like there are, American cowboys, there's also Hawaiian cowboys, in case you didn't know. Well, you might say, well, they're American. No. They're occupied by the United States. They were forced into statehood against their will. They're an occupied Polynesian kingdom. So there's Polynesian cowboys. There are these Canadian cowboys. And so Castor Pig Farmer is desperate for sales amid the pandemic. He's bringing this up, of course, because I spoke of the African swine fever. And so we've got this wild boar-crossed domestic pigs of the Chad Weber farm, who will soon be without feed thanks to complications from COVID-19. Now, a lot of this has to do with, of course, the trade war started by Donald Trump, and in which we're not getting soy, which they feed to pigs. By the way, it's not the soy you eat. The soy the pigs eat is not fit for human consumption. And all kinds of horrible things are happening. And the Chinese don't get what they need from us. So, nobody wins in a goddamn trade war. So, as for his letter, let me see here what he said. Hi, Douglas. Here is another donation. It's been a while since the last one. Included is an article from East Central Alberta Review. It may or may not be of interest to you, but I just thought it was okay to send because in China, 2/3 of the pig farmers' drifts or herds are hurting or gone. And here in Alberta, a whole lot of pigs with nowhere to go. My old age pensions is not shabby, and once again, $24,000 cash per year, plus I can work and make $5,000 a year and keep all the pension. So we all must give to get. And you and your people are very worthwhile to the planet. Take care and live long. Yours respectfully, Walter Hunter. God bless you, good sir. Good God, what a wonderful human being. Let me look up Walter Hunter on the net and see if I can add Canada to that. See if anything comes up. Be interesting to see if there's an image of him anywhere. And, you know, aside from that, on wanted posters. Of course, there's going to be all kinds of Walter Hunters. I know that this is a fool's errand on my part. It's simply casual. Now, there's David Walter Hunter is coming up, but that's Necro Canada, which means this guy's dead. And there's this Angels in Canada blog, which is talking about Cecil the Lion and no charges for that dentist. Well, that's an American dentist, so I don't know why this is coming up in the Canada blog. But that's interesting in and of itself, because this is definitely a Canadian blog which is talking about this American dentist who shot the beloved Cecil the Lion, you know, which was just horrible. Then aside from that, there's no images coming up. So this individual is not particularly famous, which is of course nothing negative. With that, let me just check out from that particular rabbit hole and come on back to other people I need to provide shout outs to. And God bless you, Walter Hunter. Hugs. Derek Talley, of course, and Brendan Zogit. Everyone already knows their situation. And that brings us to my fetish story and the Mr. Nathan Brooks. No, I mean, it's not my... I don't have a story about a fetish involving Nathan Brooks, but rather there's an individual who leaves comments in thread of my videos, who is a wonderful human being named, well, who goes by the alias of my fetish story. And I would assume that this individual is a professional adult entertainer or a sex worker who works as a dominatrix. That would be my stereotype based on what I see. That may not be the case, but that would be my stereotype. That would be my assumption based on how they present themselves. Now, so what this individual, who I will presume to be female, or maybe transgender, I don't know, but they're welcome to provide me information privately if they so wish. And, you know, before I go into what she said, which was about the same thing that Nathan Brooks brought up, though Nathan Brooks brought it up from a different angle, let me check into the email inbox where we had something sent to me by the website to moderate, and let me forward that to our dear Lena Shay. WordPress sent me a comment to moderate, and this is from an individual named Douglas Marks, and surprisingly, they even give me his IP address. Not that I'm going to shout that on air, but he says that, and currently I've got about 3 comments waiting for approval, so let me forward this to our dear Lena. Anyhow, Douglas Marks is saying, please contact me regarding the sacred crane symbology and how you helped free me of my amophilia. By the way, amophilia is not a sexual perversion either. I mean, it seems to be coming up quite universally, understandably so with my background. Christ, it looks like they even give this guy's social security number on these things. I hope that's not the case. Good Lord. But anyhow, let me forward this over to Lena. And it's just amazing the information that's out there when people interact with the net. But anyhow, hemophilia is, of course, a blood disease where you bleed out profusely with a small paper cut. And it's almost impossible to stop the blood. In other words, your blood has no natural coagulant. And so hemophilia was known to be associated almost exclusively with royalty because of all the morbid inbreeding. So many hemophiliacs were of noble blood, and this individual, Douglas Marks, may very well be of that background. The in terms of the Tsarina, the Tsaress of Russia, back in the days of the true empire, she, of course, had children who were hemophiliacs. And that was how Rasputin was able to insinuate himself into such influence with the royal family of the Tsar, was because he was able to save the children when they almost bled out during accidents. He was considered a miracle worker for that. So it was a pity that his miracles turned out to be balanced, if you will, or imbalanced with his evil. Now, of course, our wonderful Stephen Myers has also sent some comments that have been we're asking for moderation. So I do hope that Lena is moderating these in the chat. If not, this is a reminder for her to do so. So with that, let me get out of the email. Go back towards my fetish story and Mr. Nathan Brooks, who were both working side by side, unbeknownst to each other, on this particular subject. And my fetish story 2 days ago, 48 hours ago, left the entry in thread of my latest video prior the last video. This was left on the video in thread that is, let me see here, it was published, streamed live on May 13th, and has over 1,000 and half 100 views at this point, 1,050 views. And my fetish story, at this point 3 days ago, 72 hours ago, said, wanted to let everyone know about a great documentary just watched that really brought home Mr. Dietrich's point about just how clueless the people that are in charge are. It will probably be boring to Mr. Dietrich because of his great knowledge of history, but I believe everyone else will find it riveting. It is on YouTube, and it's titled Hypernormalization. Thank you, honey. And again, assuming that she be female or even transgender, love you dearly. Now, that was from the video dated May 13th of this year, titled USA from Historical Terrorism of Non-Whites to Present-Day Civil War. So that's the title, and then it says Dietrich and Moon, meaning Peter Moon. Of course, the way it's writ might mean people might think I'm the man on the moon. And many of them, not knowing where I'm coming from, probably assume that anyway. So, again, that's USA from Historical Terrorism of Non-Whites to Present-Day Civil War, followed up by Dietrich and the Moon. Dietrich and Moon. Sorry. In private, I call him the Moon Man. And that was May 13th. So do review that when you have time. Put a thumbs up on it. And especially go to the episode that preceded that while it's still in the display queue. And that, of course, is the episode that was the Mother's Day episode. And that was in which we expose the Black Witch Nicole Frolick, even though she's white. She's black in spirit. So, in the most negative sense. So that's May 10th of 2020, Gang Stalkers and Satanism in the military, exposing Nicole Frolick, Part 4. That was Mother's Day. So thank you to Lena Crane for that incredibly specific title. And that has 635 views. 635. Let's get that up there to 1,000. So spread the word on that. That is important. And do me a favor, everyone who's listening. Take the link to that and place that on Nicole Frolick's goddamn interview with myself on her stupid ass Enlighten Up channel, and see if that can even stay up there. Some of you may think it gets up there, but if you come back later on and check it with, or rather have people with a different account see it other than yourself, you'll probably almost certainly find out it will be deleted. The way that YouTube is set up, sometimes you could put a statement up, and then what will happen is the manager is given the option to delete it in such a manner that you will get the impression it's actually gone through, and you will see that, and that's to psychologically prevent you from understanding it's been deleted, and no one else will see it. So you have to have two accounts to actually cross-reference this and find out if your comment even stayed up. So definitely, I would guarantee you she'll delete it because she is an Aquino cultist, and a cultist of the kings of Edom, more properly, because they will be around long after Aquino is dead, unfortunately. Unless, of course, massive purges are instigated. That can be spoken of in the future. Now, in terms of what we're encountering on her part, just make certain that you go to the Enlighten Up channel, take the link from the Mother's Day video, dated May 10th, 2020, 5/10/2020, entitled Gang Stalkers and Satanism in the Military, exposing Nicole Frolick, Part 4, Mother's Day. Take that and put the link up. Say, oh, here's a link that exposes Nicole Frolick. Stick that up on that video, since YouTube refuses to take it down, saying that, of course, when someone conducts an interview, that they take that as tacit permission that you cannot declare that you own the video, since it's declared 50-50 with the person who conducted the interview. All of this is bullshit, because in the old days, this is how Ed Opperman, the satanic faggot private detective, was taking down videos in which he interviewed myself by claiming he had copyright on them. So he can do that, and yet I cannot do that with people like James Arthur Yanchig. You know, you can report, I can report I've got copyright on what I did, and say I don't want that up there on his fucking satanic propaganda channel, and they maintain it up there. So they honor that for other people, but they will not honor that for Douglas Dietrich, because he's the son of Adolf Hitler. So that doesn't prove to you that I get special treatment in the most negative sense, simply because of who I am. You're blind to the fucking world, and your head is up your ass. So it's all up to you. The only way anyone's going to find out I'm alive is through you. This is your war, your kampf, your struggle. You've got to fight it. If you don't, they win. And by that, I mean the baby rapers and all the rest who you dedicate yourself to struggling against. So the sound dropped off because the Skype dropped. Whatever Skype there was has dropped, and then that turns the quality of sound way down for several minutes before it goes back up again. So the Jay Jones says the sound dropped just before I mentioned the associate of Aquino. Could you repeat? Oh yeah, God, list them out up there. Basically, to tell you the truth, logically and effectively, it's pretty much all of alternative media, other than myself, because just take a look at, they're all saying the same message. They simply regurgitate each other's bullshit. QAnon bullshit, Russian anti-vax bullshit, the same kind of bots bullshit that was being mentioned by Brendan Zogit. But aside from guys you could take to the bank as being subject directly to Aquino like Alex Jones, then you've got those that are like Ed Opperman, the private detective, who, when I conducted interviews with him, I'm not allowed to publish the interviews because if I place them up on YouTube, then they're taken down to basically honor the copyright claims of Ed Opperman. But I'm not allowed to make that claim against Ed Opperman. In other words, Ed Opperman can interview me and claim that he has the copyright on the interview. So the same is what they're saying about Nicole Frolick and James Arthur-Yanchik. All, of course, obviously Aquino affiliates for reasons I could go into for hours. No point in doing that right now, but I've done so in the past. And at great length. And when it comes to people like James Arthur-Yanchik and Nicole Frolick, their behavior and what they've done renders it quite obvious. The fact that she promised myself a 2-part interview in which 3 hours would be divided with 2 parts, and then edited out an hour and a half of my interview with herself, took what was spliced together after that, and put out this chicken shit interview where everything I said was cut off that provided any coherent narrative. That, I think, more than speaks for itself. So, by taking the link to my Mother's Day exposition upon Nicole Frolick, which goes more in depth than anything I've done so far into the Gangstalker issue, then see if you can put that up on her Enlighten Up channel interview with myself, and see if that stays up there. You're going to need almost 2 accounts. You're going to need 2 accounts to do this because you'll need a second account to cross-reference whether or not that link even stays up. And I can pretty much bet the farm it's going to be deleted. But doesn't hurt. If enough of you try, then it might get through. She might get tired of deleting it if enough of you do this. So, especially calling out on George Knight and Brendan Zogit and Derek Talley and so many of you. You all know who you are. Mr. Pack One and Miguel Andahar. Everybody who, can spare some time to do this. Selena Khan, Lena Shay. Take that link to the episode dated the 10th of May and entitled Gangstalkers and Satanism in the Military, Exposing Nicole Frolick, Part 4, Mother's Day. See if you can stick that up on her Enlighten Up video interview with myself. That's the Enlighten Up channel on YouTube. And see if that stays up there. So that should be interesting. Aside from that, let's move on from there. And Jay Jones says, I wonder who is the heir to Aquino's chair. Well, that's easy. That's Peter Levenda. And I've said this for quite some time. And it was Peter Moon actually had a dream about that, which I think is quite meaningful and actually really hits the mark. Peter Moon has, he's not slacking in psychic ability. And I'll read his comment to you. Let me see, and see what I can get out of that. Let's see now. Here we are. He was also mentioning how creepy Nicole Frolick is, communicating openly with Richard K. Cole. So here we are. On May 3rd, 2020, Peter Moon sent me a private message that read as follows. I dreamt of Levenda last night, but was able to banish him immediately. He is a Saruman to Michael Aquino's Sauron. To me, this suggests that he's taken over M.A., or Michael Aquino's role, and while not as powerful, he's still trying to be menacing and might now be running the Richard K. Coles of the world. That is the fact. That is what's happening. And much of the time when I'm speaking of Michael Aquino, effectively, in terms of activity, I'm actually referencing Peter Levenda, the author of the Simon Necronomicon. So, Aquino is still active. He's still in a whole new level of game. But when it comes to the more mundane shit, the everyday actions of the network, like the gang stalkers, that's under direct command of Peter Levenda at this point. The man who directly participated in attempting to assassinate Brandon Young. A shout out unto he. And a shout out now unto Nathan Brooks, who wrote yesterday, or the day before yesterday at this point, early in the morning, wonderful photograph that he has of himself with his family, whom he belongs with, at home, and who he was taken away from for a while due to some troubles with law enforcement. I have no idea what was going on at the time. I'm simply glad it's over for him. And so this is a Christmas photograph, and he's got these his family, who thankfully is blessed with his presence at home where he belongs. They look like a healthy, happy family, and he also instructs in the martial arts by the side. So very active individual, and again, just glad he's home where he belongs. And so at any rate, let's take a look at what he said about hypernormalization. And he left this upon my timeline, saying a short clip you must watch of Adam Curtis's documentary Hypernormalization, as he illustrates how, quote-unquote, political technologists like former Deputy Prime Minister Vladislav Surkov exploited avant-garde ideas from his experience in theater and applied them to politics to make a constantly changing piece of theater where no one knew what was true or what was fake any longer. And so he adds, all in the uppercase, "Sound familiar yet, America?" And it's painfully so by now. So he provided a link to YouTube in which there's a clip about, quote-unquote, shapeshifting. And shapeshifting is an excerpt from the documentary entitled Hypernormalization, which in turn of itself is a 2016 BBC, or British Broadcasting Company, documentary produced by the British filmmaker Adam Curtis. And so what he linked to on my Facebook timeline, or that of SARAH AOA, which was gifted to me, is a section on the power of Putin's political technologist Vladimir Surkov, Surkov, and his influence on post-truth politics. Notice that term, post-truth. So important. So we'll be going a bit into that. That would almost beg that we go into the subject of QAnon tonight. But QAnon does not deserve our attention tonight. I will, if at all possible, more than likely cover that in excruciating detail, more so than I ever want, on Sunday night. So tonight, we're going to go back on track to what started tonight's transmission with Lena Shay. And that's the deadly attack at the erotic spa in Toronto that has now been officially identified as incel terrorism, or involuntary celibate terrorism. By the way, getting a message from the lovely Selena Khan, bless her heart, and bless her period, who has sent myself a photo, a screenshot of the hypernormalization, and that's got only 2016 plus subs. I'm surprised it has that few. I mean, this really deserves so much more, and it's something that I deeply appreciate her bringing up. Now, it's interesting, the screenshot shows almost nothing on screen other than a big black and white T, and I think that's in keeping with the kind of bizarre aspects of YouTube. By the way, this is put up directly by Adam Curtis. Again, I'm just incredibly surprised at how little subscriptions that has. There are people up there who get millions of subs just for being white assholes. And this white British guy named Adam Curtis delivers something substantive, and he gets effectively nobody looking at him. Well, doesn't that seem familiar? I know the feeling. Well, there you go. A lot of views, though, from 3 years ago, comparatively speaking, as did I from many things I had up that were purposefully taken down by all of the Satanists, like David K. Griffin, who called himself Elfwave on YouTube and had interviewed myself in a video that had literally this many hits. It was like literally in the 900,000 mark, and that was taken down by him because he was trying to use that as a platform to attack me with, just like it was with Nicole Frolick these days. And that was half a decade ago, in which he made it a Richard K. Cole platform, and then tried to back up what Richard K. Cole was saying by lying about me with absolute bullshit, saying that he had talked to an Army recruiter who said I was never in the Marines. Well, that's interesting. How would an Army recruiter know that? And what on earth would he be doing talking to somebody in motherfucking England and then passing out private information, which is, of course, a federal felony, totally against the fucking law, to somebody who's not classified to hear it? But this is the kind of shit these people pull. They all operate on your ignorance to try and feed you a line of shit that has nothing to do with reality. And you live in a fantasy world anyway. So fantastical, so nonsensical, that the majority of you actually think you won World War II. This is why nothing ever works for you. This is why, in allegory to the physical universe, you cannot fly like Superman. You lift yourself off that roof, and you're going to go crashing down however many stories to your death. Or a life in paralysis. And so, you're operating in every war on the false assumption you won World War I and World War II has led to losing every war ever since. That pretty much says it all. If you won World War II, why aren't you kicking ass and winning every war? And no one has an answer. Well, because you lost those wars, World War I and World War II. World War I, of course, nobody won, because the weapon deployed by the United States was a weapon of such mass destruction, nobody came out the victor. Oh, the Americans did. And they rewrote the map of Europe, redrew it exactly the way President Wilson wanted, into a new world order, which was the very term he used, an American term, not a National Socialist term. And an American term which implied the Western Hemisphere of the New World, as in a world order imposed by the New World of the Western Hemisphere. That's where that term fucking comes from. Now, in that context, from all that losing, oh, by the way, and as for the victory won by Woodrow Wilson, that simply guaranteed a Second World War. So you can't call that a victory in any sense in terms of logic. Now, with the terrorist attack at a massage parlor, no less, where they delivered happy endings. What happened was that in February of this year, not so long ago, a teenager went into a Toronto massage parlor and killed Ashley Arzaga. The attack killed the identified woman and injured 2 other people. He's been charged with incel-related terrorist activity, the first such charge in Canada or anywhere in the world in the history of all mankind. I use that term pointedly. Now, details of the case emerged from an RCMP, or Royal Canadian Mounted Police, release. Now, the Royal Canadian Mounties are their version of what I say the United States needs: a United States police force. In other words, the Canadians have a national police force. Indeed, there have been times in Canadian history when the Royal Canadian Mounted Police essentially served as their military, because as a national police force, they're on the level of the United States Coast Guard. So there's been times in history where the apex of their special forces were actually sourcing from their national police force, the Royal Canadian Mounties. Now, when it comes to today, of course, Canada has entirely reorganized, but they still have this incredible asset, and the United States has got nothing like it. And so the Royal Canadian Mounted Police released a statement from which we have what details we have, saying in part that there is no further known threat to the public associated to the accused at this time. Meaning the 17-year-old boy in custody is not going anywhere the rest of his life. Now, give me a second to quaff some tea. So, to read more directly from the report itself, the statement: RCMP and Toronto Police testify that the 17-year-old male charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder in what they technically term a stabbing, which of course you don't stab with a machete, you chop. But nobody files a police report saying a chopping, even though that's what it was, to the point of dismemberment, at a North York, that's in Toronto, Canada, massage parlor that left a woman dead and 12 other people injured on that Monday in February over this attack at the North York massage parlor has now been charged with a terrorist offense, because the teen was motivated by the incel. That's all uppercase, by the way, INCEL, by the incel movement. So the 17-year-old male who killed 24-year-old Ashley Arzaga at a spa in February was motivated by the misogynist, meaning the woman-hating, anti-female incel ideology. This is not anti-feminist, mind you. This is anti-female, as in men who hate women. Now, the legal experts attest this is the first time a terrorism charge has been laid over violence tied to incels, or that being an acronym for involuntary celibates. To reiterate, experts confirm this is the first time anywhere in the world a terrorism charge has been laid over violence tied to the involuntary celibate misogynist movement, an entire ideology based on the rape, torture, thrill killing of the female gender. So what exactly is an incel? Incels are a largely online group of sexually frustrated men who have called for violence against women as their way of life. This is actually the logical conclusion to what has been developing over generations, where men have been killing women and getting away with it, where women have served as the meat on the market for release of all male stress and tension by blood, gore, and violent outlet. The Southern Poverty Law Center, which already triggers many people because it analyzes United States crime trends, began tracking incels as a hate ideology in 2018. And I myself am surprised it took them that fucking long. And the Southern Poverty Law Center considers them part of the online male supremacist ecosystem, thereby calling out these many attacks for what they are. To quote the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, inspired by the incel movement made up of men unable to attract sexual partners who promote violence against women on internet forums. So what happened was an incel terrorist machete attack on North York in an erotic massage parlor, when on February 24th of this year, police were called to Crown Spa near Dufferin Street and Wilson Avenue in Toronto, Canada, for reports of a stabbing, quote unquote. When officers arrived, a teenage boy and a woman were found outside the building suffering from laceration-type injuries. By the way, that means that they had arms and legs chopped off. When we describe these injuries, people just think a flesh wound. We're talking about limbs were hacked off these people. I don't know if you can imagine the pain and the horror of having your arm chopped off. I don't think any of you can. I certainly can't, and would never want to know that sensation. And the pain that would accompany you the rest of your life for having a part of you that would never be the same again and could never serve you in your life the same way again. The rehabilitation you would have to go through to work a mechanical arm, a replacement leg. Now, beside this horror, the lifeless body of a woman was found inside the massage parlor and she was pronounced dead at the scene. They have not released this publicly, but I have been told she was beheaded. And she has since been identified by police as a 24-year-old Ashley Noel Arzaga. Ashley Noel Arzaga. Surname spelled Arzaga. Look that girl up. Arzaga was a mother of a little girl herself, and friends described her as a doting parent. Let me try and put this into some context for you, because many of you are going to be puzzled because a lot of you just don't fucking get it. When I was in Africa, serving as a mercenary in the Horn, I was there at the same time that William Jefferson Clinton was President of the United States. And at that time, and I don't remember the name of the aircraft carrier, the CV. We can look up whichever CV hit Africa, the Horn thereof, meaning Ethiopia region, Somalia. And an aircraft carrier landed in port in what was Kenya. At that time, there's always been a very heavy connection between Kenya and the United States. That's how you got your president from there. And at that time, you would have thought that every professional sex worker in Africa had emerged from out of the forest to service those American sailors. Now in Africa, professional sex workers are not what they are in the United States as generally stereotyped by your average American asshole. Sex workers in these United States are understood to be crack whores. That's even a term. You also describe any children they have as crack babies. So what often propels a woman into prostitution in the West, and in Eurasia, meaning Russia, is drug abuse. Rather, addiction. Now this enables men to rationalize abusing them. Saying, well, she didn't make adult decisions that made any sense. She chose this kind of lifestyle. The reality is, most of these young girls, in Russia in particular, have never volunteered for that lifestyle. They were grabbed and injected with massive doses of heroin and therefore turned into addicts, raging with an addiction that they had never brought on by any adult decision of their own. And then depended on it from their pimps, who then trade them in the international meat market, where the overwhelming majority get shipped to Israel, where they're simply locked in entire, you'd call them, well, I would call them multi-story pigsties, apartment complexes in Israel, where places like Tel Aviv and various coastal cities, but even some in Jerusalem, they are forced to serve clients from all over the world who know on the international circuit that Israel is the flesh pot, the meat market for female flesh. They go there and have sex with these women at a whim for pay. These women are not paid. They're paid only in heroin and food. They're fed like pigs and treated like pigs, and they're raped multiple times a day by clients who come in to pay to have sex with them that they never volunteered for. This is actually the fate of the majority of Russian women today. If not in Israel, then some other place in the world. If you don't believe me, you just look up Russian models who are recruited to work in China. And they're not even fed for days at a time to maintain their wafer-thin bodies to walk the runway when they're not forced to fuck various people in the fashion industry. It's just another form of prostitution via slavery, forced prostitution, sex slavery. Human flesh is the only resource the Russians produce aside weapons that anybody wants aside their natural resources. And that's all Russia has to offer the world aside from misery and pain caused by the instigation of civil war. Because they're so miserable, they push their misery, they export their misery to everyone else in the world via the internet by doing, as Stephen Bannon, a Russian asset, has said quite boastfully, by flooding the zone with shit. So you people think in Russian terms when you think of prostitutes. In Black Africa, your average professional sex worker, your average prostitute, is looked upon as the ideal mother. They are viewed in Black Africa the way you would view the wholesome mother on Leave It to Beaver. Because these women are in the professional sex industry to pay to put their kids through college. The overwhelming majority of MDs, of attorneys, of accountants, of the educated class throughout the continent of Black Africa, the overwhelming majority of them have mothers who sold their ass all their life, sold their cunt all their life, their body, to produce that class that didn't exist before. Because the Europeans from the colonial era filled those roles. That's the woman who were at Crown Spa near Dufferin Street and Wilson Avenue in Toronto, Canada. Women who were immigrants raising their children, putting together funds towards their children's education by selling their bodies, like Ashley Noel Arzaga did at the age of 24, so that her little girl would have a future. That's the perspective from which to see these ladies that got butchered alive by this 17-year-old piece of shit whose rights are protected because he's under legal age. The madame who owned the parlor informed reporters at the time that she herself lost her hand in the struggle with the accused, and that she was able to grab the machete from the suspect and stab him before the police arrived. She lost her hand blocking his blow to her head, and with the hand she had left was able to wrestle that machete out of this 17-year-old punk's hand with one hand, no less, and stabbed him before the police got there. And yet there's no medals for her. No one will ever build a statue. Instead, all you cunts and cocks out there will be too busy calling her a whore. But this punk who was determined to kill everyone in the parlor, man and woman, the officers later charged this boy with murder and attempted murder. Detective Paul Warden of the Toronto Police Homicide Squad told CTV News Toronto that evidence found on site the scene led them to conclude the boy was part of the Incel online extremist movement. Incels, or involuntary celibates, being these males who group together online to blame women for all their failures to develop romantic or sexual relationships. They spend a lifetime encouraging misogyny, the hatred of the female sex, and planning vicious, violent attacks against the female gender as a whole, as a form of quote-unquote retribution for their perceived involuntary exclusion from sexual activity. Warden testified that Toronto police contacted the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Force's Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, or INSET. INSET is their acronym. INSET in the uppercase. Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, and they began a joint investigation. And so Warden informed CTV, or Canadian Television News Toronto, that after they analyzed the info we collected, meaning this is the Toronto police inspector who handed it to the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Inset Unit, and Detective Paul Warden pointed out that after they analyzed the info that was collected by the Toronto PD, that they felt the grounds existed to lay terrorist activity charges against the perpetrator, this young teenager, not even of legal age, 17 years. The RCMP did come out on Tuesday of this last work week. Well, it was yesterday, I mean. And they stated officially that they determined that this crime was in fact one in which the accused was inspired by the ideologically motivated violent extremist movement. By the way, that's an official term in Canada. Ideologically motivated violent extremist. The acronym is all uppercase, of course, IMVE. So the Canadians have developed a sophisticated categorization system that doesn't even exist in the United States, where when we bring up terrorism, Americans just say, Muslim. But because Canadians understand that most terrorists are white trash pieces of shit, and they're all male, they say IMVE, or ideologically motivated violent extremist movement. It could be acronyms as IMVEM, IMVEM. But the one that they were identifying in this case was commonly known as Incel. The all uppercase INCEL for involuntary celibates. Now, I'm going to check the live chat again just to make sure my audio is okay. Oh, we got this idiot there, Zuji, who's just a piece of shit troll. So they came here to advertise their white trash heroes. So Selena, Lena Crane, Derek Talley, go in there and block this son of a bitch. Hey, Zuji, I fucked your mother and she stank. So, that individual is someone who's all too familiar. They used to come on my Facebook timeline. And they asked the stupid question that I answered. And they didn't like the answer. They were like saying, how's Douglas Dietrich still alive? He knows so much. He's done so much. How's he still alive? What's interesting is that when I enter the name of Zuji that they were operating under, YouTube comes up with nothing. No results found. They were using that same name on Facebook. Tells you all you need to know. Now here's interesting. Got some input here from there we are, Kane Lawless. And Thomas Floyd here on the Kane Lawless video where I was describing incels. And what our man Daniel Arola put on this video was a symbol of the male Aries symbol, the Mars symbol, the circle with the arrow pointed up towards the upper right hand corner, indicative of the erect cock and balls. And he has a fist within it, a white fist on a black background. Says the official girlfriend of incels since their first trip to the friend zone. Basically, is the fist, of course, which they jack themselves off with. And he was has this clip that's about a little over 5 minutes long, 5.5 minutes, in which Douglas Dietrich is saying, incels, what are they? And it's cut from the May 21st, 2018 transmission of Critical Omissions for the debut show on American Freedom Radio. And we know that didn't last long. That was a month. And so basically he's got some synopsis here, which you can read. And there's one individual named Thomas Floyd, who 11 months ago entered the comment, Dietrich, you a punk. Yeah, my reality is hard on some people. I mean, We know that guy's an incel. We know these guys just aren't getting laid. And that's, of course, what drives them to murder people. Oh my fucking God. This is how pathetic these people are. I don't know why we tolerate them. And honestly, your self-defense is to kill them before they kill you. Now, with that, trying to get back on track of narrative. So this punk, whose name they will not release, the boy cannot be identified under the Youth Criminal Justice Act of Canada, was charged additionally with 1 count of murder terrorist activity and 1 count of attempted murder terrorist activity. He appeared in court via video link at 2201 Finch Avenue West on, well, yesterday morning, where the new charges were read unto he. And the Canadians have released this quote that they sum up their stance with. And their stance is that terrorism cometh in many forms. And it's important to note that it is not restricted to any particular group, religion, or ideology. So what they're saying is that terrorism comes in many forms. Yet all non-state terrorism is incel terrorism. Incel charges in the Toronto massage parlor killings mark a new milestone in terrorist prosecution in Canada that should serve as model for the rest of the world. Now, terrorist prosecution in Canada, which largely began after 9/11 with a new set of criminal laws, has never before been applied outside the context of Islamist extremism. Now, Ashley Noel Arzaga, this 24-year-old sex worker, was murdered with a machete, beheaded at the Crown Spa on February 24th. The teenaged murderer who went on a shopping rampage at this massage parlor in northwest Toronto in the second month of this year was motivated by the terrorist ideology known as incel, or involuntary celibate, this woman-hating online subculture, as proven by the police department. Now, 12 people were injured in the machete attack found by the police outside the building in the early afternoon, and the one woman was found murdered inside. And remember, this 24-year-old victim, Ashley Noel Arzaga, was the mother of a 5-year-old girl. And Arzaga's alleged killer, who was age 17 at the time of the killing in late February, cannot be identified under provisions of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. His rights are protected as opposed to that of his victims. He was arrested at the scene. He never would have been caught had that courageous madame not acted with one of her hands missing to cut this guy down. And he appeared in court yesterday to hear the charges upgraded from first-degree murder and attempted murder to the same charges, but with terrorist inspiration. So what is the incel movement that the police have proven inspired this terrorist attack at the Toronto massage parlor? And, of course, as you all know by now, the term is a diminutive, a foreshortening of involuntary celibate, and has come to refer to a deeply, pathologically, psychotically misogynist internet community for men who feel sexually rejected. Now, before Elliot Rodger carried out his 2014 mass shooting, he wrote a manifesto heavily influenced by the incel ideology. And this is a point that really needs to be made. And it's the fact that this movement existed before Elliot Rodger. He was simply the forefront of what was to come. And he was someone who began to act out what now so many of these men have decided to emulate. So we're talking about a misogynist killer who became an incel hero. And unfortunately, his graphic, elaborate, sick fantasies have become available on the internet. His life was online. And for that very reason, many people have very much decided that they would emulate him and that he would be their role model for the rest of their lives. Now, we're getting a report from Selena Khan. God bless her. And she says, I think your volume is low on your end. Can you check? Okay, thank you, honey. You know what? Let's see if we can call online Brendan Zogit. We've been working with this, and I don't know how to work the volume. So we're going to have everyone kind of tolerate. Everyone was hearing me fine before. There's nothing I can do about it if we're having a reaction with the Skype being off. We're still streaming. We know that much. The Skype is definitely off. And for some reason, that takes the volume way down. So we're going to have to figure out how to keep the Skype on at all times. Or just kind of... what I need to know is if I'm articulate. Can you understand what I'm saying? And if so, you'll have to turn your volume way up. We're going to have to leave this to the audience. We installed the mic back on into the laptop because we had so much issue with the last episode. And in the latest episode, the volume was so low, I'm surprised nobody complained. I mean, people were complaining like hell while I was online and active. But they weren't complaining when the video was published by YouTube. And we have it up there for people to reach. So it's something that everybody has been contending with by turning their volume up. So we're going to have to ask people to do that again. And hopefully we will be able to get through this. Otherwise, I just don't know what to do. So I'm going to ask everybody in the chat room. Let's go there for a few minutes and see what kind of... Now, Lena Crane says the guy who did the van attack in Canada said he knew of Rodger's attack before he did it. There are all online buddies. I can hear you clearly with my volume turned up. And Derek Talley says, need me to call you on Skype, Douglas? Well, let's give it a try and see if you can leave that on. It'll murder your phone, but yeah, keep your phone up. Let me see. What I'll do is I can call Derek Talley. That shouldn't knock us off the... you know what? Just everybody turn their volume up. That's what we'll do. Forget it, Derek. If I need you, I'll call you. But he says his phone it went dead earlier. Okay, so that's what had happened. Yeah, when his phone went dead, we got knocked off the Skype. So what I can do is call him and see if he can keep his phone jacked in. So let's do that. Yeah, that's a thought, and that should help everybody out. Let me give Derek Talley here a call, and let's see if this works. Derek Talley. Let me turn my volume down a bit. Let's see if the rest of you hear that. Derek Talley, are you there?
Yes, is the volume back up?
We'll find out, and this will be interesting.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so people are going to probably hear us much better now, and I'm going to use Derek Kelly. Now that's interesting. Why do we still hear? Oh, I get it. It's the echo from the stream.
Yeah. Let me turn that down. Because I actually had it on my house speaker.
Okay, so people are going to probably.
There we go. Okay, so I actually was listening to you on the house speaker through the TV. So now their volume's back up. I have my phone plugged up. So carry on. Just forget I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, God bless you. Actually, I'm so glad that you're actually here because it's one of those things where you give me a bit of a break while I try and just contextualize this in my own mind. What I'm doing now is I'm getting multiple references from various people who are giving me feedback, and they all say that everything is better now. And this is absolutely bizarre. It's actually disturbing. This means that we have to, from this point forward, work as a team, and I'm going to have you and other people like Brendan actually maintain their phones on recharge throughout the program, throughout the night. What I'm wondering is whether or not you will be able to, get sleep. If you needed to fall asleep, you could do this with your phone charged in and on. I'm hoping that that's possible because I'd hate to have you forcefully stay up with myself, throughout the night.
It's perfect. It's perfect. So this works out just fine. I have my phone plugged in. I'll have myself on mute, and that way, when you get ready to go on break, just call out to me, and then I'll be already on the line. I'll just unmute myself.
Okay, wonderful. Now, what I want to do is not go on a break per se, but I want to kind of talk to you for a few minutes to just kind of sort my head through this, because one of the things that this does to me is I get so angry at the insanity of all this. These are kind of people who literally should not be alive, and what happens is that they've come to dominate our lives in the sense that for someone like me who suffers from gang stalking, what we have is a situation where these people just have dedicated their lives to interfering with every aspect of mine. And it's to the point where I've gotten some messages that now indicate that my home-delivered meal was stolen by gang stalkers who actually live in my neighborhood, who have been listening to myself and said, literally I've gotten the messages that they were asked by Richard K. Cole to steal my food when I identified the days that I had food delivered. So this is obviously something now which is reaching the point where these people are trying to just deprive me of food to eat. So this wasn't stolen by anyone who was hungry or starving in some way or in any sense deserving. This was simply an act of terrorism in and of itself. Now, if these people were ever caught or arrested, they would simply say it was a joke. And they would never even spend a day in jail. There would be no punishment for them. And this is one of those incidents where someone like myself would be viewed as a parasite for even being on Meals on Wheels, which is a privilege that I earned after years of care provision and grandfathered myself into the program. Now, when it comes to the entire situation, such as what I have to deal with, I'm hoping people now begin to appreciate the struggle that I've taken on in life just by literally saving children from child trafficking. Now think about the fact that I saved hundreds of thousands of children from child trafficking. Remember the fact that the U.S. Army alone was taking care of 100,000 children a day, every day during the 1980s. And these days, when you put together all of the branches of service, that's 1 million children are cared for by the U.S. military in all branches of service put together. These are children who go to their version of daycare centers and everything. These children were all suffering at the 1980s period from abuses that are simply just unimaginable to most of you. I was talking to Mr. Peter Moon privately when he was speaking of the David Schroeder, and was asking me if I remembered the title of his book after all, and I did. I remembered David Schroeder's title was The Rabbit Hole. And so what happened was David Schroeder, who claims, and I see no reason to doubt him, that he was personally raped and tortured by Michael Aquino repeatedly, wound up writing this book about it called The Rabbit Hole, which, of course, like I said, was being read avidly by Brian William Hall as a kind of homosexual or homoerotic bondage porn. I mean, like hardcore. Kind of like the stuff that the guy who wrote Nightbreed used to write, Clive Barker, who, of course, is a homosexual, well, people hate that term, a gay guy who's into bondage and S&M. And he wrote a series of very popular best-selling horror novels in the 1990s. And so that individual became kind of like the model for a lot of sex fantasies. And he was so personally repulsive, and people were so unable to work with him that a lot of deals that were supposed to go through where they were going to take his heavily edited film, Nightbreed, and turn it into a series, they never got released because he's just impossible to work with, and a lot of what he got involved with as projects fell through. So David Schroeder's like that. You can't really work with him. He's so damaged by his experience with Michael Aquino that he's essentially hopeless. And so because of that, you had him actually reaching out to Richard K. Cole. I didn't even bother to take screenshots, but their communications are available on the internet if you look up David Schroeder and Richard K. Cole together, in which he's complaining about not being allowed on the LGAB site and wondering why he can't get in. And Richard K. Cole is saying, oh, I'll do my best to get you in. You know, eventually all these people turn against each other. But at the same time, they operate enough against the common enemy, which is myself. And by operating against myself, they're doing things now like stealing my food. Now, I had no idea any of them were even living in area who were listening to me on a regular basis. Of course, you might say I should have known better. This is San Francisco. It's a highly congested city. But it's one of these things that you really try not to think about, because if I thought every day about it and I were very stuck on it, you know, just going through my head, turning it through my head day after day, I would go insane. I would fall victim to exactly the kind of terrorism that they are attempting to afflict upon myself. So because of my ignoring it as much as I do, I actually open myself to this kind of vulnerability, and I just have to adapt. And so when they deliver the food in the morning, I'm still up at that time, and I have to make certain I just bring the food bin in. But it's one of these things where I hope people now better appreciate the fact that my aimoraging all of the atrocities at the Presidio military base and crashing down the largest human trafficking, child trafficking operation in human history. The fact that I sent that crashing down and resulted therefrom in the Congress recognizing a month of the military child, in forcing the military to rehabilitate, at least for public image, their entire daycare system, so that at least now I can take comfort in the fact that 1 million children are not suffering what hundreds of thousands did throughout the 1990s. That I've been paying for that all of my life, every day, for what life I've suffered since then. That I can't even get my food deliveries to my home. And I still feel I'm in a better position than people like Breonna, the young black African American essential worker, the EMT, emergency medical technician / nurse, who was simply sitting in her home and shot by white police who broke her door down without even announcing themselves, which resulted in her death, with her body being filled with bullets for the crime of simply being a black person alive and breathing and taking up space. And yet, black people say that colored woman who was working as a sex worker up in Canada, who paid for simply trying to earn enough money to put her child through college to a better life someday, that girl will be considered, because she was a sex worker, as nothing but a crack whore, despite the fact that all of her money went into providing care for her child and paying for daycare. These women are looked on as quote-unquote prostitutes or welfare queens. So this is the kind of shit that we got in the 80s, starting with Ronald Reagan, where by the time of the 90s, and I'm witnessing all these professional sex workers on the coast of Africa, then I see instead all of these people in the United States working the same kind of profession just to give their children a better future, working the African style to create a better future for the next generation, being dubbed as welfare queens and crack whores and the like. Nothing could be further from the truth in the majority of cases. And yet, that's the only stereotype on which the majority of people operate. This is the kind of anger and rage, not people stealing my food. This is the kind of anger and rage that I really have trouble expressing. So, with you here at least, I can try and get that expressed and out there so that people can understand where I'm coming from when it comes to this subject, which otherwise is just it's difficult for me to even dig through the sewer of shit that I have to arrange in my head to express to the rest of you how these monsters operate. Because obviously they're not operating like any normal human being ever would. Now, when it comes to Elliot Rodger, who I'll go a bit into, and then try to explain exactly why all these creeps are not only seeing him as a hero, but actively trying to emulate him. That's when we're brought into a situation where I'm left, I'm going to be left angry. And so I may even have to have our man Derek provide me kind of like a break during that period of rage where I might just step outside and take a breath. But in interim, let's try and get into this. The first case, and I present this as like a criminal psychology case that is so important to present to all of you, is the case of Elliot Rodger. So let me try and get you all into as much detail about the manosphere, as they call it, as I can tolerate. So you've got this sorority house in California, my own Golden State, that was one of the 22-year-old Elliot Rodger's targets. He's eternally 22 because he died at that age. And minutes before, the man we discussed earlier, who I'll be discussing again within Arc of Narrative of Necessity, he's an integral part of this thread of narrative, Alec Minassian, that was brought up by Lena Shay. Minutes before Alec Minassian launched this deadly attack in Toronto yesteryear, in which he ran a car over as many people as he could smash beneath his wheels. He posted to Facebook the following, a sentence which read, "The Incel rebellion has already begun. We will overthrow all the Chads and Stacys," a term I'll have to explain. "All hail the supreme gentleman, Elliot Rodger." Now, police confirmed that he killed 10 people based on that motivation of modeling himself on Elliot Rodger. And his post on Facebook drew new attention to that mass murderer whose crimes have inspired an entire dubious following, a literal personality cult in which he has rendered himself immortal among the demented. And Facebook did confirm at the time the screenshot was completely genuine. This was not a hoax uploaded by anybody. It was sourcing from Minisian himself, the vehicular manslaughterer, the vehicular murderer. And Elliot Rodger, back in 2014, in May of that year, when I was working with Revolution Radio, killed half a dozen people in not just a shooting spree, but also a stabbing spree, a stabbing and shooting spree in Isla Vista, California. Now, before he turned the gun on himself, the 22-year-old Elliot Rodger posted a quote-unquote retribution video to YouTube and emailed a lengthy autobiographical document to almost 24 people that he knew. And an online community known as the involuntary celibates, or Incels, who blame women for all their sexual failings, has ever since fastened upon this document. So what exactly did Rodger believe? He was the son of a Hollywood filmmaker, and he grew up in a life of privilege and affluence, a spoiled brat. The 141-page document he distributed in his final hours explores that upbringing, his own mental health, and his deep-rooted loathing of all women, fueled by an intense frustration over his virginity. And in the document, Rodger proclaimed, "I am the closest thing there is to a living God." And on the video he posted to YouTube, Rodger sat in a BMW, a Bavarian Motorworks car his family had given him, and complained about being a virgin at 22 years of age, saying he had never even kissed a girl in his entire life. Now, you're sitting in a fucking BMW, and if you can't get laid, you must be one fucked up son of a bitch who has nothing to offer the world. So, in the document, he describes himself as the ideal magnificent gentleman, and could not comprehend why women would not want to have sex with him, all while planning his murderous rampage as a day of retribution, and said he had no choice but to exact revenge on the society that had, quote-unquote, denied him sex and love. There are things that need to be earned in this world. And one of them, well, like everything else, that includes sex and love. There's something you can't just pluck from a tree like low-hanging fruit. You've got to give in order to get. So Rodger specified that he planned to target the Alpha Phi sorority, whose members he had deemed the hottest at his college. As he said, the kind of girls I've always desired, but was never able to have. So he shot and killed Catherine Cooper, who was 22 years of age, the 19-year-old Veronica Weiss, members of another sorority outside the Alpha Phi house. He also stabbed to death 3 young men, all of them Chinese Americans or Chinese exchange students. Cheng Yuan Hong and Waihan Wang, who were both 20 years of age, and the 19-year-old George Chen. George Chen was probably the Asian American or the Chinese American, Sino-American in academic terms, whereas Chen Yuanghong and Waihan Wang were likely the Chinese exchange students because they had fully Chinese names, whereas the other guy had the fucking first name of George. And then Elliot Rodger went on to injure 14 individuals when he traveled around firing at random in his car, and thereby fatally shot Christopher Michaels Martinez, who was but 20 years of age. And in the final section of his manifesto, Rodger declared, "I am the true victim in all of this. I am the good guy." Oh, but of course. So how is Rodger idolized by his fans? He's been virtually canonized by the entire white male supremacist community online. A mock film trailer entitled, well, it's a fan flick that is satirizing itself, conceiting itself. The conceit of the satire is that it is a film trailer for a film entitled The Supreme Gentleman, which of course doesn't exist, but a trailer for the film that they wish would exist exists. That was spliced together in honor of Elliot Rodger, cut from all of his clips, that was still available on YouTube. Fuck. When I last checked, it was available half a decade after its original upload. Meaning 4 years after a massacre, YouTube still has The Supreme Gentleman online. At least it did some number of years ago. I don't know if it's still up there. I'll look it up right now and see if I can find it. And that would be a bitch if that were still up there. Yes, here it is. Yeah, The Supreme Gentleman is still up on YouTube for all the male trash pieces of shit to derive inspiration from. Ain't that a bitch? If that don't beat all, as my father used to say. Now, several versions of these videos, which I had raised in the past, half a decade ago with YouTube, were eventually deleted. But they keep coming back. Like polyps in a case of intestinal cancer. And these videos have been viewed hundreds of thousands of times, no, millions of times each, even after being flagged for removal. So YouTube obviously wants this to be on. YouTube has no excuse for this to proliferate, for this to continue and proliferate. And in a statement YouTube had sent me half a decade ago, in fact, they actually put it on their website. They themselves declared officially that these videos were threatening violence and thereby contravening their guidelines. With YouTube itself saying, "We encourage anyone who sees material that they think crosses the line to flag it for us." But lots of fan videos about the Rampage Killer. And his old YouTube channel, when I checked half a decade ago, which was no less than half a decade after he had died, still remain online. So I just checked for his videos that were made about him, and they're still there. I'm not even going to bother to check for his YouTube channel because I've got a feeling it's still going to be up. And I just don't need to see that. Or that'll just be the last straw for me tonight. I've even seen t-shirts of selfies with him posing in sunglasses that could be purchased online through international self-print clothing retailer Redbubble. And those motherfuckers are like fans of him, with a quote on the t-shirt saying, "Kill a cunt for Elliot Rodgers." Believe that shit? This is why I keep insisting there has to be violence to put these men down. Now, Redbubble is a global online marketplace for print-on-demand products based on user-submitted artwork. And, of course, the company was founded in 2006 in Melbourne, Australia. One of its primary founders was Stephen Outram, the Aquino cultist who paid Richard K. Cole no less than $1 million so that he could spend his entire life dedicated to stalking myself. And they also maintain offices in San Francisco and Berlin. And of course, they advertise themselves at redbubble.com as awesome products created by independent artists. Which means a bunch of hate mongers who put "Peep the fucking frog" on every other t-shirt that doesn't have Elliot Rodgers' face, proclaiming "Kill a cunt for Elliot Rodgers." This is Western quote-unquote civilization today. There is no Western civilization. This is a prison rape anti-culture without a single redeeming feature. This is why the world as we know it has got to come to an end. The interesting thing is, these women, these men, they're really cunts themselves, can call for women to be killed, and it's freedom of speech. And yet, these are the same people who, when I expose them, claim they be victims. Now, after I had raised those t-shirt items to the Redbubble Market website half a decade ago, they removed the content as per their guidelines back then. But I still see people wearing the t-shirts. And I don't think that a t-shirt lasts very long, and I don't think you can really pass it around among all too many men without things getting a little gross. So somebody's selling them. I do know that t-shirts of selfies with Elliot Rodgers posing in sunglasses could be purchased online through international self-printing Redbubble by people who have told me that they checked in on it and said that the platform, which is intended for artists to print their work, that the Roger merchandise is still available for sale. Yeah, I'm getting the info on that now. I have people writing me saying that the social news website Reddit banned an incel discussion group, a subreddit, as part of its efforts to cut down on violent content and illicit term sales. But independent platforms and aliases have sprung up in its place, leading to a cat and mouse game with moderators that just goes on forever. So that brings us back, of course, to trying to define these incels on Reddit, where guns, beer, and tobacco transactions are now banned. But everybody can go on there to claim "kill a cunt." On dedicated incel websites, the users they're just split. Some disavow Rodgers, but others admire him, seeking to rationalize and actually celebrate his actions. And likewise, with the attack attributed to Alec Minassian. Now, of the Toronto killer, one post that was brought to my attention says, I hope this guy wrote a manifesto because he could be our next new saint. And another proclaims, I will have one celebratory beer for every victim that turns out to be a young woman between ages 18 through 35. I mean, what a fucking loser. This won't stop them from jacking off to every bitch they see on a porn site, but they want them all to die. They lust for that meat, but they want to beat it down until it's lifeless. And you wonder why men in North America can't get a fucking date. Honestly, I hope the overwhelming majority of women become lesbians to deny these men any nookie at all. They don't fucking deserve any. But that brings us back to the manosphere. The incel community is just one of the misogynistic groups that exist within the so-called manosphere, a web of online blogs and forums which reject mainstream conceptions of gender inequality. Others include MGTOW, MGTOW, all uppercase, acronyms for men going their own way, a group which focuses on male self-ownership and believes men have been disadvantaged by modern society's development. You know, a society where you can't go club a woman on the head and drag her by the hair back to your cave. Arguably, the best-known group is the Red Pill. No relation to the Red Pill that was set up by the young guy who's talking to me through the chat room tonight. The one I'm referencing is a Reddit subforum with more than 200,000 members last time I checked, which claims its focus is a discussion of sexual strategy in a culture increasingly lacking a positive identity for men. So the ideologies are oftentimes confounded with others, including the self-dubbed alt-right, the alternative rightists. So imagery like Peep the Frog is popular. The hate symbol. If you see anyone with Peep the Frog, you just block them and make certain they can never return into your life. There's nothing good that can ever source from some fucker with Peep the Frog. There are excuses, as I was speaking of with Brand, for why men in the West might have a swastika tattoo. There's none for anyone to be walking around with Peep the fucking Frog in any way, shape, or form upon anything associated or affiliated with themselves. Now, the Red Pill Reddit subforum, their name is of course a reference to the 1999 film The Matrix and refers to a pill the main character must swallow in order to see dark truths about the world around him. Now, circa 2017, the New Statesman journalist Amelia Tate spoke to several forum members about their online radicalization, unveiling bullying and indoctrination techniques within the community. She summarizes the forum's ideology as a profound belief that feminism is toxic, sexism is fake, men have it harder than women. Oh, please! And everything the media teaches about relationships is a lie. So let's look at least 5 revelations that I got from the twisted world of the kissless virgin. What I would highlight is the fact that Elliot Rodger blamed his unhappiness on the cruelness of woman. That he wrote, "My life is so pathetic, and I hate the world for forcing me to suffer it." Oh, you poor son of a bitch sitting in that BMW with that air conditioning under the golden California sunlight. All pissed off because you can't get your cockhead stimulated. Oh my God, life is hard. I weep. I cry myself to sleep at night. So, he wrote, I saw winning the lottery as the only way out. He lamented, I was going to be a virgin outcast forever. And so Elliot Rodger bequeathed upon us his legacy of a 107,000 word story of what the mass shooter called his twisted world. And that was his own terms. He used those very words, twisted world. His twisted world, while he emailed it to his parents and a therapist the day he went on his terror rampage. And so investigators and journalists soon found it. The central theme of My Twisted World, subtitled The Story of Elliot Rodger, is his intractable virginity, which he blamed upon the cruelness of woman. So, the 5 revelations I derived from this disturbing document, and before I get into them, I'm taking a look at what was left as a comment by Kane Lawless, alias Daniel Arola, and wonderful human being, of course, my grandbrother, as it were. And he left a picture of Steve Outram diving into a pool and causing a tsunami. Anyhow, the first thing I derived from those 107,000 words that I suffered through by scanning them oh so many years ago, but never forgetting the contents, was a bitter form of irony. That would be primary. Elliot Rodger grew up on the edges of Hollywood, but was never quite a part of it. His father, Peter Rodger, aspired to make films, but he mostly directed commercials. His mother even dated George Lucas for a short period of time and was a personal friend of Steven Spielberg's. Or so he wrote. There's no reason to disbelieve him. His stepmother, Sumaya Akabune, acted in a few movies and was a regular on the French version of Real Housewives, which was produced in Los Angeles. These connections got him into a few Star Wars premieres, and the premiere on March 12, 2012, for the first installment of The Hunger Games, for which his father worked as a second unit director. Rodger wrote that the movie was entertaining, and the premiere was an extraordinary experience, but he said he felt very bitter that I wasn't able to bring a girl with me as a date. I mean, this is why I can't understand why men don't use prostitutes. I mean, in the end, what the fuck? This guy is not poor. He could have hired an escort. No problem. He could have had someone draped over his arm anytime he fucking wanted. What the fuck? Anyhow, to go on reading what he wrote. The majority of men at the event had a date with them, and I felt so pathetic for not having a date. If only a girl at my college had been attracted to me, I would have gladly brought her to the premiere as my date. He had attended a private Katy Perry concert the night before, thanks to wealthy friends who gave the tickets to the Rodger family. Elliot wrote about how seeing how rich families enjoy life made him resent that his damnable mother had not married into wealth instead of being selfish. I mean, this is what I can't get. I guess he means, like, really wealthy. Because, somebody riding around in a BMW is usually considered pretty secure. But to go on with his writings, I couldn't help but feel a bitter form of envy at all of the rich kids at the concert. They grew up in lavish mansions, indulged in excessive opulence, and will never have to worry about anything in their pleasurable, hedonistic lives. I would take great pleasure in watching all of those rich families burn alive. Looking at all of them really drilled in my mind the importance of wealth. Well, Roger's parents frantically searched for their son during the shooting. This while he had churned out this pile of shit with nuggets like this. Let me continue to flip the pages here. Yes, I had someone actually print this out for me back when I was working with Revolution Radio. Believe me, this was on request from Mike Ringley at the time, who considered me an expert because of my criminal psychology background. Here's a gem. Wealth is one of the most important defining factors of self-worth and superiority. I hated and envied all of those kids for being born into wealth, while I had to struggle to find a way to claim wealth for myself. I had to be ruthless and do whatever it takes to attain such wealth. After all, it was my only hope for ever being worthy of getting a girlfriend and living the life of gratification that I desired. And so Roger lamented being a kissless virgin. And then there came, secondarily, love potion number 9 advice. Dale Lohner, who wrote and directed several movies about relationships, tried to teach Roger how to get a girlfriend. That's according to Roger's writing. Lohner, a friend of Roger's father, wrote Blind Date, Love Potion number 9, and Ruthless People. These are 3 titles that I've never bothered looking into. I don't know whether they're films or books. Screenplays or books. But, according to Elliot Rodger, he wanted to help me overcome my troubles because he is a so-called expert with women. He even showed me pictures of all the gorgeous women he has dated in his life, and there were a lot of them. A lot of them. This man truly lived. A few men who are successful with women have offered me help and advice about this in the past, but nothing ever came of it. I suppose they want to help because it would be a boost to their already big egos, and also because they feel so sorry for me. People should feel sorry for me. My life is so pathetic, and I hate the world for forcing me to suffer it. I feel sorry for myself. In truth, there is nothing men like Dale can really do to help me attract girls and lose my virginity. They can't mind control girls to be attracted to me. My brief friendship with Dale would, however, spark a few more interesting email conversations where I confide to him about how cruel I think women are by nature. He would only be amused by this. Of course he would be amused. Women were never cruel to him. They gave him sex and love all his life. Now, when I emailed Lohner's representatives for comment back in the day when I was actually reporting on all of this, I never heard back from any of them. So I guess I should feel cruelly treated and pathetic too. Oh my God! But I never lose any sleep over that. Tertiarily, the big point that Roger felt was a leading light in his life was winning a lottery as the only way out. Roger became convinced that winning the Mega Millions lottery was his destiny. He began obsessively playing it and even drove to Arizona from California 4 times to buy Powerball tickets. He's so writing, I saw winning the lottery as the only way out. I knew I was always destined for great things. This must be it. I was destined to be the winner of the highest lottery jackpot in existence. I knew right then and there that this jackpot was meant for me. Who else deserved such a victory? I had been through so much rejection, suffering, and injustice in my life, and this was to be my salvation. With my whole body filled with feverish hope, I spent $700 on lottery tickets for this drawing. As I spent this money, I imagined all the amazing sex I would have with a beautiful model girlfriend I would have once I became a man of wealth. Yes, I actually remember his grieving father after his rampage saying, "When will this insanity stop?" After repeatedly not winning the lottery, Roger saw that his plan for his day of retribution against the world was more real than ever before. And so George Chin, the 19-year-old Chinese American, was at home near the University of California, Santa Barbara, on Friday, May 23rd, when his roommate, Elliot Roger, who was 22 years of age himself, went on his deadly rampage. By the way, every time I talk about this son of a bitch, one of the reasons I hate talking about him is because I don't see Elliot Roger, because his own face is so disturbingly gay looking. I mean, this guy, the reason he never got a girl was, just look at the guy. Everybody thought he was fucking gay. I mean, when you look at him, he needs to have the word twink tattooed on his forehead. And so no girl bothered to approach him because they just figured, well, he must have all the sex he wants from all the boys in the locker room. So he couldn't overcome that by simply, I don't understand how he had any lack of money since he was upper middle class. There's no problem with hiring hookers when you're upper middle class. He's creating his own obstacles. It was all in his head. It was all in his head when he stabbed Chen and 12 other people to death at his apartment before shooting and killing 3 more in a nearby neighborhood. And more than a dozen others were catastrophically injured before Roger himself died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. The death of Roger Rabbit. Every time I think of him, I think of Roger Rabbit. Except without the charm and the humor. So there's nothing left but a fucking bunny boy, who left us these words: "Without the prospect of becoming wealthy at a young age, I had nothing to live for now. I was going to be a virgin outcast forever. I realized that I had to start planning and preparing for the day of retribution, even though I hadn't yet had any idea of what day that would be." And that brings us to the quaternary point. Roger's 3 guns. Roger had begun practicing shooting at a range in Oxnard, California, after failing to win the $120 million United States dollar Mega Millions lottery in September of 2012, according to his own writing, which says the following: "I had the knowledge in the back of my mind that the day of retribution was very possible now. Going to the shooting range while I waited for my laptop gave me the perfect opportunity to gain some initial training in shooting guns, which will be the main weapons I use as vengeance against my enemies when the day of retribution ultimately comes to pass. I walked into the range, rented a handgun from the ugly old redneck cashier, and started to practice shooting at paper targets. As I fired my first few rounds, I felt so sick to the stomach. I questioned my whole life, and I looked at the gun in front of me and asked myself, what am I doing here? How could things have led to this? I couldn't believe my life was actually turning out this way. There I was, practicing shooting with real guns, because I had a plan to carry out a massacre. Yes, it's all about rejection, jealousy, and his vow to kill beautiful girls. He himself wrote that his first act of preparation for the massacre was the purchase of his first gun. Well, let me let him do the talking. I had already done some research on handguns, and I decided to purchase the Glock 34 semi-automatic pistol, an efficient and highly accurate weapon. I'm sorry. This guy really is one dumb son of a bitch. Whoever he killed, he didn't kill with that gun. I can tell you that much. I mean, sarcastically, if he hit anyone with any rounds from that gun, they probably bounced off. I'm sorry. Don't ever stand in front of a handgun. Any handgun, but anyhow. As far as I'm concerned. Back to Roger. Or should I say Elliot? I signed all of the papers and was told that my pickup day was in mid-December. That fell in nicely because that was when I was planning on staying in Santa Barbara till. After I picked up the handgun, I brought it back to my room and felt a new sense of power. I was now armed. He bought his second handgun in the spring of 2013 when he began to seriously think about planning the day of retribution. Per his writ, he bought a third handgun a year later. I mean, this guy's doing this for years. He's buying a handgun every year. I'm surprised it's taken him so long when you reflect back on this. I mean, with the money he had, he could have purchased a handgun every month. Nobody would have stopped him. Anyhow, he so writes, I needed to buy a third handgun, just in case one of them jams. He knows that much about the Glock. I needed 2 working handguns at the same time, as that was how I planned to commit suicide, with 2 simultaneous shots to the head. I also needed to buy magazine clips and ammunition, as well as knives and carrying cases for my equipment. You see, this is where one goes into Rambo fantasy land. I mean, basically what this fucker did was, believe it or not, all the chinks in his room, by that I mean Chinese guys, they were asleep in their version of Chinese siesta. They were all sleeping when he ran in and stabbed them all while they were lying down and asleep and totally defenseless, and died during their dreams, thinking, oh my God, I'm having a nightmare about some faggot fucking me with a blade instead of his dick. Oh! I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. That's just rude. But the idea that he would be using them during his massacre, like, oh, gotta drop the guns, pick up the knife, stab somebody, pick the guns back up. The only thing I like is the image of his blowing his brains out with both guns pointed at his head at once. That's creative. You never see anyone do that. I actually began to wonder why more people don't do that. But, quintessentially, the quintary purpose to this man's life was vengeance against men. Roger wrote that the first phase of his massacre plan would be to stab his 2 male roommates to death. Well, to let him do the talking. These were the biggest nerds I had ever seen, and they were both very ugly with annoying voices. If they were pleasant to live with, I would regret having to kill them. But due to their behavior, I now had no regrets about such a prospect. In fact, I'd even enjoy stabbing them both to death while they slept. After that, I will start luring people into my apartment, knock them out with a hammer, and slit their throats. I will torture some of the good-looking people before I kill them, assuming that the good-looking ones had the best sex lives. All of that pleasure they had in life, I will punish by bringing them pain and suffering. I have lived a life of pain and suffering, and it was time to bring that pain to people who actually deserve it. So, the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office identified the 3 men found dead in Roger's apartment as Chen Yong Hong, who was 20 years of age, and Waihan Wang, who was the same age, and George Chen, who was 19. Hong and Chen were his roommates while Wang was visiting the apartment. And the 3 students all died from multiple stab wounds before the shooting rampage. All of this was confirmed by the Sheriff's Department of Santa Barbara County. What I can't understand is how 3 straight heterosexual chinks, well, 1 Chinese American and 2 Chinese from across the Pacific, wind up falling asleep in the afternoon in the same room. Like, what the fuck is that? It's like he poured sleeping gas into the room or something. I mean, like, what the fuck? Were they all drinking? It's like, people who even drink a lot don't generally fall asleep together like that. It's just not natural. It's like, hey, you want to go out to the court for a couple of long ones? Let's shoot some hoops or something. Oh no, let's take a nap. It's like, I wouldn't want to sleep in a room with 2 other guys, but then again, I am always afraid, and this has happened. This is why I'm afraid of it. I'll wake up with one of them in the same bed as myself, getting chummy. All these guys, they all claim they're straight, like those dopes, Ed Opperman and James Arthur Yanchik. When I introduced those 2 idiots, who ended up, interviewing each other, the one time they were with myself, they were all going into this crap about not being gay and how straight they were. This is what I don't get about straight guys, why they need to, verify that. Okay, why would anyone assume otherwise about Ed Opperman or James Arthur Yanchik when they're a couple of fat tubs of lard and they don't have what it takes to be gay, which is an obsession with maintaining one's musculature? I mean, they're too out of shape to ever be mistaken for gay in the classical sense, or as we stereotype gays. But they got to start talking. It came up with the conversation when I was talking about the gays in San Francisco, and there is a bad habit among many homosexuals, well, gays, for shoving everything they can up their butts. Because what happens is you get so much stimulus rectally that it begins to dull, and you got to stick new things up rectally to stimulate your prostate or stimulate the anal ring so that you feel that there's actually something up your ass. And so, because I was in the emergency room all the time, because when I was caring for my parents who were spiraling in terms of their physical health, because of so many factors, I can't bother going into them tonight, I was in the emergency room every other fucking day. Guaranteed, whenever we had a fucking holiday weekend. It would be on a Sunday when nobody was working at the emergency room, and it doesn't make any fucking sense, but the time that people most need emergency rooms are weekends and holidays. And that's the time when nobody's at the fucking hospital, because all doctors and nurses insist on maintaining a regular schedule as if they were working people, quote unquote. In other words, like regular people going to an office, where everything is like 9 to 5. In the case of an MD, it'd be like early in the morning, 6 to 8 in the morning till 5 o'clock or so, or 6 p.m. And they insist on maintaining this 5 days a week and then taking 2 days off on the weekend when everybody else is taking their time to enter an emergency room because they're all getting injured. And they don't work at night. There's nothing but skeleton crews, and they don't work on holidays. This is all the times that you need staff there. Doctors should be doing what I do. Daytime for them should be nighttime. And what is night for the rest of you should be daytime for an MD, as it is with me. MDs should be working on weekends, at night, on weekends, and during holidays. And they should get the other 5 days off, as far as I'm concerned, with skeleton crews being left during those working hours, because that's when everybody's at work and nobody's doing stupid things that injure themselves that wind up taking them to the emergency room. But no, MDs got to live this regular lifestyle. And so all the MDs are never there when my parents needed them, which was every time at night and on holidays and on weekends. But when I was in the emergency room, because there was no one there except a skeleton crew, and you waited all day, and I mean all fucking day, for anyone to check in, I could hear everybody else in the other stalls. You couldn't even call them stalls. They were like curtains. You just had massive rooms in the emergency room. This is what doesn't make any sense either. Hospitals have huge rooms which are subdivided by curtains. Fucking shower curtains. They're just glorified shower curtains. And these glorified shower curtains are what separate you with plenty of room at the top, the bottom, and everywhere for the COVID-19 to go through, so that everybody bringing in COVID-19 can infect everybody else. I know this was before we had COVID-19, but any disease that was equivalent that you could catch, you would get anyway. So they're just making certain everybody in the ER gets infected by everybody else. Kind of like the Chinese wet markets. That's what hospital emergency rooms are in the West. Western wet markets. So that they can breed new diseases. It makes no medical sense. So hospitals are just fucked like that. But anyhow, because of this, I could hear everything that was going on behind the curtain of the people surrounding us on 3 sides on an emergency room in any given night. And I would hear things like, oh, it's San Francisco, right? San Francisco. Every other room is a gay guy being brought in with something up his ass. Oh, the stench. The combination of shit and melting ice off of a frozen fish. Gay guy brought in. I would see him, of course, when they bring him in on the stretcher, ass up in the air. Half a frozen fish sticking out of the guy's ass. Thawing. They couldn't get the fish out of his ass because then it started to thaw. And then, it was stuck in the guy's ass. So they had to go to the hospital to get it extricated. Another guy came in with a light bulb. And the doctors, after a while, they developed this morbid sense of humor. Pulled the light bulb out of the guy's ass. You heard this, like this popping sound. Can't really describe it. It's more of a, more like that. Light bulb comes out of the guy's ass. And it was whole. It didn't shatter. I guess his rectal muscles were not powerful enough. And so the MDs thought it was funny to screw it in and see if it still worked, and it worked. And because of the heat, you had the light bulb burning all the shit and excrement and blood that was on it off, so you could smell that light bulb burning shit and blood and probably seminal fluids that were steaming off of that, with MDs laughing about it. This is what happens when you deal with this shit all of your life. This is your sense of humor. That's what an MD is left with. That's the emotive power of a medical doctorate. What you're left with is a shell of a human being who takes blood, shit-stained light bulbs and screws them in just to see if they'll work after pulling it out of some guy's ass. Anyhow, my point, now that I lost myself in that fucking nightmare of memories, this is what post-traumatic stress disorder does. This is what happens when veterans start relating combat experiences. Yeah, my point being that when it came to a lot of the gay community having extraordinarily bad habits like this, what was the point that I was trying to make about Elliot Rodgers? I fucking lost it. It was right on the frontal lobe of my brain. Don't do drugs, kids. But it's one of those things where I had a point and I lost it. And now I'm just left with everybody probably thinking I've gone off the deep end and not being too wrong. So I'll try to get back on case, and I'll probably remember it later during Arc of Narrative tonight. But oh God, maybe if Brendan were here, he could help me get back on track, or some of the people who knew me better back in the day when I related such stories in the past. By the way, I'm sure all of you regret that you're able to hear me now. And Derek Talley says, Douglas took the words out of my mouth. You can't get laid in a BMW? Yeah, thank you. Yes. Oh, God. So, okay, we've got a lot more people in chat right now. Got good stream health going. And so I do want people to interact a bit more in the chat room. So when I was talking about, the three guys who were sleeping in Elliot Rodgers' room, these three guys, and I was wondering, how does it that a bunch of straight guys wind up just falling asleep like that? And I was talking about, the light bulbs. So I was with Ed Opperman and James Arthur Yanchik at the time. And both these fuckers, when I was telling them the light bulb story, then James Arthur Yanchik, he starts, I don't know what you'd call it, thinking aloud, I guess, which is always bad for James because, it's kind of like an exercise in futility. But he started saying, I could be stuck on a desert island, and a box of light bulbs could wash up on the beach, and if I were stranded on that desert island, would never in a million years, having no place else to screw the light bulbs, I would never in a million years think about shoving them up my ass. And, and Ed Opperman was going through the same trip. Yeah, that's not something we straight guys do. Yeah, I never think about anything to shove up my ass or something. And then he started talking about how straight they were and shit. And I was thinking, if I had the great misfortune to be stranded on a desert island with Ed Opperman and James Arthur Yanchik, within 2 weeks, I'd be sleeping up in the trees. I'd have to be sleeping up in the treetops because both those fat bastards wouldn't be able to climb up after me to try and get a piece of my skinny ass. That's what it would be like. That's, all these guys saying how straight they are. Yeah, put them in a prison cell and watch them start relieving their tensions on the shortest, weakest piece of man meat they can find. And then they rationalize it all. It's some kind of macho bullshit. And then when they get out of prison, they can never get rid of it. Maybe that's why Brendan didn't like living with that guy who got out of prison. I mean, he sounded harmless enough. Sounded even like he cared about Brendan and was encouraging him to go to school. Maybe he just didn't like the fact that, he couldn't bend over comfortably to pick something up from the ground. At any rate, in this precedent-setting case in Canada, the police have laid terrorism charges over the attack at the Toronto massage parlor because it was so evidently inspired by the incel ideology. And it is the first time in Canadian history, and possibly anywhere in the world, that terrorism charges have been utilized to prosecute an incel attack. And, of course, the involuntarily celibate has come to refer to this deeply misogynistic internet community for men who feel sexually rejected. And the 17-year-old suspect that took me down this rabbit hole, I will use that term now, it is all too apropos, who, well, that's because of Roger Rabbit, right? Elliot Roger Rabbit. This is David Schroeder's rabbit hole taken to a new level. So, this 17-year-old punk can't be named due to his age. He murdered a 24-year-old immigrant, Ashley Noel Arzaga, I want to remember her name, stabbed 20 others who survived, cut off the hand of the Madane. Police first laid charges of first-degree murder and attempted murder in February, but announced yesterday the charges have been updated to murder or hyphenated terrorist activity. And so the Toronto police brought in the RCMPs, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police's Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, the INSET, after conclusively proving that the evidence indicated the attack was motivated by the incel movement. And for that reason, the joint statement, I credited it to the RCMP, but I realize now it was from the Royal Canadian Mounties and the Toronto Police in coordination, releasing the official statement. And the joint statement refers to incel as what Canadians classify officially as an IMVE, or IMVEM, IMVEM, ideologically motivated violent extremist movement. And in addressing such, their official statement said that terrorism comes in many forms, and it's important to note that it is not restricted to any particular group, religion, or ideology. But that brings us back to the incel movement itself. Many other attacks have previously been attributed to the incel movement, including the 2018 Toronto van attack that killed 10 people, and the 2015 Oregon College shooting that killed 9, and the 2014 California shooting spree that killed 6. And the movement has been growing through these mass killings on message boards and dedicated websites, as well as forums like 4chan, known for no-holds-barred discussions and the incubation of conspiracy-laden ideologies. The website Reddit shut down its incel forum after complaints regarding violent content and, of course, the deaths of several women that were conspired on site. But everything keeps on with new names and new aliases. The tone of the online discussions varies. Sometimes there is mockery and sarcasm, but men who identify as incels generally express hatred towards women, accusing them of sexually manipulating or humiliating men, with posts explicitly encouraging violent physical attacks on women. Ultimately, this is called conspiracy to murder. The names Chad and Stacy are typically used by incels as stand-ins for everyone they hate or envy. Chads are physically attractive, but oftentimes intellectually dim or perceived as such men who have success with women, whereas Stacys are the women who reject incels in favor of Chads. So, when it came to the California shooting in 2014, 22-year-old Elliot Roger carried out his mass shooting outside a sorority house in Isla Vista, California, in which he killed half a dozen people, only 12 men and his 3 male roommates, and injured 14. And before the attack, Roger had created this manifesto and a video outlining his existence of loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled desires, in which he said, "It's an injustice, a crime, because I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy, and yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men instead of me, the supreme gentleman. I will punish all of you for it." And, of course, Rogers killed himself at the end of his attack. You know, these guys always get things backwards, where they should start that first. But that brings us to the Toronto van attack. Alec Minassian was scheduled to go on trial for the Toronto van attack in April, but it's now been delayed due to COVID-19. Shortly before the attack, Minassian posted incel tropes on his Facebook account, referring to Elliot Rodger as the Supreme Gentleman, and calling for the overthrow of all the Chads and Stacys. After he was arrested, Minassian claimed to police that he had been, in fact, in direct contact with Rodger, and even asserted that Rodger had even confided in him about his mission 3 days before the shooting. And so Minassian told police he'd been rejected by women and had never been in an intimate relationship with one. He said he found the online incel community through a friend when he was attending a Toronto college in 2014. And so during his interview, Minassian told the police, "I know of several other guys over the internet who feel the same way, but I would consider them too cowardly to act upon their anger." And he confessed that he had also been in contact with the Oregon College shooter, Chris Harper Mercer, who also killed himself at the end of the attack. And about his online discussions with both Elliot Rodger and Chris Harper Mercer, Minassian is on record as saying, "We discussed our frustrations at society and being unable to get laid, and we were plotting a certain time strikes on society in order to confuse and shake the foundations, just to put all the normies in a state of panic." I'm trying quite unsuccessfully to emulate the voice of Bane on the Harley Quinn cartoons, but I'm falling quite short. It's since been conclusive that Minassian was indeed in contact with the Trois mass shooters, Elliot Rodger and Chris Harper Mercer. And more information will come out in court for the body politic, the tax-paying constituency in Canada. The trial will focus on Minassian's state of mind, as Minassian has admitted to the attack. But as Lena Shay said, this is conclusive proof that they're all this extended family in the most negative sense. I have my extended electronic family. This is the extended electronic Manson family, or should I say Minassian family, online, in which, as Peter Moon and I were discussing earlier yesterday for most people on the other time zones outside the Pacific coast, Peter Moon and I were discussing the fact that much is attracted in terms of entities to various inanimate forums. Things such as artilects or artificial intellects that are not based off a human nervous system as the Dietrich artilect originally was. Artilects that are simply created strictly mechanically and via programming are wide open to egregore infestation, which is exactly what Michael Aquino designed, along with DARPA. Of course, he didn't do it personally, but he was personally involved with the strategic objective, which DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, perfected in the form of the Internet. Originally the DARPANet, which then became flypaper for egregores, or various entities to infiltrate the minds of people who frequent the Internet. In other words, you can be possessed simply by visiting these sites and regularly trawling yourself through these sewers of shit. Look at it this way. When I was working security at raves, those massive block parties that could take up entire buildings and entire city blocks in San Francisco, which was infamous for them back in the day, you would have these kids, I would see, who would take eyedroppers loaded with ecstasy and put the eye drops directly into their eyes of liquid ecstasy, which would then go directly to their brain via the optic nerve. That's exactly what it's like when you go on the internet. When you go on the internet and you cruise through all that shit that you find in 4chan and these various sites, all you're going to get is shit directly into your brain. Somebody at the other end is literally physically taking a shit, and it goes into your mind, between your ears, that space between your ears, instead of down your throat where you can swallow it. And it just sits in that vacuum space between your ears, because nature abhors a vacuum. And all most Americans have is a vacuum between their ears. And it fills that vacuum with shit that then leads to everything we're describing now. Now, a Canadian attorney would argue that the significance to the accused young person, since we don't have the fucker's name, is comparatively minor, as he has already faced the most serious charge in the Canadian Criminal Code, which is murder. For Canada, however, as a culture, this news is a milestone in terrorist prosecution, which largely began after 9/11 with a completely new set of criminal laws, but has never before been applied outside the context of Islamist extremism, even when strong candidates arose repeatedly from the white male supremacist movement. Alexandre Bisonnet, for example, was never charged with terrorism for his murderous shooting rampage at a mosque in Quebec in 2017. A terrorist charge for incel-motivated murder marks an expansion of terrorism law into new areas of extremism that have long been flagged for concern, inclusive incel, but also right-wing nationalism, or shall I say, neo-nationalism of the patriot or fatherfucker sort. Now, incel ideology has primarily spread through internet forums where men discuss their misogynistic sexual fantasies and their own sexual failures, their resentments of sexually successful men, and their own self-loathing, even to the point of suicidal schemes for revenge. Now, police sources have confirmed that the 17-year-old suspect confessed he wanted to kill as many women as possible. So, per their own statement, they said that shortly after the incident occurred, the Toronto Police Service contacted the RCMP integrated, well, they say INSET in the uppercase, INSET, but it's acronyms for Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, after uncovering evidence that this crime was a terrorist activity as defined in Section 8D3, 83.01, 8301B, 831B of the Criminal Code of Canada. RCMP INSET worked, which is Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, worked in conjunction with the Toronto Police Service, the Ministry of the Attorney General, actually they say MAG, which is MAG in the uppercase, which is a acronym for the Ministry of the Attorney General, and the PPSC, which is acronym for the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, and determined that this crime is in fact one in which the accused is inspired by the IMVE, which is the ideologically motivated violent extremist movement, commonly known as Incel, acronym for involuntary celibate. Oh God! So there's your typical federalese. I mean, this is a paragraph that's laden with more acronyms than words. Now, attorneys general for both Canada and Ontario consented to the updating of these charges as required by law, designed to put a political mark of responsibility on the decision. And so, the police news release has attested this crime to be an isolated incident, which is just stupid on the face of it, since it's obviously the product of a ideological movement. It's not an isolated incident. Every female who's battered and bruised on the basis of a boyfriend beating them up, guaranteed they're all inspired by this shit they see online, knowing they can get away with it because, hey, everyone else does. So long as they're short of murdering the woman, and they ultimately wind up doing so when they get out of control. And half the time they get away with that. So that's why, however, since this guy's in jail, the one punk, that's why the police say there is no further known threat to the public associated to the accused at this time. Incels in general, however, are quite another matter and newly recognized as a major novel security threat. Novel in the sense of, like, novel coronavirus causing COVID-19. So incel, which is typically used as a noun to describe these adherents, is not a listed terrorist entity under Canadian law, unlike the United States, where the Southern Poverty Law Center has classified it as a hate group. But in Canada, it is recognized as an IMVE, an ideologically motivated violent extremist movement. It came to greatest Canadian exposure after Toronto's van attack in 2018, in which Alec Minassian killed 10 and injured 16 by driving over them on a busy stretch of Yonge Street. And in interrogation videos released under court order in advance of a judge-alone trial, which has been postponed by the pandemic, Minassian said he was doing this mission as a part of the Incel rebellion, and even went so far as to tell a police officer, "I feel like I accomplished my mission." So, believe it or not, in Canada, not in these United States, but in Canada, the Incel movement started as a Lonely Hearts website. So the roots of the Incel movement started in Toronto, where that horrible machete attack took place, but not as a misogynistic organization. In 1997, a Toronto woman named Alana, who was in her mid-20s at the time, started a website dubbed Alana's Involuntary Celibacy Project for lonely people struggling to find romantic partners. This is according to the BBC. They reported this in 2018. And this late bloomer to the dating world eventually shortened the name to Incel. And so Alana told the BBC she never knew her innocent website would ultimately become linked to a community of hate mongers seeking violence primarily against women and some men like Douglas Dietrich. And so men and women exploited her forum to describe their experiences of being lonely and question why they couldn't meet anyone. And so she told the BBC it definitely was not a bunch of guys blaming women for their problems. That's a pretty sad version of this phenomenon that's happening today. These things have changed in the last 20 years. There was probably a bit of anger, and some men were a bit clueless about how women are unique individual humans, but in general, it was a supportive place. Now, the Incel movement's inspirational leader today is Elliot Rodger, who killed half a dozen people and injured 14 others in his rampage that he deemed his Day of Retribution in Isla Vista, California, back in that May of the 2014 year of our Lord. And before he fatally shot himself, the 22-year-old Roger Rabbit posted a retribution video to his YouTube and emailed a long autobiographical document from which I've been reading excerpts from to almost 24 acquaintances and the Incels online community, who blame women that they call Stacy's and sexually active men that they call Chads for their sexual frustrations, have since embraced his twisted document as their manifesto. Alec Minassian is accused of murdering 10 people and injuring 16 others in his van attack on Yonge Street in Toronto on April 23rd, 2018, the year before yesteryear. And hours before, Alec Manassian drove his van down Yonge Street, killing 10 people and injuring 16 others, knocking them down like bowling pins before rolling them over. He posted on his Facebook his page, that the Incel rebellion has already begun. We will overthrow all the Chads and Stacys. All hail the supreme gentleman, Elliot Rodger. And since he's now facing 10 counts of first-degree murder and 16 counts of attempted murder, he's seeking to be declared not criminally responsible by reason of mental disorder in a judge-alone trial scheduled to start this fall. He has not acknowledged by the side, steering the van down the sidewalk and striking the innocent pedestrians in his path. In other words, since he's acknowledged the crime but doesn't acknowledge perpetrating it, he's insisting that someone else did it. What he's referencing is the egregore that got into him by his trawling all of those white websites. But we have to remember that doesn't alleviate him of responsibility. He went into those websites seeking to be possessed. That's kind of like, he could have walked into a gay bar and took down his pants and shoved his ass in the air and started twerking. He would ultimately be responsible for getting pronged up the ass by that action. And so too, by going on the internet, anyone who gets possessed by an egregore that drives him to such insanity is still ultimately responsible, and quite personally so. The main issue at trial will be his criminal responsibility for the atrocity. Given a possible mental disorder, his identity as the driver of the van is not in dispute. He has not been charged with terrorist offenses, and the reason why this latest case should be treated differently are sure to be hotly debated, as they seem to mark a national shift in consciousness as manifest in prosecutorial strategy. So a terrorist charge increases the burden on prosecutors by requiring they prove more than just the crime, but also that it was committed for a political, religious, or ideological purpose with the aim of intimidating public security. It's a high bar, and one reason why there have been so few terrorist prosecutions in Canada, 55 as of 2019. Since 2013, Canada has also prosecuted people for traveling for the purpose of terrorism offenses, mainly involving allegiance to the Islamic State. First-degree murder is already the most serious conviction possible in Canada, with a mandatory life sentence and no parole for at least a quarter century, or 25 years. Terrorism can be an aggravated factor on sentencing, but does not necessarily increase the penalty. The terrorist aspect hinges on this element of incitement to others through shared extremist ideology. Manassian also referred in his interrogation to Elliot Rodger, who killed 6 people in California in 2014, and Chris Harper Mercer, who killed 9 people in Oregon in 2015. And Manassian even proved himself to have had advanced knowledge of Rodger's attack. And after the shock of the van attack, the incel movement quickly became a frightening novelty that attracted much commentary and speculation, with other malicious actors latching on to its new publicity. For example, it figured in the prosecution of a Toronto man convicted criminally last year for willfully promoting hatred against Jews and women through a self-published newspaper. James Sears wrote about Minazian, as a judge described it in his reasons for finding Sears guilty. Not a terrorist, but a victim of toxic vaccines and a misandrous feminist ideology. So, James Sears, of course, is this white trash piece of shit whom Lena Shay was referencing earlier, who went on to say, Canada and the rest of the Western world is about to enter the Incel Fight Club era, where formerly lone wolf incels begin forming cells, which will ultimately morph from vandalism and sophomoric havoc to mass violence. The sooner women start treating young white men with respect and we stop damaging our children with vaccines, the better. I am confident we can turn this situation around in one generation with minimal bloodshed. But ladies, it has to start now with you. Begin submitting to the natural patriarchal order and stop being so shallow and materialistic. We see, this is what brings us to cultural commentary. Lena said it all, along with myself, you might think earlier. No, that really just begins to cover what needs to be analyzed in depth. The man says we're entering the Fight Club era. What does that mean? Well, that brings us to the men who still love Fight Club. Now, David Fincher's movie entitled Fight Club, released in 1999, the actual dawning of the third millennium of Christ by some definitions. Some would argue it's 2001, but most of us settle for 2000 with all the round numbers simply because it makes the most sense. Now, I'm glad people are active in the chat room again. Thank goodness. And Jameson says, what is with the self-pity culture of these pathetic pricks? Nobody wants a pity badge wearing man with narcissistic tendencies. Would you say the net can be seen as a sort of massive metasigil? Yeah. And Daniel Rolla says, I'm glad I grew up learning how to play the guitar and sing, especially how to fight from my years in martial arts. That background alone made it easier for me to meet girls without drugs or money. It's true. And he says, and I don't even have to talk much. Yeah, there you go. Before I began to use the internet, I made myself avoid depending on it as a source to meet women because of how convenient it seems to be. Some things stay old school with me. Well, it's best, of course, to stay old school because the internet is full of a lot of men pretending to be women. And Jameson says, love how they cross-reference the anti-vax movement. They're all under one umbrella. Yes. Yes. This is the main point. It's all the fucking Russians infesting your world by getting between your ears and shitting in your mind, shitting in the vacuum between them that most Americans have to leave everybody conflating all this shit. It's like mixing puke and piss and shit in the same toilet and stirring it all up. Something a child would do to see what kind of result you would get. And then adding in sperm and sputum. And then trying to drink it all to see what it would taste like. Well, David Fincher's Fight Club is kind of like that. And has since 1999 become a focal point for the exploration of postmodern masculinity, white male resentment, consumerism, and gender relationships. Now, think back to yesteryear, 2019. And we're going to go through the summer and enter fall. Fall was when the movie was released. And 20 years ago on last fall, David Fincher's Fight Club went into wide release, meaning 20 years before its 20-year anniversary, in which a lot of people began reviewing it because of the fact that it has held up so well, and for the most negative reasons, by forecasting the incel movement. And that's why the incels keep referencing it. So it drew moviegoers into a tale of disaffected white American males who chase authenticity by pummeling the shit out of one another in poorly lit basements. In the course of the film, these men expand into low-grade pranks and vandalism and eventually form a terrorist cell called Project Mayhem that plants bombs in skyscrapers, 9/11 style, and brings them down. Now, the film's based on a relatively unknown 1996 novel by Chuck Palahniuk, whose surname spelled Palahniuk, and yet it took the top spot at the box office in its opening weekend, and then quickly fizzled. On DVD, however, it found a second life, selling millions of copies. Today, men still quote Fight Club to, well, they still discuss what the movie really means, and still dress like its characters for Halloween. In the debates surrounding the release of Todd Phillips' Joker, which was another movie about lost men rising up that came out last year, just as people were celebrating the 20th anniversary of Fight Club. It was one of the most reached for comparisons to the latest Joker flick, starring that repulsive actor who, oh my god, you know, I'm going to be repeating his name over and over again. So let me look for the stupid actor's name. Can't believe I forgot that. Joaquin Phoenix. Of course I wanted to forget it. Just looking at his face makes me sick. You know, he looks a lot like Jared Leto. And, honestly, there's some photographs where he's finally looking dignified. Then he lets his beard grow out. And it's disconcertingly all white, as opposed to his hair, which presumably has dyed. Alright, turn my eyes away from that train wreck. So, both movies at this point have become part of the contemporary mass cultural canon through which large numbers of white men try to think through their masculinity without involving the process of rational thought. The first sign that Fight Club might inspire men to do anything other than quote Fight Club on their Facebook walls came in it was the mid-2000s. The mid-aughts, as they're known, the zeros, years of a century. The zeros decade of a century, the thousands are known as the aughts, or back in the old days would be the 1800s or 1900s, etc. The aughts for all the zeros. And those hints came up with the rise of the seduction community, as it was called. These were groups of men searching together, sometimes in live seminars, but increasingly via online listservs, for an objectively reliable set of techniques that would maximize their chances of getting women in bed. And these groups had existed below the cultural radar for decades, well before Fight Club. In 2005, they received a new level of attention when Neil Strauss published The Game, which was a memoir/investigation about his time living in a Los Angeles group house devoted to the refinement of seduction techniques. Strauss attempted to engineer his own transformation from, in the lexicon of his housemates, AFC, which in military nomenclature would imply armored fighting car of some sort, but to these guys implied average frustrated chump, and transforming themselves from such to a PUA, or a PUA, all in the uppercase, a pickup artist, and then finally, ultimately, to a PUG, a PUG, all in the uppercase, pickup guru. Though the book ended with him taking a critical view of the PUA, the PUA experience, like PU asshole, its publication, plus a wave of bemused media coverage, brought new legions of curious men to pick up artistry and, by extension, to a worldview that framed interactions between men and women as a scientifically hackable quest for maximum sex with minimal emotional investment. Isn't that so typically fucking male? Sex as masturbation with a partner, in which women are essentially walking, talking blow-up dolls, and you're just getting your rocks off. I mean, why the fuck do you bother? It's like, at any rate, this is what I don't understand. Why not just hire hookers? With all the money these guys expend in pursuing these techniques and the learning thereof, I mean, guys are making money off this. Why not just hire a hooker? But, all common sense aside, because Mike Ringley was demanding I do various reports on this at the time, which he then prevented. I was supposed to get 4 hours when guys left, and there was opportunity for me to extend my program. He never provided the extra time, so I never delivered the reports. But at the time that I was researching on his behalf what was going on in this demi-monde, this half-world, I became a regular lurker on message boards, not just in the PUA world, but also across the networks of male resentment to which pickup artistry frequently functioned as a gateway drug. And these men's rights activists, the anti-feminist hive called the Red Pill, again, not the one set up by the individual in chat room tonight, Mr. What's his name? By the way, Jameson says, hookers are great too. Thank you, Jameson. Not Jay Jones. It was somebody earlier. Jim Davis. Yes, Jim Davis was the guy who was on the Red Pill. And had a great photograph of himself in a Roman outfit, or a Spartacus outfit, or something like that. Anyhow, not his Red Pill, but the Red Pill involved with the 4chan sites and the other sites that you would find it manifesting on. There were a lot of red pills. But among all the red pills and the incels and the amorphous alt-right, the alternative right, which is the real umbrella for all of these groups, browsing through this world, I saw Fight Club references and offhand worship of Brad Pitt's character, Tyler Durden, all the time. Tyler is an alpha male who does what he wants and doesn't let anyone stand in his way. Fight Club, then, was a lesson in what you had to do to stop being a miserable beta, like the film's other main character, a frustrated white-collar office worker played by Edward Norton. There was little discussion on these boards of how Tyler is ultimately revealed to be a hallucination who exists only in the Norton character's mind, a projection cooked up by his subconscious to yank him out of an existential malaise of alienating corporate work, condo payments, and IKEA catalogs. In the final scene, Norton's character kills Tyler, implicitly recognizing and picking a path between mindless middle-class consumerism and the nihilistic will to power of the terrorist. This act is crucial to the movie's most articulate defenders, proof that Fight Club functions as a critique of Tyler, not a valorization. But when I saw this element of the film acknowledged online, it was usually presented as a thematic flaw, or a sop to the demands of big studio movie making. No one was naming himself after Norton's character. In fact, Norton's character doesn't have a name. So, when I actually had met someone who was a conventional, well, comparatively speaking, conventional psychologist, who appeared at several conferences, like the one that introduced me, outed me as a public informant to yourselves, the general public. He introduced myself, and he asked me not to name him. That's understandable, and I won't. He introduced myself to the website of Harris O'Malley, who I wound up having some communications with while I was working with the idiot Mike Ringley. He runs a dating advice website called Paging Dr. Nerdlove, whereon O'Malley offers dating advice to geeks of all stripes. And so when I spracketh about the enduring influence of Fight Club with he confessed to myself that his relationship tips are geared towards fans of video games, comic books, sci-fi. They don't even call it science fiction anymore, and indeed they find that term offensive. They go for sci-fi and, basically all the losers. It's all formulated with an eye towards steering people away from the appeal of the PUA-type misogynistic snake oil. So in that sense, this man is to be encouraged and supported, even sponsored. In the emails he receives and the one-on-one coaching sessions that he gives, O'Malley informed myself that Fight Club comes up so regularly that he has come to expect it. A lot of people who contact him for advice are young, disaffected men who feel they've done everything they were told to do, but nothing is happening. And it's slowly starting to dawn upon them that the rewards they were promised are never going to appear, certainly not in the way that they were promised. Fight Club and The Matrix seem to provide a lot of meaning. They're both about social malaise, and they're both about people waking up. In one of the most quoted scenes of Fight Club, Tyler bemoans the sunken fate of masculinity in late capitalism. And this is a quote that O'Malley had on his desk, by his side, that he would read out so that he could confirm to the young men who were contacting him for advice that he knew where they were coming from. And he said he would read this and they would burst into tears. So let me read it to you and see if you suffer the same effect. Man, I see in Fight Club the strongest and smartest men who've ever lived. I see all this potential and I see it squandered. God damn it, an entire generation pumping gas, waiting tables, slaves with white collars. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need. We're the middle children of history, man. No purpose or place. We have no great war, no Great Depression. Our great war is a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our lives. We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'd all be millionaires and movie gods and rock stars, but we won't. We're slowly learning that fact, and we're very, very pissed off. No, are you weeping yet? I'm crying that anybody hears this and identifies with it so much that they're willing to kill you. Now, in theory, Fight Club was a cautionary tale about where the adrenaline rush of waking up can take you. Tyler starts by preaching empowerment and authenticity, but ends up sowing violence and terror, demanding cult-like subservience from the men he claims to be liberating. Despite this, O'Malley informed myself that, well, to quote as he verbatim, he said, "I do meet a lot of people who feel like they should be more like Tyler. They also talk about the appeal of joining a band of brothers, united by purpose. Fincher does his job too well. He sells why it was tempting to fall for the cult of Tyler, but he doesn't quite show the horror of where that gets you. Or, for some people, that's not the part of the movie that sticks." Now, recently, when I myself checked out Palahniuk's novel from my local library, the librarian, who was a woman in her 30s, visibly struggled to hide her displeasure. She had bad memories, she explained to me, of an ex-boyfriend who badgered her not just to watch the movie and read the book, but also to acknowledge its genius. Experiences like these seem to be fairly widespread and are referred to often on social media. Of course, Fight Club, both the book and the movie, has its share of female fans. The biggest was my original manageress, sicked upon myself by Michael Aquino himself, by her own admission, Lorian Ann Fenton, whose sister, Dr. Lynn Fenton, was the psychiatrist who provided all the dope that acted as a roofie, a date rape drug, for the man who was accused, framed rather, of the Aurora, Colorado theater mass shooting. The mass murder, which I can guarantee you he did not commit. He was simply left there as the drugged out scapegoat for the men who did so in the name of the military junta. So Dr. Lynn Fenton, Lorian Ann Fenton's sister, was responsible for the Aurora, Colorado massacre. This is why she lost her job as an MD with any conventional hospital. But she, of course, had her job with the Air Force Reserves. The fact that an Air Force military doctor was treating a civilian patient, a medical student, shows you just how far the junta has its reach in terms of total control of your society for all intents and purposes. But the film, which so inspired Lorian Ann Fenton, is also a symbol for certain insistent myopias of masculinity. The story has just one female character of any significance, Marla Singer, portrayed in the film by Helena Bonham Carter. The nameless narrator pines for Marla, though we never see him getting to know her well at all. As a matter of fact, Tyler uses her for acrobatic sex, followed by emotional neglect. What does it mean for a man to tell his girlfriend that this, of every movie in the world, is his favorite, or the one with the most to say about gender today? Among women who get in touch with Dr. Nerdlove, as O'Malley aliases himself, he informed myself that it's kind of like, yeah, if his favorite author is Bret Easton Ellis, his favorite movie is Fight Club, and he wants to talk about Bitcoin or Jordan Peterson, these are all the warning signs that you turn your back, honey, you walk away, and you never look back over your shoulder, because the only thing you're going to find is a knife buried in your shoulder blade. And so, during that period of time working with Mike Ringley on this bizarro research project, which I think he was trying to lose myself into so that I would finally become part of Team Aquino, I had a series of phone calls with Fight Club enthusiasts, the type of superfans with Fight Club tattoos, and pets named after Fight Club characters. In my conversations with this, admittedly, completely unscientific sample of men with fierce attachments to the film, their focus was overwhelmingly on the movie's first act. On the nameless protagonist's sense of ennui and adriftness, his mistaken assumption that endless work hours or the purchases that they enabled him to make will bring him meaning, his intertwined currents of emptiness and longing. One man described how Fight Club helped him towards the realization that he didn't have to work all the time and didn't have to worry so much about what other people thought about his life choices. Another talked about how the movie helped motivate him to specialize in existentialism when he pursued a master's degree in psychology, of all things, maybe so he could understand how fucked he was, and eventually to write and self-publish a novel about a bitter office worker who, instead of joining Project Mayhem, goes into therapy, which was the only redeeming feature about this individual that I had to support. At first, the office worker hates therapy, but eventually his sessions help him work his way to a new level of honesty about the disconnect between what he wants from the imperfect and inherently limiting world and how he is actually living. And that had to be a realistic conclusion that should have been the conclusion of Fight Club. But then again, if that were the case, it wouldn't have the cult it does today. To my mind, stories like these, stories of men driven to take some ownership of their fate, but sans seeking out opportunities to inflict pain on others, are more interesting and vital than anything in Fight Club. But how many people would want to watch these stories? Sitting in the theater watching The Joker, I felt only despair. The movie presents us with Arthur Fleck, a mentally ill social outcast, a white man, perhaps inevitably, so neglected and maltreated by the world that his recourse to violence is all but guaranteed. If jumping from one movie to another were possible, he would be a great candidate for Project Mayhem. But just as Fight Club admits that Project Mayhem is a misguided bridge too far, sans showing more than a sliver of interest in alternatives, Joker presents a world so broken that a nihilistic existential lashing out, coupled with a hateful grin for the world that forced your hand, has become the only way for a lost man to assert his humanity. By the end of October yesteryear, Joker was already the world's highest grossing R-rated theatrical release of all time. But now, this obligates myself to explain the bizarre ending of Fight Club. So, let me check live chat again. And Andrew Hill says, volume is so much better now. Thanks for fixing that, Mr. Dietrich. It's not me, it's my affiliates. And we're going to have to figure out how I can do that without having the Skype on at all times. I mean, God knows I can't call myself. You know, maybe Jameson, Reese, and I can set something up so that I have a backup for Brendan, who obviously has his involvements, and Derek Talley, of course, who can't always be with us. Jameson says he doesn't like his voice, but hell, man, it can't be any worse than Mike Tyson's. Yes. And Jameson tells us the queen maketh the king, not the other way around. And Daniel says that he was responding to any dude who, this is Daniel Arola talking, saying any dude who calls himself an alpha is not one. It's the woman that have the right to know who is an alpha. And Jameson is saying that alphas, real alphas, don't have to insult other males online because they're busy fucking. Thank you, Jameson. Makes me one. Anyhow, Jameson says his voice is as bad as Mike Tyson's. Oh, no, come on, man. It's like Darth Vader in a whisper and a growl that sounds inhuman. Hey, chicks dig that shit. Come on, think of how often you'll get laid. Woman will be in love with the golden voice. And at any rate, we'll figure something out. And, you don't have to talk. You just need to take the Skype call. And you could grunt at the other end. You're like, in affirmations. Like, and that'll let us know you're on. And, you could do what Derek's doing now. Derek's not talking. Derek's just hanging out. He's just on mute with his phone jacked into the recharge so that it doesn't go off throughout the night. It doesn't die on us. At any rate, let's be honest. We've all known the rules of Fight Club for nearly, 21 years by now? We're breaking numbers 1 and 2 right now! Ooh, we're so naughty! But despite being practically old enough to be considered a classic, Fight Club has not become less enigmatic with passage of time, and especially not its ending. David Fincher's 1999 psychological thriller wrapped up with a big dang twist, followed closely by a big dang bang, designed to leave its audience reeling and not a little confused. But if that's you, I've got you covered with my in-depth explanation of Fight Club's denouement. Now, for those of you who don't know what that is, let me try and explain. A lot of you don't know that's a French word. It's another word for falling action. That's literally the translation in a sense. That's the sense of spirit. It's the spirit of the transliteration from the French, which literally means untie, as in untying a knot. It refers to the part of the plot after the climax when the problems faced by the characters begin to resolve. Hence, a falling action. Eerily provocative of the towers collapsing all over the city of Manhattan, presaging the Twin Towers collapse. So, it's the final part of a play, movie, or narrative in which all the strands of the plot are drawn together and matters are explained or resolved. That's denouement. Most of you would never have anyone give you the denouement of Fight Club, because most people are incapable. Denouement, by the way, is spelled, I'm asked how it's spelled now from an email coming in. D-E-N-O-U-E-M-E-N-T, which is supposed to have the apostrophe on the first E. Denouement. Spoilers ahead, obviously. So, God, this movie's been around for 21 fucking years. If you haven't seen it by now, okay, you ain't missing shit. So, let me get on with it. Who or what is Tyler Durden? If you've ever had a late night fantasy about Brad Pitt that just got a little out of hand, and come on, who among you ladies hasn't? Or among many of you men who go in that direction, then you're already halfway to understanding how the nameless, sleepless narrator played by Edward Norton managed to first invent and then become the legend known as Tyler Durden. Tyler isn't real. He's the human embodiment of a frustrated corporate consumerist drone's desperate yearning to opt out of, if not utterly destroy, the system. If Fight Club were shot from a third-person perspective, it would be the story of a mentally unbalanced man leading a bizarre double life as an office worker by day and a charismatic cult leader by night, battling the dark impulses that he eventually succumbs to. But thanks to the movie's entirely unreliable first-person narrative, we see Tyler like the narrator sees Tyler, as a charming red leather jacket-clad nihilist whose sole shtick is totally #life goals. To quote the man himself, "All the ways you wish you could be, that's me. I look like you want to look. I fuck like you want to fuck. I am smart, capable, and most importantly, I am free in all the ways that you are not." Tyler refers to himself at one point as the narrator's imaginary friend, but really, he's more like a hallucinatory hitman hired by the protagonist's subconscious to blow up his life, and a few other things. his world. By that I don't mean in a positive way, I mean like civilization itself. Nobody knows that they saw it, but they did. Fight Club doesn't tip its hand much when it comes to foreshadowing its big twist, but Tyler Durden actually appears on 4 separate occasions before we ever actually meet him, in the form of a single-frame blip on the screen. On rewatch, these moments are obvious proof that Tyler isn't a real person. But in a movie that makes such pointed statements about consumerism and human manipulatability, I would say in the English, manipulability, it's also no coincidence that our first glimpse of Tyler comes in the form of a subliminal message. By the time he makes his grand entrance as the narrator's airplane seatmate, you kind of feel like you know him. Now what's the deal about the car scene? One of Fight Club's niftier sleights of hand is that despite being the film's 2 central characters, Tyler and the narrator almost never interact with each other in front of anyone else. But one notable exception is a moment that takes place about 2/3 of the way through when they're in a car crash along with 2 other members of Project Mayhem. On first watch, this scene seems like a couple spat of sorts between the narrator and Tyler, with the mechanic and Steph playing out the part of a bizarre Greek chorus in the background. But if you delete the narrator's half of the dialogue, the scene still totally works as an illustration of indoctrination in action. Also, watch closely at the end and notice that Tyler, who was behind the wheel, emerges after the crash from the passenger side of the car and pulls the narrator from the driver's seat. Now, why did Marla stick around? As far as the narrator is concerned, Marla is a nuisance and an interloper whose noisy sexual relationship with Tyler keeps him awake all night. But from Marla's point of view, the narrator and Tyler are one and the same, which actually goes a long way towards explaining why she continues to maintain a relationship with him at all. The Tyler Durden Marla knows is a moody, emotionally unavailable, and kind of a jerk to her, in which she snaps, "You love me, you hate me, you show me your sensitive side, and then you turn into a total asshole." But at the same time, that line could just as easily describe any number of guys who aren't suffering from literal split personality disorder. In fact, it would be almost every man alive. As far as Marla is concerned, Tyler is a perfectly ordinary breed of bad boyfriend, and one who's good enough in bed to be worth the continued emotional investment. So is Tyler dead? In the final moments of Fight Club, the narrator sticks a gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. But it's Tyler Durden who falls to the floor with his brains leaking out the back of his head. Why? The answer may lie in Tyler's own explanation of why and how the narrator created him. "I'm free in all the ways you are not." But who's freer than a guy willing to cut the cord that tethers him to life itself? In the moment he pulls the trigger, the narrator both takes and surrenders control simultaneously. He lets go in every sense of the word. And while he doesn't die in that moment, his life as he knows it is arguably over. And he's arguably reborn in the next scene, taking Marla's hand and watching calmly as Project Mayhem reaches its inevitable conclusion. More food for thought, considering that members of Project Mayhem who give their lives to the cause are rewarded with the privilege of having names, and considering that the nameless narrator was both the project's founder and its first unwitting member, we wouldn't be surprised if he goes by Tyler Durden moving forward. And what does happen next? Fight Club ends just as Project Mayhem detonates the bombs in the basements of multiple buildings where credit records are held. An achievement which Tyler and his followers believed would launch the start of a new era of financial equilibrium. Meaning, if you erase the debt record, we all go back to zero. That's what the narrator says, describing the plan to the police. It'll create total chaos. But is this mission accomplished? Or is it just the beginning? In an earlier speech, Tyler described a vision of a world rebuilt not just on the ruins of the financial system, but on the actual ruins of civilization as we know it. one where leather-wearing, subsistence-farming survivors of the apocalypse live out their lives surrounded by crumbling, obsolete monuments to consumerism. Add to the fact that dozens of independent anarchist Project Mayhem cells had formed in cities across the United States by the time the narrator gained control of his faculties, all populated by space monkeys prepared to risk their lives for a new world. And it's a fair bet that these explosions are merely the opening salvo in an apocalyptic destructathon designed to permanently dismantle the system itself. Systemically. It est. In toto. Or in totality. So does this story have a moral? Fight Club obviously has a lot to say about the dangers of modern consumer culture, in the form of Tyler Durden's endless Nietzschean lectures about the inevitability of death and the pointlessness of ladder climbing. He says, "Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need." But while Tyler's nihilism is never in doubt, the movie's message is less obvious. For one, the narrator never fully subscribes to that philosophy, even after he puts a bullet in his own head to be rid of Tyler. But for another, Fight Club inadvertently gives its anarchist cult leader an awfully corporate capitalist all-American work ethic. Just look at how much you can accomplish if you try hard, believe in yourself, and never, ever sleep. Now, let me tell you why Fight Club matters more than ever. 21 years later, it's still all about how we're really pissed off. Tyler Durden, Brad Pitt. Tyler Durden to Brad Pitt's minions. Barks, "The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club." And he's barking this out as the first commandment from the burning bush to his minions, who are all men who must have been raised by women. Breaking the rule, we're still talking about Fight Club. 21 years later. Both the movie and the radical ideology grafted to the fictional club. In 2014, Fight Club speaks to us more so than in 1999. And that famous catchphrase continues to echo through the annals of pop culture and our political sphere. The first rule of Fight Club: you don't talk about Fight Club. What happens here stays here, Vegas style. Fight Club's very much a movie about men who are not a beautiful or unique snowflake. Millennials must cringe watching the flick, and who enjoy destroying something beautiful just because they feel like it. David Fincher's masterpiece touches on themes like transitioning from a consumer culture, Planet Starbucks, Microsoft Galaxy, to an anti-consumerism culture where your stuff doesn't own you anymore. The underlying themes of rebellion sparked something inside of a generation that wasn't willing to kowtow to the pernicious powers that be. In its wake, Fight Club indirectly spawned a lot of Project Mayhem-like behavior. A few weeks after Fight Club was released in theaters, it tanked at the box office, mind you, but it now ranks number 10 on IMDb's top 250 best movie list. The infamous Battle in Seattle riots in protest of the WTO, or World Trade Organizational Ministerial Conference, broke out. Even back then, protesters fought against globalization, something Fight Club delved deep into with their shenanigans of vandalizing corporate headquarters, the satirical in-flight airplane manuals depicting people catching a fire, and Durden and his cronies detonating several buildings housing credit card companies. Durden actually jokes about extirpating the financial institutions by saying, "Out these windows we will view the collapse of financial history. One step closer to economic equilibrium. It'll be like pay-per-view." American protest groups haven't gone so far as to actually blow up anything major since then. We let the real terrorists do that, which makes Fight Club's revolution seem too extreme. The difference between anarchy and what people stereotype as fascism is that the latter contains a militant commander, like Durden, who squashes everyone else's input. That's the stereotype. He oversees his obedient chattel follow through with obliterating everything in sight. Again, the stereotype that you've been indoctrinated into perceiving fascism as. Most of Fight Club comes off as a masculine caustic satire, but the ideas in the movie metastasized like a cancer into real-life 21st century America. At the end of 1999, we were but 12 years away from 9/11 and 8 years from the immobilizing global financial crisis that would eventually birth Occupy Wall Street. Chuck Palahniuk wrote Fight Club the novel in 1996. Did he see the dark nimbus clouds forming over the country? How was he able to foreshadow America's financial disasters? The movie concludes with the injured narrator, Ed Norton, holding hands with his tourist girlfriend, Marla Singer, watching credit card buildings explode and crumble into controlled demolition dust. Durden utters the words "Ground Zero," an epithet that would become synonymous with 9/11. The figurative demolition of the buildings mirrors both the literal destruction of the Twin Towers and the figurative decimation of our financial system. The narrator explains to the police about Project Mayhem's manifesto within the film itself, that if you erase the debt record, then we all go back to zero. You'll create total chaos. Bedlam and civil unrest resulted from 9/11 and the financial crisis, but so did positive protests like Occupy Wall Street, which shined a bright light on corporate influence, income inequality, and lack of accountability. Akin to the fight clubs in the film, OWS, or Occupy Wall Street, popped up all over the nation, demonstrating its vast sphere of influence and appeal. Like the everyman characters in the film, they are waiters, police officers, slaves with white collars, the all-singing, all-dancing crap of the world. They want equality, but they also want revenge on the powers that place them between the devil and the deep blue sea. To quote his Durden from the film again, "We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'd all be millionaires and movie gods and rock stars, but we won't. And we're slowly learning that fact, and we're very, very pissed off." They're willing to go to excessive measures to have their voices heard, and that's what Fight Club and Occupy Wall Street evolved from. Except OWS used more peaceful protesters, or at least mostly peaceful protests, to get their points across. A decade and a half later, we're still pissed. But what are we doing about it? We're still very much immersed in corporate culture when our things, or where our things, do end up owning us. And we're not willing to live without our Starbucks skinny lattes, our IKEA furniture, and our smartphones. What began as a means to let off some steam and to feel alive, Fight Club quickly spiraled into a lost generation of men seeking something more than nihilism. The narrator states within the film itself that when the fight was over, nothing was solved, but nothing mattered. We all felt saved. Durden discusses how his generation, Generation X, the 13th American generation, my generation, has no great war, but a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our very lives. Fight Club may be about men coming together for shared experiences, but the themes about experiencing real pain and release are universal. Violence is not the answer, but what else is there? Durden, the character himself, advises, It's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything. He may be right, but will we ever have the balls to chuck it all away and start over again? Tyler Durden exemplifies what happens when you take matters into your own hands and try to change the world. And in the process, the rationale sometimes becomes, you gotta break some eggs, or in his case, destroy a Volkswagen Beetle. So, Fight Club is 21 years old. And the prescience and power of David Fincher's drama has aged well. It's maintained itself. The 1999 adaptation of Chuck Palahniuk's anarchist novel was misunderstood by some as an agent of chaos, but it remains an eerily forward-facing film. When David Fincher's Fight Club was released 21 years ago, it was a crystal ball that was mistaken for a cultural crisis. Much like Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing had been a decade earlier, and perhaps Joker is now. Filmmakers who were trying to identify a violence nesting in the culture were accused of trying to incite it, or at least clumsily juggling lit sticks of dynamite. No less an authority than Roger Ebert, who most of you kids out there are too young to remember him. He was the poor fat guy who, along with the poor skinny white guy, used to criticize films. And I loved them growing up. They were wonderful. Watching fatty and skinny critique films was I adored the experience. And no less an authority than Roger Ebert, who was responsible for bringing us wonderful softcore pornography like Mudhoney and shit like that back in the days when Kitty Natividad was a big name on scene. I had friended her on Facebook. The real deal. She's in her 70s now, or 80s, I guess, 70s, I think. And, of course, Laura Lee Solomon blocked her like an asshole. Honestly, on consideration, there's so much that makes me glad that Laura Lee Solomon is gone. I'm so sad to say. But the same screenwriter who helped Kitty Natividad's early days in bringing her to the world via his screenplays, opened his review of Fincher's film by calling it the most frankly and cheerfully fascist, quote-unquote, big star movie since Death Wish, echoing widespread concern that impressionable men would lock into the empowering brutality of Tyler Durden and the army that gathers around him. Viewed from a certain angle, it looked like a recruitment film. What cannot be predicted, however, is how items like Fight Club will shift during flight. It becomes easier to appreciate the ambiguities of the film when it no longer feels like a clear and present danger. That doesn't necessarily mean that Fincher's point of view isn't confusing or contradictory all these years later, but the culture tends to move quickly from threat to threat, and it's helpful to have enough distance to see the world it's depicting more clearly. Whatever you think about Fight Club in 2020, it's probably not exactly what you thought about it in 1999, if only because so much of what it describes has manifested itself in the real world or been distorted beyond recognition. So let's begin at the end, as the film does, when a series of detonations leads to the collapse of downtown office buildings. And what's not shown in the film, potentially the collapse of civilization itself, if that's happening nationwide. It wouldn't even be 20 years later that a terrorist cell would bring down the World Trade Center towers, those symbols of American financial might, the closest architectural equivalent to a dollar sign. And the motives of Al-Qaeda and the film's Project Mayhem are not that dissimilar. Both were attacking the soft center of America as they understood it, except in Fight Club the idea was to raze the country to the ground and start over, because consumerism had anesthetized it and hollowed out its soul. So the white boys in Fight Club were far more radical and far more of a threat than Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda ever conceived themselves to be. Those men didn't even conceive of a nationwide city-by-city killing of the credit infrastructure. That would take down the capitalism they so hated and revert us to the neo-medievalism they so desired as reactionaries against modernity. The final image of twa people holding hands as the Pixies' "Where Is My Mind" blares on the soundtrack could be seen as nihilistic, but it's secretly thrilling to imagine the possibilities of starting over after a hard reboot. It also helps to know that the explosions are about taking down institutions, not people, more the weather underground than Osama bin Laden. It all begins, as so many terrible things do, with the pissy aggrievement of a young white male. Much like Ron Livingston in Office Space, another cult classic from the same year, Edward Norton's unnamed narrator has gotten tired of the deadening routines that define his life. The difference is that cubicle culture alone isn't what's bothering Norton, but his realization that he's a cog in a terrible corporate machine. His day job is to calculate the necessity of automobile recalls under a formula. Take the number of vehicles in the field, A, multiply by the probable rate of failure, B, multiply by the average out-of-court settlement, C, A times B times C equals X. If X is less than the cost of a recall, we don't do one. Many of his latter actions are explained by the emptiness of being defined by the things he buys, most famously the IKEA catalog that accounts for the interior of his apartment. But his work matters too. He knows firsthand that capitalism will let people die if it's better for the bottom line. The narrator's need to feel something at all draws him first to terminal disease support groups at the local Episcopal Church and later to the anarchist philosophy of Tyler Durden, played by Brad Pitt, who makes him feel the old-fashioned way, by punching him hard in the gut. The twist of Tyler's true identity, fully earned incidentally by the many times Fincher hits at it, says a lot about the conversation that the narrator has with himself about what he thinks he needs and how it develops into a messianic vision that completely gets away from him. But those first punches are an expression of brute masculinity that hit him like a cold splash of water to the face. Men are simple creatures that way. As the Fight Club metastasizes round the country, like a cancer that's going through the lymph nodes systemically to take down a person's entire body. Tyler's pre-brawl speeches shift from stating the rules to spouting off about his generation being in the middle children of history, without a world war or a Great Depression to give it purpose. Our Great War is a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our very lives. The implication being that all that masculine energy needs an outlet. And since Generation Zero, what your hoi polloi call X, my generation, the 13th American generation, has never been provided with one. It will have to find some other way to channel its inchoate rage. And it's here where the film's meaning can get a little slippery. How much of what Tyler is saying is to be understood as nonsense? And if it's not nonsense, then how much does the film implicitly endorse? The fact that the Fight Clubs lead into Project Mayhem, a full-on terrorist organizational front, should lay the second question to rest forever. In his efforts to satisfy a personal need, the narrator Tyler has set off a brush fire that rages out of control, and he's utterly powerless to keep it from consuming the fucking world. Working from Chuck Palahniuk's novel, Fincher and his screenwriter Jim Ull's only identify with their heroes up to the point when the narrator / Tyler still has some control over the situation. The film does recognize a phenomenon where men are waking in anger from a culture intended to numb or emasculate them, but it also sees in that the presence of sickening misogyny and the potential for the negative stereotype of fascism that the West has created in its own warped mind. And contrary to Ebert's review, it panics right alongside the narrator. who goes so far as to shoot himself in the head to stop it. What Fight Club missed in 1999, and missed oh so close to getting, is how much the rage it identifies is connected to white supremacy. But the world it anticipated is now upon us, with a host of Tyler Durden's marshalling under the thematic to marshal their own attacks on perceived enemies and twisting the meaning of snowflake, a term used in Palahniuk's book and popularized in the movie Fight Club itself. It asks, "You are not a beautiful and unique snowflake," to taunt the vulnerable. What are the Proud Boys if not a roving gang of Project Mayhem thugs? Or the Tiki Torch Bearers of Charlottesville? Fight Club saw it coming, with thrilling vividness and wit and technical panache. Just don't shoot the messenger. Fight Club, 21 years later, and bros are the ones still missing the point of David Fincher's satire. If you ever watched David Fincher's, I'll admit it, electrifying 1999 movie Fight Club and thought, we should start a Fight Club, like Brendan Zogit did at one point, that led to his testicular torsion. We all know what a horror story that was. Then congratulations! You have fucking missed the goddamn point of Fight Club. When the film was released, 21 years ago, it was at best a lukewarm success at the box office, garnering only $100 million United States dollars worldwide off a $63 million United States dollar budget. However, thanks to the burgeoning DVD market in the decades between then and now, Fight Club quickly found its audience thanks to one of the best DVD releases of all time, packed with special features and a message that resonated with audiences. However, that message has been misinterpreted over the years and could be due to Fincher's desire to make Tyler Durden, Brad Pitt, so appealing that some folks didn't see what the larger movie was going for. For those that need a brief recap on top of everything I've just articulated to contextualize all the points that I've exposed, Fincher's movie, based off Chuck Palahniuk's 1996 novel of the same name, follows an unnamed narrator, Edward Norton, the actor, who suffers from insomnia. Initially able to prey off support groups for the emotional catharsis they provide, that outlet is ruined when he encounters Marla, or Elena Bonham Carter, who's also a faker. In other words, not a real sufferer of anything that she's in this support group about, just trying to meet people. And once again, cursed with insomnia, the narrator eventually crosses paths with Tyler Durden, a handsome and charismatic soap salesman who lives the way the narrator wishes he could live. And after the narrator's apartment explodes, he asks for help from Tyler, and Tyler agrees to take him in on the condition that he hit him as hard as he can. I want you to hit me as hard as you can. This interaction blossoms into Fight Club, which transforms into increasingly destructive acts against society itself. The narrator eventually realizing that he is Tyler Durden and he's been interacting with a figment of his own imagination. He shoots himself in the head, killing Tyler but only hitting the narrator's cheek. The narrator finally accepts that he loves Marla and needs to be rid of Tyler, while Tyler's actions cause the destruction of the credit card companies around them, potentially setting off a worldwide financial panic and the collapse of society. The reason Fight Club is so easy to misunderstand is that Fincher beautifully sets up both the narrator's depression and Tyler's appeal. The narrator is a victim of capitalism, unable to forge real human connections, so instead he fills his life with stuff. Then you have Tyler, who at the outset espouses an alluring philosophy. Tyler represents freedom from the modern world. Freedom! freedom! He isn't dependent on anything. He steals the fat he needs for soap and works odd jobs that allow him to pull juvenile pranks on the world. Of course, it's a form of cannibalism because he's taken the fat from ladies who are using liposuction and then supposedly selling it back to them to wash themselves with. A grotesque misogyny of exploiting women to make money off women by cannibalizing women. That's the undercurrent. That's the undercurrent. That's the subliminal message. Man eating woman. He isn't dependent on anything because women to him are bars of soap. So that he can make the money from them and off them. From and off them. To work odd jobs that balance off the rest of his income and allow him to pull these juvenile pranks on the world. What all the white supremacists say. Hey man, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. Now, Tyler's portrayed with utmost confidence by Brad Pitt. And he's got everything figured out. And speaks to a post-capitalist malaise where men trapped by crummy jobs and cheated out of the things they were promised, being millionaires, movie gods, and rock stars, can only feel alive by beating the crap out of each other in darkened basements. These elements, the grotesqueness of the narrator's existence coupled with the appeal of Tyler's offer, are meant to bring us into the understanding of why anyone would find a Fight Club interesting in the first. Fincher puts our sympathies with the narrator, which make sense since he's the protagonist. We have to go where he goes, and Fincher knows what the audience isn't just going to automatically accept. He knows that the audience isn't just going to accept living in a dilapidated home and punching other dudes for jollies. If Fight Club has a problem, it's that Fincher makes that lifestyle so interesting that some audience members don't follow the turn into rejection and seeing why Tyler's philosophy is so deeply flawed. Tyler Durden's philosophy is essentially one that pinpoints a real problem, the disconnect of the postmodern age fueled by capitalism and alienation, and offers a child's solution. The narrator is offered a connection with someone real who is actually on his wavelength, Marla, and he rejects her like a small boy who kicks a girl in the shins because he can't express that he likes her. It should be noted that the small boy's behavior isn't worth condoning, but this is how small boys express themselves. Instead, he retreats to a childish impulse of a group of immature men hitting each other in a private club, while in their personal time they play pranks on the world under the banner of rebellion. Rebellion! As in Revolution Radio. The great Fight Club rebellion that Mike Ringley was trying to realize. The destruction of the world, of civilization itself, so that he could die as a diabetic totally dependent on civilized infrastructure. A desire to kill himself by taking everyone with him. Where the reaction to Fight Club falls apart isn't that the film is unclear. I don't think Fincher should have to hold the audience's hand when he and screenwriter Jim Olds are fairly direct in what they're trying to do. It's that there are some audience members who can't tell the difference between condoning the actions of Tyler and his cronies and condemning them. Because Tyler's initial criticism lands, we're supposed to follow him wherever he goes, rather than seeing him for the maniacal cult leader that he is. Tearing down society completely so you can have a pair of leather pants that last you the rest of your life is what a teenage boy thinks about changing the world. It's not a real solution, and Tyler has no solutions. He just offers violence, chaos, and self-destruction and calls them wisdom. Fight Club doesn't offer answers to the struggles of the world, but a critique. It's not a celebration of directionless men, but rather that the postmodern world has commodified everything to the point where toxic masculinity becomes its own brand. Time has proven that assessment disturbingly prescient as groups like Incels lash out at a world they feel owes them something while failing to look at their own noxious behavior. Tyler's maxim, "It's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything," sounds tempting, but it's a line about freedom for the sake of self-indulgence rather than responsibility towards others. That's why the narrator's arc works at the end. He has rejected this mewling, selfish sensibility to open himself up to Marla. Tyler Durden never once offers emotional connection, but merely the illusion of it when it cometh after a physical beating. If a group of people consistently misses the point of Fight Club, does that make Fight Club a bad movie? Does it undermine its core theme? I don't think that it does, because it's not like the film is universally misunderstood, or that the Fincher and Oles didn't know where they wanted to take this story. What Fight Club understands is that the postmodern male is in an incredibly tenuous place when he becomes disconnected from his own emotions and healthy ways of expressing those emotions, which boys are never allowed to develop, which is why they remain forever infantile and ultimately produce fight clubs and terrorism and the destruction of the society which sustains them. That's why young white men will be the death of us all unless we kill them first. The narrator starts the film not looking for violence, but simply for an emotional outlet, and in a darkly comic fashion, go as to a support group. But what he's really looking for is emotional connection. And while the Fight Club may offer memorable rules, it offers neither truth nor understanding, only violence. And that is all the young white males have to offer us. We must kill them first, or they will kill us all. Not with mass shootings, but as metaphorically shown by the collapse of all the towers in all the cities across America in the film. Rather than being city killers, they're civility killers. They're the killers of civility, and by the killing of civility, the killers of civilization itself. And that is why the police of Ontario, Canada, described the new charges of terrorism against this young male incel who took a machete and butchered young women and men that he encountered to death or lifetime injury, to cripple them. That is why the police described the new charges of terrorism for incelism as a major success. Per the Indigenous Native American of Canada, Inspector Hank Idsinga, Unit Commander of Homicide, Toronto Police Service, to quote his T verbatim, "On behalf of the homicide detectives tasked with bringing justice to the victims of these crimes, I would like to thank our partners at the Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, the INSET, for their efforts on this case. We will continue to work together, joined in our shared goal of reaching a successful outcome for all involved." And then we have the van attacker, who told Toronto police that it was time I stood up to the Chads and Stacys. Let's go into that interview. It was lengthy enough where there was much that was exposed. And so, yes, Daniel Arola is saying, Siskel and Ebert was not a bad show. Even their criticism was pretty diplomatic. Thank you, Daniel. Yes, that was true. It was the art of discussion. These weren't a couple of idiots insulting each other. They actually had something witty to say, interesting, engaging. This is why I so looked forward to them. They were an intelligent conversation. So, Daniel Arola's one favorite line in Fight Club, because it's very true, is, how much can you know about yourself if you've never been in a fight? All too true. So, when it comes to our man Jameson, he's talking about masculinity run amok, and glad to see the conversation ongoing. Daniel Arola is saying that destroying a building or multitudes of them to erase records these days, like in Fight Club, could be in vain now that information can be processed electronically. But the electronics have to go through various structures, believe me. Destroying structures is one thing. These days it would be electromagnetic pulse. I shouldn't even say that. It might give people ideas, but I have every confidence the majority of people out there are too stupid to ever even utilize electromagnetic pulse in a manner in which it could do the damage that I know it could do. Now, all right. And JMO has an interesting equation. Tyler plus sheer ugliness plus dumb as fuck plus real life equals Trump. Karen O'Connor says, yep, Douglas, we fell asleep last night for the first time. Great weed. So sorry that Barry and I will be catching up today. We heart, DDD. That's cute. And yeah, Daniel says, Tyler Durden is like a fake social media profile. Yes, there we are. Anyhow, so I encourage other people to join in. I'm glad that Daniel and JMO are and Jameson are so active, and like other people to join them. That would be appreciated, and the more the merrier, as they say. Of course, with many of you people, you're going through the late night slumberland, and with that, I'd better get back to my own job. Now, in this lengthy police interrogation, Alec Minassian described, he detailed a mission to cause mass casualties as part of the rebellion of the involuntary celibate, a violent ideology known as Incel for short. And soon after Alec Minassian was charged with killing 10 people by purposely crashing a van into them along a crowded Toronto sidewalk last year, a police officer asked him how he felt about it. And he calmly replied, I feel like I accomplished my mission. And in a lengthy interrogative interview with police, he declared that mission was to cause mass casualties and panic as part of the involuntary celibate rebellion. All Fight Club terminology, held by some men who feel dangerously aggrieved by their inability to attract sexual interest from women at all. So the 26-year-old Minassian explicitly declared his fealty to the Incel doctrine, and his links to the Incel movement went far deeper and were far more structured than previously ever known, according to his own account of planning and executing his mission. He claimed he had communicated online with 12 other notorious incels, including the man he called the movement's founding forefather, prior to them committing their own massacres. Elliot Rodger, who killed 6 people in California in 2014, and Chris Harper Mercer, who killed 9 people in Oregon in 2015. And Minassian definitively confessed that together they plotted timed strikes in an incel rebellion. That his strike was the third timed, like an extended release capsule of medicines or pharmaceuticals. This was an extended release terrorism planned over years, decades. Such startling declarations of his self-described radicalization and overt intent behind the van attack were made by Minassian during an almost 4.5-hour post-arrest interview with police. Video of the interview, as well as a 190-page transcript, were filed in court during pretrial discussions that were finally obtained by the press. Normally, media would not be allowed to reveal the content of such an interview, especially one so incendiary and self-incriminating until it was entered as a public exhibit at trial. However, Post Media and other news organizations like the National Post of Canada asked the trial judge to allow publication now because Minassian's guilt or innocence will be decided by a judge, sans jury, and because of the compelling public importance of the material. Minassian's interview has not yet faced legal objections or challenges to its truth. For now, it stands as a disturbing, graphic, and uncontradicted account of the accused man's own blunt words, as told to police just hours after his arrest. Near the beginning of the interview, when asked how he was doing, Minassian said, "I'm a little shaken, to be honest. It's not my usual day, obviously." Yeah, well, it wasn't a usual day for anyone in the city, and it was the last day on Earth for all the people that he killed. At about 1:22 p.m. on April 23rd of the year before yesteryear, a rental van started barreling along the sidewalks of Yonge Street between Finch and Sheppard Avenues in Toronto, Canada, crashing into and over pedestrians. After 10 minutes of chaos and carnage, Minassian was arrested unharmed, despite trying to provoke a police officer to shoot him by pretending he had a gun. He was charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder and 16 counts of attempted murder. About 9 hours later, Minassian was led into a Toronto police interview room where everything was recorded. Stripped of his clothing and wearing only his underwear and a white police-issue coverall, Minassian was told he legally did not have to answer any questions. He was taken to a private room where he telephoned an attorney for advice, first, who advised him not to answer any questions. Even so, Minassian was drawn into conversation through patient and clever questioning by Detective Rob Thomas, an investigator with Toronto Police's Sex Crimes Behavioral Assessment section. Despite the gravity of the situation, Minassian sat placidly, only occasionally shifting his weight in the chair, placed by police in the corner of the room, crossing or uncrossing his legs or splaying them in front of him. He spoke in a steady, flat tone with precise, clipped enunciation, devoid of any emotional displays. Like a good man, right? He had a decidedly cold manner, even when discussing his victims, to the point of sounding like a machine when describing killing as to convert the life status of certain individuals to death status. Like cyborg shit we'd fantasize about in a science fiction film if we were children. The interview began at 10:46 p.m. After early reluctance to open up, declining to answer 20 of Thomas's first substantive questions, Minassian was soon speaking in granular detail about his life, about why and how he did the van attack, and explaining the destructive worldview of the Incels, such as dividing humanity into categories of betas, Stacys, Chads, and normies. Alec Minassian, charged with murdering those 10 people in the April 2018 van attack in Toronto, ultimately was using terminology that I will have to define for you. A beta is an incel. Stacy is the generic name for attractive women who shun betas. Chad is the name for sexually successful men who attract women despite being seen as dumb. Normies are the masses in between, with average looks and intelligence. And so Minassian explained what the incel rebellion was. It's basically a movement of angry incels such as myself who are unable to get laid. Therefore, we want to overthrow the Chads, which would force the Stacys to be forced to reproduce with the incels. Oh my God. As Jameson Reese says, what a destructive result that would be. Imagine the surly kids they would produce. Yet it took the detective a while to get Minassian to that point. Thomas started by gently asking Minassian about his relationships. Have you ever had a relationship with a female? And at first Minassian said, I don't wish to answer that. He had trouble resisting the topic, however. He said, I would say that sometimes I am a bit upset that they choose to date obnoxious men instead of a gentleman. You know, like the kind who runs trucks over people. Women and children and shit. And a couple of dogs thrown in. He traced his feelings of alienation to an incident in 2012. I did ask a girl out once, but she rejected me. I felt crushed at that point. Oh my fucking God. I mean, really? Really? Another defining moment for him, if you can believe that to be a defining moment. Another one came when he went to a Halloween party in 2013. According to himself, I attempted to socialize with some girls. However, they all laughed at me and held the arms of the big guys instead. I felt angry they would give their love and affection to obnoxious brutes because I consider myself a supreme gentleman. When he started college in Toronto in 2014, taking a Bachelor of Software Development degree program at Seneca College, he found he wasn't alone in this anger. A friend he met at college pointed him to online forums where the incel community was quietly burgeoning, like a cancer, like the cell groups it was based on, the prankster cults of Fight Club. Manassian connected with like-minded men primarily through message boards on 4chan and Reddit. The forums reveal incel discussions dwelling on outrageous expressions of misogyny. Primary themes include vivid threats of rape, death, and subjugation of women, urging violence against men who are sexually active, and bleak, oftentimes suicidal self-denigration. Because you see, what these men really hate, and understandably so, is themselves. Although he said he doesn't hold any political views, he was attracted to forums featuring political discussions with an alt-right bias. It was very blunt and honest. That's what he said of these online posts. Yeah, to a fault. There he learned the red pill truths about why women choose to date obnoxious men. I know of several other guys over the internet who feel the same way, but I would consider them too cowardly to act on their anger. He refused to identify them, or his college friend who introduced him to the online world of incels. Manassian was a receptive student and mimic of incel culture. He spoke with authority on incel terminology and people. He knew its history and key dates by heart. Several phrases he used are common on incel forums. Online, he connected directly with Roger, Elliot Roger, and Chris Harper Mercer. Both men later committing suicide by shooting themselves in the head after launching separate deadly attacks. Manassian said he first sent a private message to Roger on Reddit after Manassian read one of his posts in January of 2014. It started an online back and forth, most of it through 4chan. We found each other interesting. We both had the same frustrations, despite being separate by distance so far apart. He never met Roger in person, but he wished he had. This is like a homoerotic love affair, and these guys are just afraid to come out of the goddamn closet. I mean, really, if we had more men copping to being gay, we wouldn't have these problems today. Manassian said he last communicated with Elliot Roger on the 20th of May in 2014, 3 days but 72 hours before Roger's attacks near a university campus in Isla Vista, California. He told me that he has to go. He must. He's on a very important mission. and he might not make it back alive. I had an idea in my head of what he was planning, but I didn't want to think it was true at the time, so I replied and said, I wish you good luck with that. We discussed our frustrations at society and being unable to get laid. And so, Minassian exposed the fact that he, Elliot Rodger, and Chris Harper Mercer plotted staggered incel attacks in which they planned ahead that they would attack at pre-scheduled times, scheduled in advance by years. We discussed our frustrations at society and being unable to get laid, and we were plotting a certain time strikes on society in order to confuse and shake the foundations, just to put all the normies in a state of panic. Now, this, of course, shows that you have an entire incel world out there in which all those motherfuckers are eventually going to strike. Enough of them that it will bring down society unless we kill them first. Now, Minassian related that he learned of Rodger's attacks and suicide on the news and said, I felt kind of proud of him for his acts of bravery. Yeah, stabbing 3 guys while they're asleep. I'm still trying to figure out that one. How did they all wind up asleep? In the middle of the day. Like a group nap and shit. He credits Rodger with starting the Beta Uprising. And Rodger's acts made him feel radicalized. And Thomas asked him what he meant. I felt it was time to take action and not just sit on the sidelines and just fester in my own sadness. Poor bastard. Minassian spent a large portion of his life online. Logging in seemed his default state. He owned 2 laptops. At Seneca College, there was a specific computer in the school's library he obsessively used. He also had his phone. He played a lot of video games, about 5 hours each day, especially the violent ones. I just like to let it all out, my urges into the TV screen. I do that by jacking off. I would classify myself as a hardcore gamer. I watch too much TV. Favoring crime shows. By his own admission, mind you. He enlisted in the Canadian Forces, with plans to join the infantry as a soldier on the front lines. I was interested in learning how to use weapons, especially assault rifles, because these you can actually hold in your hand. But he never even made it far enough in his training to fire any guns in the military. The Department of National Defense said Minassian was judged to be an unsuitable recruit and voluntarily left basic training after 16 days, although the military saw no red flags of violence. Instead, he enrolled in college. He did not excel in high school, spending most of it in special needs classes. So the guy's borderline retarded. He himself confirming, I was kind of a nerd in high school, but he seemed to do well in his 4-year software program. He had completed the requirements for his degree. His last day of classes was 5 days before the attack. The timing was not a coincidence. He felt the attack would be more symbolic if he had finished his college degree first. After years of feeling radicalized, just thinking and daydreaming. So, he says, he started planning an attack a few weeks before it occurred. I was thinking that it was time that I stood up to the Chads and Stacys. And while he was at his campus library in early April, he read online reviews of various vehicular rental companies. He dismissed some companies because people complained about poor customer service before settling on Ryder. People love Ryder! Now, Minassian phoned and asked for a van or a truck. They had a 10-foot van available. It sounded perfect! Big enough to have an effect, but not too big that I can't maneuver with it. Now, he wanted something bigger than a car to inflict severe damage. While he told Ryder he wanted to help a friend move furniture, he told police the van was really meant to be a tool for the rebellion, like Revolution Radio or American Freedom Radio. Same shit, you know, these fuckers always saying, freedom! Without responsibility. Freedom to rape, but without the responsibility of having to raise the kids. That's the North American male way. So, in like fashion, Minassian reserved a van for 1 p.m. on April 23rd. And then he waited. I didn't need to make any further preparations. While he waited, he was preoccupied with the idea. I was thinking that I would inspire future masses to join me in my uprising, how the foundations of the world would be shooken by this event. The day before the attack, he posted a message on 4chan using coded language to avoid detection. I stated that there will be a beta uprising tomorrow. I encourage others to follow suit. He said he received several congratulatory replies, including someone from Edmonton, who said he would do his part on November 15th. Thomas probed for details about the threat, but Minassian offered nothing more. Edmonton police told the press that the force did not have enough information to even begin looking into whether the threat was forwarded to them or whether it was being investigated. Now, all of this was last year, mind you. But Edmonton is in Alberta. And, of course, I am reminded of what happened in Nova Scotia instead. So, we have a situation where his projections were accurate, but not in the exact place and time. This is what's called, when you're under military interrogation, a diversion to the enemy. This is to mislead them from what will happen, simply by having them look in the wrong direction. By the way, Alberta's got some fabulous architecture. You can imagine why it would be a primary target for terrorist attacks. And on the day of the van attack, Minassian woke up after 7 a.m. in the morning after a solid 8 hours sleep. You know, you gotta rest up for all the killing in the morning. He ate breakfast, cleaned up, and checked his email to see if there were any school emails or job offers. And there were none. He then went for a walk around his neighborhood before heading to pick up the van. Just before he started driving it, he posted his Facebook message from his phone. That post, provided the first public link between the attack and the Incel ideology. In part it said, "The Incel rebellion has already begun! We will overthrow all the Chads and Stacys! All hail the Supreme Gentleman Elliot Rodger!" It also referenced 4chan. Minassian drove the van towards Yonge Street. "Because I knew it would be a busy area, I'm thinking that this is it. This is the day of retribution." This is the very phrase Elliot Rodger used in a video he posted on YouTube just before his own killing spree. "That's the only thing that's in my mind. It's just burning in my mind." He drove along Yonge Street, and then as soon as I saw there were pedestrians, I just decided to go for it. He said he pushed the gas pedal to the floor. I just started using it as a weapon. I speed the van towards them, and I allow the van to collide with them. The vehicle collided with several pedestrians, some of whom are no longer alive as a result. To be honest, the only reason I stopped my attack was because someone's drink got splashed on my windshield, and I was worried that I would crash the van. I wanted to do more, but I could hardly see. I saw the cops approaching, so I decided to pull over and get out of my van. I don't understand. Why didn't you just turn towards the cops? And just run them over? I mean, really? I mean, you've gone that far. I mean, why stop there? I don't get it. What do you need to see when you're, like, suicidal? I mean, if you're crashing through people, just keep going up on the sidewalks. You'll keep hitting people. I mean, oh my God. Then keep going from there, and when the cops show up, you eat them for lunch. I mean, it's there's something wrong. But we knew that already. So he purposefully pointed his wallet at the arriving police officer, hoping he would think it was a gun and shoot him. That was part of his plan. Suicide by cop, what we call blue suicide. He had actually considered purchasing a toy gun to provoke the police, but he worried someone at the rental company might see it and declined to give him the van. So I decided to go as stealthily as possible. Once he realized the officer wasn't going to shoot because the officers thought he was trying to bribe him by offering him his wallet, he surrendered. I realized I had no choice but to get on the ground because I was probably going to be tackled anyway or tased. If I'm going to live, I'd rather not encounter a physically painful experience. Oh, poor son of a bitch. Oh, the courage. Courage. Oh, imagine pain. Wouldn't want to feel physical pain when I've dealt so much unto others. Imagine what their spine felt like when that heavy-duty van ran over them, or their pelvis bones as they collapsed underneath it. It was at this point in the interview, after almost 4 hours, that Minassian abandoned his original reluctance to talk about his personal experience with women. After a bathroom break, during which Minassian displayed obsessive-compulsive qualities, the police have cameras in all the bathrooms for obvious reasons. It was seen that he was using a paper towel to turn off the taps, then taking fresh paper towel to avoid touching the doorknob to open the door, explaining, I had to ensure that there would be no germs on my hand. Thomas revisited his question of whether he had ever been intimate with a woman. Unfortunately, I haven't. Minassian has never had a girlfriend and didn't even go to his high school prom. He said he hadn't had sex because I'm too nice. Well, I guess that explains my success. I'm just such a bad boy. Well, Minassian wasn't asked detailed questions about his mental health. That's because it was so obvious that he was stark raving mad. Several former classmates earlier described him as socially awkward and having behavioral issues. His mother, in an unrelated media interview before the attack, said her son had Asperger's syndrome, an autism spectrum disorder. When asked about his religion, he said he was an atheist. I wasn't raised with any religion. Well, there you go, see? You don't need to be raised by some Christian asshole to turn into one. You can grow up without God, and the majority of them are no better than anyone else. In answer to questions about his travels, Minassian spoke of visiting Quebec for summer hiking at Mont Tremblant, of family Christmas vacations in Chicago, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, and a spring trip to Boston. Again, these guys are obviously not fucking poor. I mean, all my life I've never been able to travel unless I was on a job. I've never gone on a vacation in my entire fucking life. Thomas then confronted Manassian about his claim he took a bus to pick up the van. And Manassian insisted he was telling the truth, but Thomas told him that Manassian's father, Vahe, had already told police he dropped him off at a coffee shop nearby. Manassian then admitted that was the case. He said he lied to protect his father. I was worried that you would think he was an accomplice, but he was not aware of this. Manassian assured Thomas that everything else he said was true. As the interview wound down, Thomas asked Manassian about his reaction to the deaths and injuries he was charged with. That's when he chillingly confessed he accomplished his mission. Thomas asked him if that is what he would tell the families of the van attack victims if they came into the room. To which Manassian answered, I honestly don't know what I would say. So the detective asked him, would you apologize? I honestly don't know. So Manassian was led out of the room at 3:04 a.m. in the morning. His trial is scheduled for February. Was scheduled, I'm sorry. And, of course, it was postponed by coronavirus, COVID-19. And that gave the press time to ask, well, since there's not going to be a jury there, it's only going to be the judge, can we have the transcripts and the video footage? And that's how I'm able to relate this to you. But there's another person charged with sex crimes, assault, regular violence, domestic abuse of an intimate partner. And that, of course, is the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender, Pavel Edward Privara, who via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel was attempting to steal all my work and declare it as his property. The punk who resides in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he was hiding for the longest time behind images of myself to friend underage boys precepts predation. You'll find linkage unto evidence thereof at showsdd.com. And so, once again, an alert and an Achtung, a warning and attention asked from all friends, fans, and followers of myself to Bolo or be on the lookout for pedo predator Paul Edward Privara, which people can find out more about at the September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions, entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. So, the public figure, the former executive producer of my program, was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via our co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, he being a cyber terrorist with a known criminal record of multiple sexual assaults, and was confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind my own image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his self-employment expertise as simply Jap, all J-A-P in the uppercase. Prapavara, referencing himself as a data engineer for then producing my program Maketh Little Sense Beyond Hyperbole, or Hyperbole, to use the correct English, and the citing of J-A-P in the uppercase, Jap, as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability maketh no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, Jap otherwise being acronymous for a software, Java Anon Proxy, which you can read about, appropriately enough, at Fresh Meat. The Fresh Meat sites at freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous. Similar to Tor, or T-O-R, the onion router would be what the all uppercase T-O-R be acronymous for, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding / encrypting IP or internet protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers. A dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry precepts pederast predations, Jap being similar thereunto, but Jap itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing. Polyprivara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others and such. His About section in Linked reads, "My objectives remain the same." Oh, let me get his Czech accent, right? My objectives remain the same. Resolve data problems through abstraction, which all too obviously make us no sense whatsoever. A silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted, it is obfuscated as abstracting data problems. But it is not how anyone seriously seeking employment would ever advertise themselves. Instead, Polyboy, presume, is any potential contractor to read, as in to interpret, his pithy about statements as, "I exploit Jap to resolve data problems." It as transmission of questionable data through abstraction, meaning the cascading and mixing of the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate. It as to cult the data to outsiders, which be what Jap does. Both Polyboy and his handler Agnieszka, or Agnes, Maria Shrozinska, promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn Corporation by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hide in plain sight. Pauly's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, Paul Pravara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap in the uppercase, specifically capital J, capital A, capital P, in disambiguation from Jap as a racial slur, capital J-A-P, with the two AP being in the lowercase, the two latter letters. Ooh, if you looked up Jap by that, J capitalized, but a lowercase a and p, that would pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese people's restaurant or the Empire of Greater Japan itself. And however, if you enter uppercase J-A-P, you will come across the page of Jameson Reese and excuse me, I was thinking about something else completely. Jameson Reese, of course, has helped me identify some of what Pavel was doing with his own computer expertise back when I was working with Maria Mikhaila Grigorich in capturing the websites in which we proved that Pavel was basically, completely and irrevocably, irrefutably friending young boys behind my name and image. Basically, my image and his name, which he was going to change, I found out by his own confession when I interrogated him with Judith Agert. He was going to change that to my name and leave me saddled with a bunch of kids and then claim I was a child molester. That was his ingenious plan to help Michael Aquino and prove himself a brother in battle to Richard K. Cole. So, if you were to enter the word Jap in all caps, you would come across the LinkedIn page of Pavel Pravara. and most likely not many more, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, it is via encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring JAP now be directed to Paul Pravara's page on LinkedIn. His critical omission, a blatant hypocrisy, what speaks volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain in his openly published public statement, per myself, as to why he was still misrepresenting himself by hiding behind the photograph of a, quote, double-down receiver, double-down deceiver, as he said the DDD stood for, which you can find at facebook.com/PI342 in terms of his insanity, where now he simply still has that statement pinned to the top where he's claiming I'm plagiarizing illustrations. Oh my fucking God. The world's going to end. This is what he thinks would provoke people to disregard all of the historical facts easily validated that I expose. Yea, it was my face instead of his own flaccid face he was friending all the boy butt with. For reasons that be all too obvious, no one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation all along. And so, his affiliation with the Temple of Set was brazenly stated openly to Judith Ager and myself. And, of course, Paul Pravara's affiliation with the Temple of Set founder, the Sethiistic high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, Michael Aquino. That, of course, is something that was in reciprocity for Michael Aquino's essentially producing his girlfriend, Agnieszka Sznapczynska, to become the handler of Paul Pravara. So, you can find out the whole sordid tale for yourself that I reviewed for your elucidation, many people here being new listeners, and each night we transmit. You can hear further elucidation in terms of details via the critical omissions episodes entitled Team Dietrich, dated August 11th of 2019, 081119, and Betrayal and Brexit, dated August 18th of 2019, 081819, that being the numerical date. And also check out the episode entitled The Type A Rapier, dated August 21st of yesteryear, 082119. And those are the number codes for people, the dated codes for people to find these items in my website. So, while both he as a malefactor and ultimately Amber Rose Dio boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set under their founder, the Sethiistic, it is satanic high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor Michael Aquino. Let me remind you that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmidt Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour, which you can find out more about at theunfinishedman.com, where you can also find excerpts from the book that should be published in the near future, as written by Ben Estenius, and, of course, the scenes from film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, or telephone 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, all of this brings us to the apex of where all this goes. You've got these Canadian motherfuckers that are just coming out of the woodwork ever since Michael Aquino moved to Canada. He was living in Scotland, but he relocated to Canada. Then all this shit starts to happen. Don't you ever forget those two Cthulhuoid worshippers who went on the killing spree until they were finally taken down. And the shooting, of course, in Nova Scotia of late, which I put into context. By all of this, you can see Aquino, being in Canada, has turned living north of the border into life in hell itself. Now, interestingly enough, I pointed out the fact that Lori and Ann Fenton's sister, Dr. Lynn Fenton, produced the John Holmes, Aurora, Colorado shooting scapegoat. And before the Joker was released last year, the United States Army was trying to distance itself from the military branches of all services that had people working with them who were overtly involved in mind control programs, creating programmed assassins. Dr. Lynn Grayson was an Air Force MD, or medical doctor. And yet, because of her, and in an attempt to rehabilitate their image to the American people who had been exposed to the reality of what they're all about by Douglas Dietrich, yesteryear the United States Army warned of possible incel shootings at the Joker film screenings. Now think about what I am telling you right now, after we know that Canada has finally had enough to the point where they're being honest with themselves and the world and referencing the incel killers as domestic terrorists. Here we have, a year gone by now, the United States Army warning the tax-paying American public of possible incel shootings at Joker film screenings, and we're not classifying them as domestic terrorists? What is wrong with this picture? Let me read to you exactly what the United States Army said with the release of the Joaquin Phoenix Joker film. To quote it verbatim, precisely. When entering theaters, identify trois escape routes. Remain aware of your surroundings. And remember the phrase, run, hide, fight. I mean, really? Fucking really? Why would anyone want to go see a movie at all? With that to look forward to. Oh my God! Don't forget, honey. Run! Hide! Fight! We gotta have 2 escape routes. We gotta remain aware of our surroundings. Fuck this shit. Let's stay home, pop popcorn, cruise on the net. The U.S. military sent a memo to service members only on September 18th of yesteryear, alerting them to incel extremist chatter online about replicating the 2012 Aurora shooting at nationwide screenings of what was then the upcoming Warner Brothers film Joker. So they were warning their own troops only. Nobody else need apply to Right for Life. So the email they sent throughout the ranks definitively forewarned, when entering theaters, identify 2 escape routes, remain aware of your surroundings, and remember the phrase, run, hide, fight. Run if you can. If you're stuck, hide. Also referred to as sheltering in place. And stay quiet. If a shooter finds you, fight with whatever you can. Oh my fucking God. And then military men wonder why women will not date them. What fun. Hey honey, let's go out tonight and look for multiple exits wherever we go. And be ready to hide in place, shelter in place, under the table, under your chair, and fighting if they find us, but running if we can. I mean, really? Oh, that sounds like a blast. Oh my God. How could any girl turn that down? Oh, how exciting. I mean, it's just, you couldn't have anything but a hot night of sex after that. I mean, just the fact that you made it back to wherever you were going alive after a night out on the town doing nothing but that is just, you'd want to have sex just to release all the tension. But then again, the tension would never stop, would it? So, this very memo, this email that went throughout the military ranks, describes incels, individuals who self-identify as involuntary celibates, as people who express frustration from perceived disadvantages to starting intimate relationships. Incel extremists idolize violent individuals like the Aurora movie theater shooter, who really wasn't a violent individual. He was just a slug, a fucking lump on a log. In 2012, James Holmes opened fire, we are told, in a Colorado movie theater and killed 12 people, injuring 70 others who were there to watch a midnight screening of The Dark Knight Rises. The Army said it became aware of the potential threats when the FBI sent a bulletin as a precaution, although there was no official indications of a mass shooting. So, the FBI spokesperson at the time said, while our standard practice is to not comment on specific international products, the FBI is in touch with our law enforcement and private sector partners about the online posts. As always, we encourage the public to remain vigilant and to promptly report suspicious activity to law enforcement. Now, senior officials in the Army's CID, the CID, or Criminal Investigation Division, at that time, back in October of yesteryear, stated that the Army obtained credible intelligence that Texas law enforcement received of disturbing and very specific chatter on the dark web regarding the targeting of an unknown movie theater during release of The Joker. And so, the Army spokesperson at that time told Gizmodo magazine that We do this routinely because the safety and security of our workforce is paramount, as opposed to, the civilians the Army is supposed to protect. We want our workforce to be prepared and diligent on personal safety, both inside the workplace and out. Oh, delightful. So there's never a relaxed moment. And so, Joker, what was then the latest addition to the DC Comics franchise, depicted the tortured origin story of the character, played by Joaquin Phoenix. The character Arthur Fleck begins as a failed stand-up comedian who descends into madness and becomes a mass killer, inspiring those around him to engage in violent anarchy. That film stirred up controversy after the release of its trailer coincided with a series of mass shootings that rocked these United States, including the El Paso and Dayton, Ohio tragedies. Critics were even then pointing out the film allowed incels to sympathize with the main character, where incels feel too alienated from society and oftentimes turn to violent thoughts and actions when they believe they have not been given what they deserve, especially when it comes to sex, romantic relationships, and desired physical features. Now, families of victims who died in the Aurora movie shooting signed a letter to Warner Brothers, raising concerns about the film and its depiction of gun violence, as was confirmed by The Hollywood Reporter. And that letter read, "This was signed by all the victims, the survivors, and their family members of those who died in Aurora, Colorado, killed in an operation directly involving Lori and Ann Fenton's sister, Dr. Lynn Fenton, who lost her civilian job over her involvement with the military in producing that catastrophe." Their letter reading, "We are calling on you to be a part of the growing chorus of corporate leaders who understand that they have a social responsibility to keep us all safe." In this communique, the writers asked the movie company to donate to groups that help victims of gun violence. And so in return, in response, Warner Brothers came out with its own statement, responding to the letter of the Aurora shooting victims by extending sympathies. "Our company has a long history of donating to victims of violence, including Aurora. And in recent weeks, our parent company joined other business leaders to call on policymakers to enact bipartisan legislation to address this epidemic of gun violence," is what they're referencing. In other words, they're saying we gave at the office. At the same time, Warner Brothers believes that one of the functions of storytelling is to provoke difficult conversations around complex issues. Make us no mistake, neither the fictional character Joker nor the film is an endorsement of real-world violence of any kind. It is not the intention of the film, the filmmakers, or the studio to hold this character up as a hero. Oh yeah, bull fucking shit. And so, that month of October, in the 2019th year of our Lord, Joaquin Phoenix walked out of an interview after the Telegraph of England's Robbie Collin asked him about the violent implications of the film. Joaquin Phoenix walked out on Joker's interview, the interview concerning his debut with the Joker film, because the Phoenix portrayal is neither a masterpiece for the ages or a menace to society. It's simply nothing. There is nothing there. It's a message of pure emptiness. That is nihilism. The idea that there is nothing. There is no meaning. There is nothing. And so, for Joaquin Phoenix, there was literally nothing to say. Todd Phillips' film depicted the comic book supervillain as an innocent, yet delusional man. But its mishmash of influences hopes to distract you from the fact that it has so very little to say. My own reaction to Joker wasn't at all what I expected. Ever since the film's premiere at the Venice Film Festival, I was immediately assured that there were only two schools of thought. It's either a masterpiece for the ages or a flat-out danger to society. The first assertion was bolstered by the fact it won Venice's highest prize at that time immediately, the Golden Lion, on its debut, and then earned its fair share of awards buzz, taking it all the way to the Oscars. But the second point was made concrete by plans for an increased police presence at U.S. cinemas on its opening weekend, due to all the threats of violence. Yet I myself found it hard to be provoked either way. The film simply doesn't seem smart enough to earn such extreme reactions. Todd Phillips, Joker's director and co-writer, may have aimed for a radical rewriting of the iconic Batman villain's origins, but what he cooked up was a bunch of derivative half-concepts shot with a Scorsese tinge and the prestige of one of Phoenix's full-throated, committed performances. And so, the Joker, otherwise known as Arthur Fleck, is depicted as an initially innocent but deeply delusional and mentally ill man who's repeatedly kicked while he's down. Nobody cares about the wannabe stand-up comedian who dresses as a clown for a living and still lives with his mother. He reaches a breaking point and next thing you know, he's gone full supervillain. While Arthur's interested only in revenge against those who've been cruel to him, Gotham's impoverished and oppressed population increasingly interpret his actions as a revolt against the 1%, meaning the film has echoes of Bane's storyline from The Dark Knight Rises. There are nods, too, to classics such as Taxi Driver, A Clockwork Orange, and Psycho, a busy mishmash of influences that hopes to distract you from the fact it has nothing of its own to say. That is, outside of the sincere conviction that there's something profound in the line, "I used to think my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy." Clearly, the film's many glowing reviews confirm that others saw much more in it than I ever did. And yet, I had just as much trouble pinpointing where all these accusations that Joker is an incel manifesto came as from. To accuse it of such fundamentally misunderstood the threat these people pose on society in and of themselves already. That term, the acronym for involuntary celibate, is commonly used to describe men who see themselves as fundamentally entitled to sex and view violence as an acceptable form of revenge against those who would block their access to it, meaning women saying no to the fate of their own bodies. It's garden variety misogyny, but with an intensity and a bitterness that be deeply terrifying, having been established as the motivation behind at least 4 mass murders to the time that Joker was released, not to include those in Canada since, which would bring it up to 6 in North America and more beyond. But none of this ideology is actually present in the Joker film itself, since his rage is unconnected with any desire for sexual dominance. He's infatuated with one of his neighbors, played by Zazie Bates, spelled Zaziebetz. A bit more on her later. And certainly has a creepy way of trying to pursue her. But the film is careful not to suggest that he has any violent thoughts about her. Joker doesn't have author make any real statement beyond everybody is awful these days, which is a pretty toothless idea on the whole. The most alarming aspect of the film, in fact, is how it wheels out the age-old, deeply insulting idea that mentally ill people are just one missed prescription away from mass murder. As people have to be reminded every time this is mentioned in the gun control debate, a mentally ill person is much more of a danger to themselves than anyone else. Indeed, they're far more in danger of being abused, as the character is throughout the film, by so-called sane people, than sane people are in danger of being harmed in any way by a mentally ill person. Even those who had the most right to protest the Joker's release, the families of victims of 2012's Aurora shooting, which took place at a showing of The Dark Knight Rises, released a joint letter that voiced their concerns to Warner Brothers, but asked only that the studio uses its immense platform to advocate for gun control. It's worth noting that the widely circulated rumor that the killer was inspired by the Joker was thereafter proven false. He didn't even dye his hair right. He dyed it fucking neon orange instead of green. Now, Joker is a perfect example of how easily we can lose control of certain narratives. A handful of reactions to the film's Venice Film Festival premiere mentioned how it could potentially be co-opted by incels and their ilk, but not in any way that felt particularly alarmist about it. Yet the word was immediately zeroed in on and picked up by largely well-intentioned people who hadn't actually seen the film at that time, but who still echoed and amplified the notion until it became that incel movie. It's a direct symptom of our internet habits. A day spent scrolling through social media forces our brains to process an incredible amount of information. Inevitably, it's always the boldest words and ideas that stick out. The truth is, incels and right-wing trolls were drawing from the Joker in their memes, their profile pictures, or by using his quotes long before Joaquin Phoenix ever stepped into his shoes. The fact that he was now given a backstory that partially humanized him was hardly going to have much more of an impact. He's edgy and anarchic. They didn't really need an excuse to adopt him as their own. There's certainly a conversation to be had about what we do when characters have been appropriated in ways that willfully misinterpret their meaning, the same way certain men fixate over Fight Club or The Wolf of Wall Street in all the wrong ways. Maybe that's the conversation we should have been having about Joker at time of its release, but it was way too late for that. Even then. So, for me to analyze, to delve deeper into what Joker is that makest it relevant in parallel to Fight Club, is that Joker is a terrifyingly realistic window into white terrorism. We do need to reckon with how closely Todd Phillips' villain mirrors real-life mass shooters and the poisonous ideologies they all subscribe to. After Joaquin Phoenix gets mugged in Joker and a co-worker lends him a weapon to protect himself, I thought about the times throughout yesteryear when a white man used a gun in a mass shooting. 250 people killed in El Paso, Texas, and nigh a dozen in Dayton, Ohio. See, over 9 months are gone by now, like childbirth, in gestation, to the point where we birthed the final recognition of a 17-year-old punk with a machete attacking people as if it were the Rwanda massacre in Toronto. That is the sentencing of him, the charging of him, rather, that will hopefully lead to his sentencing as a terrorist. That charge that has changed our world by that very fact, the very fact of its charging, of its being administered legally. That's changed our world to where there are cultures, white, predominantly white, European descended, European sourced, Western cultures that are now seeing domestic terrorism and calling it out for what it is. That is what has been birthed out of trois mass shootings that took place over 9 months ago, in which we had 30 dead within 13 hours, as the United States reckoned with back-to-back mass shootings, 21 killed in El Paso and 9 killed in Dayton, Ohio. As the United States reeled from the killings, Trump was facing criticism over immigration, which he always brought the killings back to. You had the shattering weekend, in which trois mass shootings left at least 30 people dead and injured, dozens, putting Donald Trump at the center of a storm of outrage over racism and the failure on gun control in America. Even as the president said, "Hate has no place in our country," and blamed the shootings on mental illness, investigators in El Paso confirmed that the massacre at the Walmart superstore that Saturday, 9 months ago, left at least 21 people dead in the Texas border city, that it had all been preceded by the suspected gunman, well, the confirmed gunman, publishing an anti-immigration screed via the darker recesses of the internet. And in a mass shooting, in the early hours of that following Sunday, just 13 hours later, a gunman in Dayton, Ohio was wearing full body armor, ballistic body armor, and carrying 100 bullet magazines to arm his high-powered rifles, with law enforcement authorities warning he could have killed many dozens of people if he had not been shot by police within 30 seconds of opening fire. The shootings were carried out just a week after a 19-year-old, also armed with a high-caliber rifle, opened fire at a popular annual food festival in Gilroy, in my own golden state of California, killing 3 and injuring many others. Led by those running for president at the time, senior Democrats, including the local former congressman of El Paso, Beto O'Rourke, condemning the president as a nakedly white nationalist and racist leader. They pointed at Trump's escalating attacks on migrants at the border and on members of Congress of color, including inflammatory comments and posturing that sparked a crowd at a rally that month before the shootings to chant, "Send her back! Send her back!" about the Muslim Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, even though she was born in these United States. Then you had the tragedy in El Paso. The perpetrator in El Paso shooting was from the town of Allen on the outskirts of Dallas, 650 miles from the border city in the far southwest corner of the state. He was arrested and was held in custody after rampaging into the El Paso Walmart, opening fire and killing at least 21 people. Some have died since that time that have brought the record number up to 250. Local prosecutors charged the 21-year-old white, heterosexual, cisgendered male, Patrick Crusius, with mass murder. They said they would pursue the death penalty. Federal authorities, even then, concluded, quite rightly, his act as a hate crime. Police in El Paso were examining the hate-riddled message on the website 8chan, posted about 20 minutes before that attack, in which the author expressed sympathy for a white nationalist massacre at mosques in Christchurch, New England, a few months beforehand, and in which he stated, "This attack is a response to the Hispanic invasion of Texas." Among the dead were Jordan and Andre Anchondo, who died protecting their young child. Outside the Del Sol Medical Center in El Paso that weekend, mourners had erected signs saying, "No hate can ruin our great city, and our city is pure love." A 21-year-old, Daisy Fuentes, told The Guardian at that time of England that had come to visit America here, the violent frontier, that her grandparents went to the Walmart to shop for curtains, and that both of them were shot during the massacre. Her 66-year-old grandmother, Nicolasa Velázquez, called the family right after, saying, "We were scared, we were crying, we didn't know what to do." Fuentes said, "My mom was trying to tell her to stay calm and breathe. My grandma was saying it hurt and told my mom to call the ambulance because they weren't coming fast enough." The Republican mayor of El Paso, DeMargo, said that the city's binational culture, as a majority Latinx city with a sister city directly across the border in Mexico, was what made it a special place, and called the gunman deranged for not knowing that this is what makes our country great. And you had mourning in Ohio. The gunman in Dayton opening fire in the city's downtown area at about 1 a.m. on a Sunday, killing 9 people, armed with a high-powered rifle and a 100-round magazine before police shot him dead within 30 seconds of his beginning his rampage. The police named the Dayton shooter as the 24-year-old Connor Betts, and Betts' 22-year-old sister Megan was among the victims, targeted because she was dating a black man. The incident was still in the early stages of investigation, and the motive was definitively racial. Even though the Dayton police chief, Richard Beale, insisted the shooting did not appear linked to a bias motive. Early reports suggested that there may have been red flags in the gunman history, of course. High school classmates, speaking to the Associated Press, said that Betts had been suspended from school for creating a list of people he wanted to rape, torture, hurt, and harm, and ultimately kill. And by the Sunday evening of that weekend, the popular entertainment district where the attack occurred had been cleared of crime scene tape and opened to a somber crowd for a vigil. Hundreds of people gathered, some leaving bouquets in front of the bars or trucking flowers into bullet holes. More holes were visible in the window at Ned Pepper's bar, where police killed the shooter just outside the doorstep to save those inside. At the event, a speech by Ohio's Republican governor was interrupted with shouts of "Make a change!" as the governor, Mike DeWine, told the crowd that the family's pain could not be erased. Many started chanting, "Do something!" And so Trump faced criticism for hardly mentioning the Texas shooting, having sent just a few short tweets and issuing a presidential proclamation to lower flags to half-mast, which he refuses to do for COVID-19 and all the people who have died because of him. Saying then, "I want to extend Our condolences from El Paso, Texas and Dayton, Ohio. They're incredible people. They've been through a lot. This was as he was traveling back to the White House from his golf resort in Bedminster, New Jersey. While making no reference to the nature of the hate crime in El Paso and not speaking about gun control at all, but adding, hate has no place in our country. We're going to take care of it. Yeah. The president also suggested both shootings should be viewed in the context of mental health. This is also a mental illness problem. If you look at both these cases, both these people were very ill. Adding he would address the public again Monday morning at the time. While local authorities in both El Paso and Dayton made no definitive statements about the mental health of either suspect, Trump's daughter and advisor, Ivanka Trump, had earlier tweeted, "White supremacy, like all other forms of terrorism, is an evil that must be destroyed," actually acknowledging white supremacy as terrorism, though there was no legal bite to her words. The very fact that she did so was astonishing. Can't imagine. Must have been thinking of her dad raping her as a kid to have finally expelled that. But leading Democrats were incandescent. Beto O'Rourke saying, "We have to acknowledge the hatred, the open racism that we're seeing. There is an environment of it in the United States." He also decried the wide availability of high-powered firearms. Meanwhile, the United States Senator from New Jersey and rival Democratic 2020 presidential candidate at that time, Cory Booker, told the CNN that he, Trump, is responsible for what is going on and is doing nothing to stop the carnage and the chaos. This is a moral moment, and he is failing this nation, as he does in every moment, moral or not. The presidential candidate at that time, Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, said mental illness rates in these United States are similar to other countries across the world, but we have these shootings in extraordinary numbers, and that's because of the weapons available. Yeah, it takes a real mental illness to stop anyone from seeing that. And the conservative New York Post called for a ban on assault weapons, which really ought to tell us all that something's gone too far. The month before the mass shootings, the FBI Director Christopher Wray told Congress that the majority of domestic terror-related arrests since the preceding October of 2018 had been linked to white supremacist violence and no one else, while the Southern Poverty Law Center, the non-for-profit group tracking hate in America, reported a surge in white nationalist groups the year Trump was elected president. That has never stopped and has continued to surge. And so, as that weekend came to a close, the shooting in Ohio marked the 31st deadly mass shooting in America that last year by that month, defining as those where at least 3 people were killed by gun violence in a single episode. Every year in America is plagued by a never-ending parade of Dons Macabre, or Totentanz, the dance of death. So we had back then a rising death toll with police video, and the fact that hundreds had been saved simply because police were on the scene in Ohio. The total death toll from the shootings climbed by Monday after that weekend to 31. The video proved the Dayton police killed the gunman and saved hundreds. The Trump was linking the shootings to racism and video games after the mental illness argument proved so shallow, but not the gun. And Americans woke up after that awful weekend, that black Saturday and Sunday on the calendar, to the grim statistic that at least 31 people had died and more than 100 were critically injured, resultant the trois mass shootings in Dayton, Ohio and El Paso, Texas over a single weekend, with the death and injury tolls remaining in flux because of the 21st and 22nd victims of the shooting at that time in El Paso dying in hospital care. And in an address that Monday morning to open the work week, President Donald Trump condemned white nationalism, saying hate has no place in America. Bear in mind the Walmart near the Mexican border had 3,000 people inside when that Black Saturday morning a gunman opened fire, killing 20 people in the store at least instantly. Dozens more were instantly injured. And that Walmart, which sits in a heavily Hispanic area near the border of the United States and Mexico, had an estimated 3,000 shoppers inside, confirmed by the police. The 21-year-old Dallas area man named Patrick Crucius, a Hispanic name in and of itself, surrendered to law enforcement officials and was booked into El Paso County Jail on capital mass murder charges. And Crucius, who of course is fishbelly white in terms of his melanin coloration, left behind an anti-immigrant and pro-Trump racist memo on an anonymous message board, 8chan, with the district attorney, Jamie Esparza, declaring even then that he planned to seek the death penalty for Crucius. Now, Cloudflare shut down 8chan at the time as an online forum for extremist hate. You had a mom and dad shielding their baby among the El Paso victims. The mother and father, Jordan and Andre and Shondo, killed while shielding their 12-month-old baby. Jordan Anshondo, a mother of 3, was back to school shopping at the time. The baby did survive, and Anshondo's sister took the child in, saying that she was fortunate enough to add this member to her immediate family because his mother gave her life for him. Andre Anshondo was shielding them both, the mother and the child. The bullets went through him, pierced his heart, and pierced the heart of his wife beneath him, but didn't reach the baby. Among the 20 dead were 7 Mexican citizens. Then you had the shooter in body armor enter the trendy Dayton district in Ohio. And you had the reports of a mass shooting in Dayton's entertainment district emerging early the next morning, with this white asshole in body armor armed with an assault weapon opening fire in a trendy area filled with restaurants and bars at about 1 a.m. in the morning. That shooter, identified as Connor Betts, 24 years of age, of Bellbrook, Ohio, attempting to enter a bar called Ned Pepper's, but video proving he was killed by police less than a minute after he began, which on their part saved literally hundreds of lives, as confirmed by Dayton Mayor Nan Whaley. The guns used for the shootings in both Dayton and El Paso were both legal and powerful. And in the wake of these 12 more hate-fueled mass shootings, we all considered applying the term domestic terrorism. But it's taken Canada to show us how it's done. And remember that Dayton's shooter's 22-year-old sister was among his victims in Ohio. It was revealed after the Dayton shooting that Bates's younger sister, Megan, but 22 years of age, was among 9 people killed by her brother because she was dating a black man. He tracked her down to kill her and everyone else around her, everyone in the world that he could, to take the world down with him. as the incels planned to do. Now, those twa people drove to Dayton together that night, his sister and himself. They parted after arriving. Their parents were alerted of what happened just hours after the shooting. You can only imagine how they were hurting. The Bellbrook police chief, Doug Doherty, said that Betts' younger sister was the first to die in the rampage. Obviously, he planned to kill her. Imagine riding down with your sister and then killing her later on the same day. What kind of a man are you? So Trump decried white nationalism and video games, but not the gun that took the lives. Speaking to the nation after that Black Weekend, blaming the perils of social media, which he thrives on, to spread his hate, the internet and video games, while suggesting the solution is never gun control. Mental illness and hatred pulls the trigger, not the gun. No, it takes a white man to pull the fucking trigger, Trump. Now, Trump has called for red flag laws that he brushed aside. Also directed the Department of Justice to propose legislation ensuring those who commit hate crimes and mass murder will face the death penalty. Also said he directed the department to create legislation that ensures this capital punishment be delivered quickly. We will ensure those attacked will not have died in vain, as he said about all those who perished over that weekend. Now, he said those who died in Toledo, with him mixing up the Ohio cities while giving remarks on mass shootings. It was in his tweet at 3:54 a.m. in the morning, August 5th of 2019, when Donald J. Trump at Real Donald Trump said, "We cannot let those killed in El Paso, Texas, and Dayton, Ohio, die in vain. Likewise, for those so seriously wounded, we can never forget them, and those many who came before them. Republicans and Democrats must come together and get strong background checks. Perhaps marrying." Well, there you go. That Monday, in which he tweeted that about Republicans and Democrats perhaps marrying, that marked the 217th day of 2019, and the Gun Violence Archive had already reported that up to that day there had been 255 reported and verified mass shootings in the United States that very year. Already to that point, the number of shootings outweighed the number of days by 38. What kind of world are we allowing ourselves to live in with the white male incel killing us at will with impunity? And the death toll in that Walmart shooting rose to 22 as the residents of El Paso, Texas tried to settle into their new reality that Black Monday, and politicians debated whether President Donald Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric contributed to the massacre, with officials updating the totals to 22 killed and a quarter of 100 critically injured, the quick, devastating violence leaving the city reeling. El Paso had only 23 homicides in all of the year preceding. The Democratic presidential candidate, Beto O'Rourke, was unleashing at the time a profanity-laced tirade, as dated the 4th day in August of yesteryear. When asked whether Trump could turn things around and help the situation in the border town, O'Rourke called home. Media outlets around the country and around the world exposed the fact that Trump inspired that shooter who gunned down dozens of people. And the result, according to another El Paso-based member of Congress, was a Hispanic population increasingly in the crosshairs. That Monday morning, as dated the 5th day in August of the 2019 year in our Lord, on MSNBC's Morning Joe, Representative Veronica Escobar, the Democrat from Texas, said, "All of this has happened because Hispanic people have been dehumanized. They have been dehumanized by the president, by his enablers, by other politicians. This is one of the lowest points in American history, and if we don't recognize this as such, we will not have the turning point that we so desperately need as a country." And Trump, who himself spoke so little that Sunday about the mass shootings that terrorized the nation over the weekend, delivered a speech from the White House that following Monday in which he bashed the twisted monster who committed the El Paso shooting, the man who had nothing but praise for him. The president confirmed that Patrick Crusius wrote a 2,356-word manifesto that was posted online shortly before the shooting and was filled with racist hate that comprised his favorite quotes from Trump's campaign speeches. And Crusius, who of course was bleach white, laced his manifesto with anti-immigrant and racist rhetoric, saying he advocated a plan to divide the nation into territories by race. Well, not so different from my own, albeit with different intent and different thematic. Much of the United States I envision would be dedicated to hybrids like myself, which are becoming the ultimate majority in the United States. And so Trump said, "In one voice, our nation must condemn racism, bigotry, and white supremacy. These sinister ideologies must be defeated. Cultural change is hard, but each of us can choose to build a culture that celebrates the inherent worth and dignity of every human life." Really? Of course, he didn't call for any action to limit the availability of guns, but Trump called the passage of red flag laws at that time, which he later gave up on, to allow law enforcement officials to take firearms away from people who be deemed to pose a grave risk to public safety. He also urged the Department of Justice to propose legislation ensuring those who commit hate crimes and mass murders face the death penalty. Of course, in El Paso, investigators were continuing to gather evidence in the capital murder case against Crusius, that 21-year-old punk of Allen, Texas, who was booked into the El Paso County Jail that weekend. Of course, walking into the Walmart near the shopping mall and opening fire, setting off panic as hundreds of customers and employees fled. It's a wonder nobody was crushed to death between someone else's feet. Now, he was immediately identified, Crusius was, as the author of the manifesto that bashed the invasion of these United States by Hispanic immigrants, echoing the very language Trump had used when describing Mexican and Central American migrants, who had tried to enter the country illegally in recent years. And so El Paso Police Chief Greg Allen certainly confirmed that Black Sunday afternoon that from the manifesto that we first saw, we attribute that manifesto directly to he. And District Attorney Jamie Esparza said he was seeking that death penalty, whereas the U.S. Attorney John Bash said federal authorities were treating the shooting as a domestic terrorism case and were seriously considering hate crime charges. I don't know whatever became of that, but I do remember that from that time. And Crusius was cooperating with investigators. He was arrested but never hurt by the police officers who responded to Walmart. No, not a hair on his white head was fucking touched. Gotta protect that white skin from bruising, you know. They can't walk the catwalk anymore when their flesh is discolored. Crusius had graduated from high school in 2016, the year Trump was running for president, and enrolled in Collin College in the fall of 2017 when Trump was hacked into the presidency, according to the school. He was enrolled as a student until the spring of 2019, and Of course, his grandparents expressed devastation in a release. And of course, this was reported. All of that is utterly pathetic to me, and none of it sincere. The manifesto being far more sincere in saying that Hispanics will overwhelm the state's voting bloc of white people and could turn Texas, historically a Republican stronghold, toward the Democratic Party. Now, the author of this vitriol, Crusius himself, denied in the manifesto that he is a white supremacist, but suggests race mixing is destroying the nation and recommends dividing the nation into race-based enclaves. Again, with totally different intent and objective. I recommend something similar, with far more room for, those mixed-race peoples like myself that are just destroying it for all the whites. Of course, the manifesto asserted the author's views in support of a border wall that predated Trump's campaign. And it dismissed any attempt to blame the attack on the president as fake news. So it was written with an alibi for Trump incorporated within, probably under direct orders from Trump himself. And so the El Paso congresswoman declared Trump was not welcome in their city after the mass shooting. The representative Veronica Escobar, the Democrat of Texas, had that message for Donald Trump. So we had this female Hispanic Texas Democrat who represents El Paso, that site of that mass shooting that left at least 250 people dead, telling Donald Trump that he was not welcome in her fair city if he came to visit because of his inflammatory rhetoric about Latinos and immigrants. And you had that manifesto which provides us all the evidence we need. And so Escobar did say, from what I remember on her appearance on NBC's Morning Joe, that words have consequences. The president has made my community and my people the enemy. He has told the country that we are people to be feared, people to be hated. I hope that Trump has the self-awareness to understand that we are in pain, and we are mourning, and we are doing the very best in our typical, graceful El Paso way to be resilient. And so I would ask his staff and his team to consider the fact that his words and his actions have played a role in this. She adding after that Hispanic people have been dehumanized by the president and his enablers, and this was one of the lowest points in American history. And of course the lawmakers were calling for action on gun control that never manifested in the wake of the mass shootings, because they all differed on the kinds of legislation. The House of Representatives having at that time passed several bills to expand background checks, but the Senate not taking any action on the bills because the Republicans are all in the pockets of the NRA, with Trump suggesting in a morning tweet that Monday that he wanted to link stronger background checks to immigration reform, though he provided no details about how the two issues would be linked in legislation. And so Trump was expected to visit the sites of the shootings later in the week, with the Associated Press reporting that the Federal Aviation Administration had issued advisories of VIP travel to El Paso and Dayton midweek that week, and I never followed up to find out whether or not Trump visited, or even if I reported it on it in the news at that time. I drugged myself enough shortly thereafter where I don't remember if there was a follow-up by Trump in those areas. But we did have an Ohio politician who just had to come out and blame the mass shooting on drag queen advocates. Douglas Dietrich comes to mind. And Obama. And opening borders. So Candace Keller The state representative for the 53rd District of the Ohio House of Representatives, which includes part of Butler County, a Republican, of course, who but yesteryear proposed legislation to ban and criminalize abortion in Ohio, a black witch who wanted to maintain gender roles and ensure that women have no power over their bodies, to abort all the rape babies put into themselves by their fucking uncles and brothers and fathers and shit. This Southwest Ohio politician put a post on social media aftermath that Black weekend in which she blamed mass shootings on drag queen advocates, homosexual marriage, open borders, and even former President Barack Obama. And in that Facebook post, you had this Ohio representative, Candice Keller, complaining about liberals playing the blame game after every shooting and asking, why not place the blame where it belongs? Here you've got this Republican cunt living in Middletown, about 30 miles south of Dayton, where a gunman kills 9 people. And in her post, she places the blame for mass shootings on the breakdown of the traditional American family, in parentheses saying, thank you, transgender, homosexual marriage, and drag queen advocates. Fatherlessness, a subject no one discusses or believes is relevant. Yeah, what use are most fathers, really? The ignoring of violent video games. The relaxing of laws against criminals. Open borders, in parentheses. The acceptance of recreational marijuana. Oh, Tish. Failed school policies. And in parentheses, she said, hello, parents who defend misbehaving students. Disrespect to law enforcement. And in parentheses, she said, thank you, Obama. Yeah, the law enforcement that breaks down the door of a black nurse and kills her for no fucking reason. Other than, oops, got the wrong door. Sorry, bitch. And the post went on to blame others, including the Democrats in Congress and other lawmakers who don't value the Second Amendment because, of course the solution is we need more fucking guns. Now, Keller never returned a message seeking comment when I asked for such. She did confirm in a text to the Inquirer she wrote it, and it was still on her Facebook page, although she set the setting so that it was visible to her friends, so it wasn't visible to everyone. So you had this Candace Keller post. It was originally visible to everyone. That's how we got the screenshots. And she was saying, well, I know that the Cincinnati City Councilman, Chris Seelbach, a Democrat, urged people to call the Middletown Republicans' Columbus office to tell her what they thought of the post. And that was in response to the post, which was issued at 3:41 p.m. on August 4th of yesteryear, in which Chris Seelbach said, well, the Ohio State Representative, Candice Keller, representing Middletown, Ohio, said the shootings happened because of my marriage to Craig. Talking about, of course, his gay marriage, and marijuana, and transgender, and drag queen advocates. Me again. Fuck, I took it personally myself. And Obama, and open borders. Let her know what you think at 614-644-5094. Tell him. So, then you had the Butler County Republican Party Chairman Todd Hall saying that Sunday was a time for prayer and reflection instead of Keller's comments. Saying, some want to politicize these events. I cannot condone such comment and behavior. That's what he told the Inquirer. Well, Keller is running for Ohio Senate in Butler County in 2020 against fellow Republicans. Representative George Lang, Westchester Township, and the Westchester Township trustee Lee Wong, one of those Chinese American industrial strength Republicans trying to prove how white they are on the inside. We call them eggs. Oh no, that's what we call white people who are yellow on the inside. Fuck, what do we call people yellow on the inside and white on the inside? I forget. Anyhow, at that time, the Democrats had yet to even announce a candidate for that heavily Republican district. But you had the Butler County Democratic Party Chairman Brian Hester saying Keller was blaming the victims of recent shootings in her post. Exactly the only conclusion to be drawn. To quote he, referencing the Orlando, Florida's Pulse nightclub shooting in June of 2016, which my own surrogate son almost died in, and the El Paso, Texas attack that very weekend, saying to blame these shootings on some of the very people who have been targeted is offensive to those victims as well as the 9 people who were murdered in Dayton this morning and to their grieving friends and family members. I can't believe he just didn't say out and out, she's a fucking cunt. She's out of her goddamn mind. But he added, I think we should focus on the ease this killer had to the tools at his disposal for his murderous rampage more than what video games he played as a kid. It is disgraceful. This is what passes for Republican rhetoric now. Oh, well, you better get used to it. And, of course, Keller made her reputation like Donald Trump on controversial statements, she being the executrix of the Christian Pregnancy Resource Center, who made headlines for comparing Planned Parenthood to, of course, the Nazis. She also spoke on a white power advocates radio show and pushed for banning the so-called sanctuary cities where former Ohio Treasurer, or with the former Ohio Treasurer, Josh Mandel. So this is an example of one of those black witches of the white ethnos, like Nicole Frolick, who want all the gender roles and everyone's racial roles and class roles to be maintained, fossilized, stratified, frozen for eternity, to eliminate all process and progress. That's what you call reactionary. And then you've got the house nigger, Neil deGrasse Tyson, finally apologizing for his tweet about mass shooting, saying, I got this one wrong. Yeah, just like when you grab that woman by the crotch like Trump told you was the right thing to do. Just gotta grab him by the pussy. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is an American astrophysicist, cosmologist, planetary scientist, author, and science communicator. And since 1996, he's been the Frederick P. Rose Director of the Hayden Planetarium at the Rose Center for Earth and Space in New York City. Now, you would have thought he saw the error of his ways when Twitter users slammed that black celebrity astrophysicist that black weekend after he posted a tweet about the recent shootings in El Paso, Texas and Dayton, Ohio, that many thought more than missed the mark, in which he said, in the past 48 hours, the USA horrifically lost 34 people to mass shootings. He's so claiming, on average, across any 48 hours, we lose 500 to medical errors, 300 to the flu, 250 to suicide, 200 to car accidents, and 40 to homicide via handgun. Often, our emotions respond more to spectacle than to data. And so he had to post a note to Facebook the Monday thereafter, like a hangover, acknowledging his mistake. His note reading, my intent was to offer objectively true information that might help shape conversations and reactions to preventable ways we die. Where I miscalculated was that I genuinely believed the tweet would be helpful to anyone trying to save lives in America. What I learned from the range of reactions, yeah, they're all negative, is that for many people, some information, my tweet in particular, can be true but unhelpful, especially at a time when many people are either still in shock, are trying to heal, or both. You see, all of you are unreasonable for not seeing the logic of his bullshit. So if you are one of those people, he said, I apologize for not knowing in advance what effect my tweet could have on you. See, the problem's you. It's all you. With him continuing to say, going on to say, I am therefore thankful for the candor and depth of critical reactions shared in my Twitter feed. As an educator, I personally value knowing with precision and accuracy what reaction anything that I say or write will instill in my audience, and I got this one wrong. Wow. I mean, here's his tweet, 10:58 a.m. from August 4th of yesteryear. Neil deGrasse Tyson at Neil Tyson. In the past 48 hours, the USA horrifically lost 34 people to mass shootings. On average, across any 48 hours, we also lose 500 to medical errors, 300 to the flu, 250 to suicide, 200 to car accidents, 40 to homicide via handgun. Often our emotions respond more to spectacle than to data. This is like beyond bullshit. It's like, so fucking what? What does that have to do with what happened? I mean, you got shootings over a weekend in El Paso and Dayton that left 30 dead within 13 fucking hours and over half 100, 52 at least, injured within less than 24 hours. And so users flooded Twitter with responses to Tyson's tweet, criticizing the Black House nigger scientist for belittling the attacks in the name of providing data, like a factoid addict. And Andrew Baggerly, a journalist, responded by saying, making a didactic, if factually accurate point does not always equate to intelligent or productive discourse. And this was neither intelligent nor productive. Disappointed to read this from you. Good man, Andrew Baggerly. And the science writer, Shayna Montanari, wrote, imagine tweeting this and thinking it adds anything to intelligent discourse. Many also criticized Tyson for downplaying the emotional scarring and unnecessary devastation of the attacks. One Twitter user, at Mr. Japin, slammed Tyson for a hot garbage comparison, saying, can you please quantify how fear affects our society's ability to function? Or the impact these deaths have on the family, friends, and communities of the victims? Or how it can inspire more acts? And the Washington Post opinion writer, Elizabeth Brunig, said, I think motive, avoidability, and culpability are all forms of data that have perfectly logical emotional ramifications. You'd be angrier if someone shot your kid than if your kid died of typhus. This is obvious and rational. I know you're trying to math people here, but this is tasteless and disrespectful. That was actually written by the user at Tfertat. And he said, lost all respect for you. Quite rightly so. Never should have had any in the first. And others wondered why Tyson had to compare one cause of death to others at all. The comedy writer Mike Drucker tweeted, I'm just going to throw this out there. What if all those were bad and preventing any of them is good? And the Netflix movie director, Ted Joghagen, replied to Tyson by saying, my father died of a medical error earlier this year. I've lost numerous friends to suicide. My family was torn asunder by a car accident. This is a terrible take. The president's hateful rhetoric isn't inspiring the flu to shoot people in the expletive face. Well, he said the fucking face. And the video game designer, Jennifer Shurl, said, this is such a disappointing response. You can care about mass shootings, the radicalization of young white men, and gun violence, while also caring about the other problems you mentioned. To be emotional about violent, preventable death is no sign of not caring about other issues. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm sure you'll be happy to know, will keep his museum job after his multiple sexual misconduct investigations. So it really comes down to this nigger wants to bury his black cock in white cunt. And so he is a house nigger for the elite, telling you that you should not feel emotion when young white men, incels, who are dissatisfied by the fact that they get no sex because he gets his by molesting all the women who work for him and getting to keep his job because, you know, he's a big black house nigger serving whitey. And so these young white guys who can't get any sex, they're out there shooting people, so he has to normalize. He has to hyper-normalize what they're doing because he is reaping all the benefits. And they're just pissed because he's getting all the benefits. He's one of the Chads. So he's, by the way, that's ironically the name of a country in Africa. So he's a Chad nigger. And as a alpha who's thought of as a smart nigger, he gets to molest white women who work underneath him. And we pay the price because we have to see his fucking ugly face in media all the time in front of our face telling us how smart he and the other house nigger, Michio Kaku, are, the yellow house nigger. And these guys, the yellow and the black, are up there saying, see, I'm colored and I'm so smart. Why can't you all be like me? And we're getting laid. And all these angry young white guys who are getting shot, they have to defend them. Because, you know, that's their crowd. That's their crowd they're defending. Yes, Phoenix's Joker, in that latest film by Todd Phillips, is a villain we've seen before. Not as the nihilist clown to an archetypal Batman, but as the angry white man obsessed with validation. And since Joker premiered at the Venice Film Festival last year, critics even then drew parallels between the disturbed clown and the violent manifestations of white masculinity in contemporary America. Stephanie Zacharek from Time magazine criticized the sheer pointlessness of feeling sympathy for another violent white male. I mean, fuck, every goddamn white man is a violent son of a bitch. The only thing about Joker, as brought to you by Joaquin Phoenix, is that he could easily be adopted as the patron saint of incels. And others argued that his willingness to answer emotional misgivings with public violence aligns him with mass murderers such as the Charleston church shooter Dylan Roof and the Sandy Hook gunman Adam Lanza, who killed his own mother so he could steal her guns to kill all the other kids at school. And who that black witch who I interviewed, Dr. Rima Lebo, the wife of General Stubblebine, whose last name is so fucked up she didn't even take it on as her own, but kept correcting me about it, because, you know, that's his trigger. That was his control mechanism. She was the psychiatrist for Adam Lanza. Just as Dr. Lynn Fenton, the sister of my manageress as provided by Michael Aquino, was the psychiatrist for John Holmes, who was scapegoated as the Aurora, Colorado theater mass shooting. As Jessica Kiang from The Playlist put it, which is an entertainment circular and cultural commentary column sheet, she said it could be misinterpreted and co-opted by the very 4chan incel mentally ill loner element it purports to darkly satirize. The critics were not wrong at all in telling us exactly who this Joker is. He's not the abstract comic book villain of the pre-2000s. He's more familiar and more human than ever, which makes him all the more disturbing. Early in Joker, we're given a near skeletal glimpse of Phoenix as Arthur Fleck before he transforms. He's a socially awkward loner who lives with his sickly mother and works a dead-end job as a clown for hire. As an adult, he's been beaten, bullied, and called a freak. He obsesses over the idea that he lives in a society that couldn't care less about his problems. He grins through smeared-on makeup. He comes off as equal parts madness and pain. So when Fleck eventually goes off in taxi driver fashion, after a group of young men physically assault him in public, audiences are expected to believe that he had his reasons, however bad they may be. We know he's the villain and we shouldn't feel sorry for him, but we do anyway, which is both confusing and terrifying. Earlier versions of the Joker never provided a real explanation for what made him into a villain. His lack of a backstory allowed him to remain a deadly figure whose actions could be blamed on the fact that he was crazy. He didn't care for money or order, only for his obsession with a single man. Everything else was a casualty, as was everyone else around him. Either pawns in his game to get at his nemesis, or victims in the crossfire. This new Joker has more than one enemy. His growing obsession with taking revenge on a world that's unfair is the stuff of mass shootings and incel message board culture. It's in the moment he chooses to fire a gun at a group of strangers when he feels slighted. It's in the diary he keeps with jokes, manic thoughts, and torn-out pictures of naked women. And it's there when he chooses to stalk his neighbor, who's played by Zazie Olivia Bates. In the Deutschensprach, it's pronounced Zazie Bates. And Zazie's name is spelled Z-A-Z-I in the diminutive. The E is tagged on in the proper spelling. She was born in 1991 while I was in the fucking Gulf War in Berlin, Germany. Like our friend Derek Talley was born on a U.S. military base in Germany, only this young lady is an actual black African German. And now she's a German-American actress. And she stars in the FX comedy drama series Atlanta, which has been on since 2016, for which she received a nomination for the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Supporting Actress in a Comedy Series. It's understandable why any white man would want a piece of her. And it's understandable to discard Joker as another film about an angry white man drowning in toxic male angst. Because it kinda is. And that can come off as depravity without a Batman-led solution, even if Fleck's real-life counterparts oftentimes mirror this fictionalized existence. White males becoming radicalized in droves, with an American president who fans the flames of their hatred on social media. But just because the film shows the toxic white male in all his ugliness doesn't mean it's automatically celebrating him. The debate over whether depicting absolute evil in film is the same as endorsing it goes back as far as 1967, the year after I was born, when film critic Paula Kael defended Arthur Penn's violent portrayal of Bonnie and Clyde. Arguably, especially now, there's a dangerous line that we cross if we start to ignore films that echo the toxic anthems of the world around us. When Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing came out in 1989, it showed racism for what it was at the time without presenting a single fucking solution. Critics said the film was problematic because it would incite black people to riot. Well, that never happened, and instead, today, the film is heralded for raising awareness of police brutality. North America's obsession with tucking away ugliness was as much a problem back then as it is now, when every month seems to bring another reminder of white men who murder and live long after their victims. Think Dylan Roof, the Capitol Gazette shooter Jared Warren Ramos, and the El Paso gunman Patrick Crusius. While Joker presents this violence and the toxic ideology that fuels it, the window it creates into the mind of Arthur Fleck makes it hard for the audience not to feel some kind of complicated sympathy for him. We see this need to humanize evil reflected in the real world as well. We're still using dismissive language to describe white terrorists instead of calling them what they actually are. We still seem determined to gloss over the fact that these villains aren't born, they're bred. And sometimes they win. And sometimes a hostile foreign power hacks them into executive office. To stop that from ever happening again, we need to know what we're up against. And still, this is the wrong time for Joker. In an era of mass shootings, was it ever right to do a glorification story about a mentally ill white man who is so damaged by society that he eventually becomes a killer? Arthur Fleck covers his face in makeup. He lathers his tongue in white paint. He encircles his eyes with a verdant, venomous green. He becomes a clown, a prankster, an anarchist. Society made him that way, or so it would seem. The jovial stand-up comedian who takes care of his ailing mother slowly breaks down from bullying, from being the butt of the joke, always the punchline. In the trailer, his psychologist tells him it'll be their last appointment. It's the last time they'll meet. He says she just doesn't get it. He says she asks the same question. How's your job? Are you having negative thoughts? He confesses to his psychologist, all I have are negative thoughts. He declines from an enthusiastic, excited man who tried to make kids laugh on a bus into a twisted murderer with a spine-tingling, maniacal laugh. And then Arthur Fleck, now known as Joker, leads riots. Violence breaks out, and he stands at the head of them. A peaceful man who once wanted to make the world laugh now incites mass violence against the innocent. That will, at least collaterally, kill children like the ones he had tried to make smile. Fleck's story is one of many origin stories for the character Joker. It will be seen in the future in context of that. But this movie, this Todd Phillips film starring Joaquin Phoenix, received high praise and high criticism alike because Phoenix's performance, the aesthetic, and the story itself led to an 8-minute standing ovation at the Venice Film Festival, igniting even then the early Oscar and Golden Globe buzz, which it swept away in Joaquin Phoenix's arms, because this last year, yesteryear, the 2019 year of our Lord, was the Oscar year of the angry white male, above and beyond everyone else, breaking box office records for the birth month of both myself and my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer, forever rest in peace. Both of us born in that natal menses of the month of wars, when the majority of wars start, because it's not yet winter and the ground is still firm enough for cavalry or armored vehicles to traverse, while enough food has been saved up from the autumnal harvest to feed the troops throughout campaign. Into that month was both my father and myself born. The man who taught me that all of history is naught but a chronology of wars. And in that month, 90 million United States dollars was grossed on the opening weekend, surpassing Venom, which earned 80.2 million United States dollars the year before. Fans were more than excited to see that film. But the bigger question arose even then. Was that film right for that year into this? Was it right to do a glorification story about a mentally ill white man so damaged by society that he eventually becomes a mass murderer? And that question was even then raised throughout the nation, from the Today Show to mainstream media outlets, because it was being released in the shadow of the nation's crippling mass shootings, including in my own Gilroy, California, or my own state of California, in the city of Gilroy, El Paso, and Odessa, Texas, and Dayton, Ohio. And that's why the victims from the Aurora, Colorado shooting of 2012, at a midnight screening of the Batman film The Dark Knight Rises, no less, were concerned. And the U.S. military was worried the film would encourage mass violence, because they knew the overwhelming majority of their own troops were the men who were trawling all over the dark web, planning their attacks. Warner Brothers did apologize for all that, saying that violence wasn't the film's charge. And yet there was backlash to the film, and backlash to the backlash about the film. And at a time when violent film could easily have been canceled, Universal's The Hunt was cut for that very reason. The question became, was Joker a good film for then or even now? And experts had an answer to the question then, and the answer was no. There was no easy way to tell the story of the Joker and avoid its motivating backstory. A character who has bathed in mass violence and hysteria since his inception. He isn't one to play by the rules. He isn't one to teach moral values. There is never a good time, nor a bad time, to release a Joker film. His darkness, his thirst for chaos, corruption, and craze are simply too much to handle. And the film, which told his origin story from a realistic and grounded point of view, was designed to inspire violence. So when it comes to both backlash and praise, Joker has been full of intrigue since its inception. It drew heavy intrigue when three-time Academy Award nominee Joaquin Phoenix was attached to the role of the Joker, a character previously played by the late Heath Ledger, who posthumously won an Oscar for his portrayal in The Dark Knight. Jared Leto played the Joker since Ledger's performance, but that was met with more of a shoulder shrug than anything else, even though I personally felt his was the definitive definition, the definitive presentation of the Joker as a character that was larger than life and certainly a lot more fun in the childlike sense than anything before or since. Phoenix's attachment to that role drew immediate buzz. The film picked up steam when the film received an 8-minute standing ovation during the Venice Film Festival, with critics adoring the Joker upon first watch, and Phoenix being praised for his work. But Joker received an R rating from the Motion Picture Association of America in August of yesteryear, which cited violence, disturbing behavior, language, and brief sexual images. Critics pointing out that the film, because of those reasons, might not be a good story in modern times where mass shootings happen consistently. almost on the clock. And people fear going to movie theaters and attending public events. It doesn't help that Joker make his viewers sympathize with a homicidal loner at a time when America and the rest of the world are plagued by gun violence. Now, Brett Lang, a reviewer for Variety magazine, wrote that all but guarantees that Joker will be a topic of fierce debate as critics and audiences grapple over the questions of whether it's a brilliant piece of art or a danger to society. But Stephanie Zacharek of Time magazine slammed the film for far more agreeable reasons, amenable to myself, by calling it out for its representation of the total emptiness of our anti-culture. And she so wrote, I will quote this from she, "But it's not as if we don't know how this pathology works. In America, there's a mass shooting or attempted act of violence by a guy like Arthur every other week. And yet we're supposed to feel some sympathy for Arthur, the troubled lamb. He just hasn't had enough love. Before long, he becomes a vigilante folk hero. His first signature act is to kill a trio of annoying Wall Street spuds while riding the subway, which inspires the masses to don clown masks and march enthusiastically around the city with 'Kill the Rich' placards." Now, those two reviewers weren't alone. Others weighed in. Social media user Hillary Agro weighed in on the trailer, tweeting, "So I have some thoughts on the new Joker trailer with Joaquin Phoenix. In a time of increasing violence perpetrated by disaffected white men, is it really the best thing to keep making movies that portray disaffected white men doing violence as sympathetic?" And similarly, another social media member wrote, "The new Joker movie is starting to look like a sympathetic tale of a wronged by society white dude and their entitlement to violence. I mean, they're already entitled to so much else. Why shouldn't they be entitled to kill any of us, all of us, to empower themselves?" It's clear that the film's most vocal critics, according to Vox at the time, thus far are concerned that in these United States' current climate, giving the spotlight to the character emboldens and galvanizes a type of thinking that can inspire mass shooters. And more controversy rose with each new trailer. All the variants thereof, the victims of the families in the 2012 Aurora, Colorado shooting, which of course took place during that midnight screening of the Batman film The Dark Knight Rises, wrote their letter to Warner Brothers asking them to support better gun control policy, and Warner Brothers responded with their own statement saying the film wasn't meant to encourage violence when it damn well was. And to quote us they from their response, "Gun violence in our society is a critical issue, and we extend our deepest sympathy to all victims and families impacted by these tragedies. Our company has a long history of donating to victims of violence, including Aurora, and in recent weeks, our parent company joined other business leaders to call on policymakers to enact bipartisan legislation to address this epidemic. At the same time, Warner Brothers believes that one of the functions of storytelling is to provoke difficult conversations around complex issues. Make no mistake, neither the fictional character Joker nor the film is an endorsement of real-world violence of any kind. It is not the intention of the film, the filmmakers, or the studio to hold this character up as a hero." But the Joker is not, and never has been, a moral character. And the Joker, despite what Cesar Romero's portrayal in Adam West's Batman or Jack Nicholson's Joker might make you believe, is not a child-friendly villain, nor a villain that's going to make you feel upbeat. He isn't a good guy. He is a psychopath. He has his own vision of the world, that the world is not right. He is purely disturbing. Joker often doesn't have a backstory or origin at all. He forgets himself where he is from. He doesn't have any moral values other than anarchy and the thirst to destroy Batman. Joker first appeared in the first issue of the Batman comics, and he did so by committing a mass murder attack. He deployed a chemical solution to kill people and make them smile during their deaths. A grisly Richter mortis. In the years after that, Joker still committed attacks, though there was a brief period of time where Joker didn't kill anyone. He soon returned to the comic pages and committed serious acts of violence and assault. He sexually assaulted women. He carved off his own face. He murdered Batman's sidekick, Robin, by torturing him to death. He shot Sarah Essen, the second wife of Commissioner Jim Gordon, and paralyzed her for the rest of her life. He also allowed infants to play in her blood. He verbally and physically abused his sometimes girlfriend, sometimes sidekick, Harley Quinn. He butchered a school bus full of children and sewed their bodies back together by dismembering all of their bodies and stitching different parts of their bodies onto different torsos so that the parents would never be able to identify which child was which. Despite all these horrific acts, comic book fans have embraced the Joker character and have for decades, for a number of reasons. Joker represents a part of life we cannot reach. He is a character who doesn't play by any rules. He goes against all grain. He doesn't align with world norms. He represents our fears of rebellion. He is pure chaos in a world full of order. And as Stephen Leva, an assistant professor of communication design at the University of Baltimore, has observed, his story is never the same. His origin story shifts from writer to writer, decade to decade. One origin story says he falls into acid. Another story suggests he was driven crazy by society. He's named Arthur Fleck in one origin story. In another, he's named Joe Kerr. And so, Leva has concluded that Joker's presentations are so malleable. That's partly why we're interested. Dr. Pete Coogan, the author of his book entitled Superhero, subtitled The Secret Origin of a Genre, concurs that the Joker has no simple origin story. People want to know about the Joker. People are interested and fascinated with the character because we don't know his origin story in full. His story is always changing. We want to figure him out. We want to fill that blank space with sympathy and violence. Creating sympathy around the Joker character makes him, and the Joker movie as a whole, dangerous. Now, films are often violent, and some violent films portray characters, or violent characters, in sympathetic ways, which can be dangerous in and of itself. Creating a movie centered around a violent criminal like the Joker means, well, according to Preston Hunter, a comic book fan and creator of the comicbookreligion.com database, that you're doing something that has the potential to foster violence. Kendall Phillips, a pop culture professor at Syracuse University in New York, so saying that once you start getting into the head of, the sociopath, the antisocial person, the revolutionary, that's when we suddenly think that this image of violence can be inspiring to the wrong kind of people. And it's the films that put you in the mind of the character that create risk. Historically, it is interesting that many of the films that have caused controversy because of violence, it's not because of the acts of violence in and of themselves, but it's because they sort of go into the mind of the violent person. And violent media has had an effect on young viewers. Beyond doubt, research has proven that fictional television and film violence can lead to increased violence among young viewers. Violence in news media and in video games also contributes to increased aggression. According to one study, the relationship between media violence and real-world violence and aggression is moderated by the nature of the media content and characteristics of and social influences on the individual exposed to that content. Media reports about possible violence, like stories about Joker that have come out with its release, even contributed to the problem, as was observed by Scott Mendelson, the movie reviewer for Forbes magazine. He so tweeting that at this point, he was saying this upon its release, the thing most likely to inspire copycat violence during and after the release of Joker is the constant media chattering about whether the release of Joker will inspire copycat violence. Of course, violent media wasn't the only risk factor for mass violence. Melissa Hinson, the program directoress for the Parents Television Council, has gone on record to attest that it certainly is a risk factor, and probably in the top 10 risk factors in terms of real-world violence. She's so saying that Joker defenders argue that the film is so horrific that reasonable people would be horrified by it. But it's not the reasonable people that are seeing it that we need to be worried about, right? It's the people that are seeing it and saying, yeah, I've been mistreated too. Yes, society has been jumping on me my whole life. And you know, maybe I should follow this example. That's the thing that Melissa Hinson was testifying we needed to be concerned about. All the violence in superhero movies. Comic book movies include a lot of violence. There isn't one Marvel Cinematic Universe film that doesn't include fights, terrorist attack, and massive casualties. Buildings collapse in major cities. Alien races are completely wiped out. Terrorist plots put people in peril. Look at Avengers Infinity War as an example. Thanos, well, Josh Brolin in purple, eliminated trillions of people in a cataclysmic event. He snapped his fingers and half of the universe's population was killed. That's massive violence on an intergalactic scale. Another example is the John Wick series, a trilogy of films starring Keanu Reeves, a white man. He considers himself white, despite the fact that he's actually an Amerasian as myself, who uses machine guns and weapons to seek revenge on his enemies through violence. The Joker director Todd Phillips said as much the week of its release, asking why critics don't get upset over that film since it also deals with violence. Well, those acts of violence are easier to swallow because they happen on a cosmic scale that doesn't seem as grounded in reality. Joker, however, is heavily grounded in the real world. Arthur Fleck could be anyone from any time. And so, Dr. Phillips, the Syracuse University professor who teaches classes on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, did so state that I think it's an interesting choice right now, when it was released, to take that in a very different direction with an in-your-face mass shooter bio. He's so saying, it seems like this film is going into a much, much darker place. And it'll be interesting to see if audiences feel like it's in conversation with this big superhero genre, or if it just feels like an anomaly that doesn't fit. The more grounded approach changes how we see the film. We don't get upset when we know Thanos kills trillions because it's not realistic to us. The story of Arthur Fleck, however, is a modern-day story that hits home, which is why we care more about it. And so, Dr. Phillips concluded that, to me, the decision to make a film using superhero iconography in the Joker, but seemingly grounding in a very real, very intimate sense of violence, as opposed to big cosmic violence, that's a very intentional choice, and it clearly changes how that violence is meaningful to us. Now, Dr. Henson attested that Hollywood can fix these problems. She, of course, speaking on behalf of the Parents Televisual Council. She said Hollywood should take responsibility for violent shows, movies, and productions and be more open about creating safe content for families and children. Movies, especially comic book movies, may be intended for an adult crowd, but children will still see them. So Hollywood should be more mindful about what they're creating, especially when they know children embrace comic book characters in droves. So the results from the Joker, which didn't immediately result in white mass copycat shootings, will be hitting us when these children become the age of the young punk that took a machete into an erotic massage parlor and killed a working mother. The results will come when these children get to the age where they say, I'm not getting any sex. These children who watched that film, and it was their first intimate identity moment. So, is the Joker just a movie? Joaquin Phoenix's villain is fictional, but he has a life of his own. After its Venice premiere, that critical maelstrom, already a swirl, brought to us the fact that Joaquin Phoenix, playing Arthur Fleck, the Joker before he was the Joker, a mentally ill and broken man with a warped relationship with his mother, and trailers even then suggesting that Phoenix had brought all his febrile abilities to the role, his mental condition deteriorating before he heats up into full-on singing and dancing evil. Giving us the origin story of the Joker character we never had before, inspired by the DC Comics world, but significantly departing from it toward a more naturalistic style. Directed by Todd Phillips of the Hangover series, with the Joker depicting the villain not as a cartoon but as a near-relatable human being, driven to violence by the pressure of sheer insistent suffering, including medical neglect by the authorities, wherein he loses access to his psychiatric medication as part of the plot. Critics who reviewed the film divided even then into two camps: those who praised Phoenix's performance as a Travis Bickle-style virtuoso turn, and those who thought Phillips had made a sympathetic movie about narcissistic male violence, about an incel, perhaps. That's why I so resonated with Stephanie Zacharek of Time magazine in her review, where she wrote, "It's not as if we do not know how this pathology works, when in America there's a mass shooting or attempted act of violence by a white guy like Arthur every other week. And yes, this Joker is uncannily close to the white male shooters of American headlines. And yes, young white men tend to like Batman movies. The charge of irresponsibility is easily leveled at Phillips. Was this really the time to be lionizing such behavior? Tweets like, the Joker trailer looked like mediocre white guy grievance, the movie, were multiplying even then, while retorts like 2019 SJWs or social justice warriors have become paranoid church ladies from the 1990s. They all flourished in the wake of the trailers. There was one from 1:07 a.m. in the morning on August 29th of yesteryear from Data Racer at Data Racer 117, who said, woke Twitter is calling the Joker trailers Incel Terrorist the movie. Blue checks are paranoid. Every mediocre white dude is going to become a mass murderer after watching a comic book movie. 2019 SJWs have become the paranoid church ladies from the 1990s. Well, Joker is fiction. Representation is not endorsement. And the best fiction ought to bear some relation to the real world. At least that's the kind of argument critics could safely make before social media added a new layer to the discourse around movies. The Joker may not technically be real, but in one sense, He is as real as any other phenomenon that drops into your feed, with opinions of Joker hardening along ideological lines before the movie was even out. If your online tribe leans feminist, then you probably follow people who have already condemned this bit of incelebration, as they called it, incelebration, while the reverse was true for comic superfans who sought to protect their fiefdom from SJW or social justice warriors sniping. So did the Joker really prove to be more dangerous than other movies? Not yet. Can it or any film be judged from some kind of Archimedean perspective when social media blurs the distinction between fiction and reality? To begin to answer these questions, it might help to study a villain we never got a handle on in the first. The reality being that the Joker already had a multivalent is the word, political identity. Long before this comparatively new movie was ever conceived, he has indeed slipped the bonds of fiction and has entered our world. In a 2016 article about Barack Obama's time in office for The Atlantic magazine, Jeffrey Goldberg recorded an odd memory shared by his aides that the president had a habit, apparently, of quoting a key scene from Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight to explain Middle Eastern politics. Just as Heath Ledger's Joker had threatened the mob family's relatively stable control of Gotham in the movie, so ISIS was an agent of chaos that posed a greater threat to the region than Bashar al-Assad. He would say, they were thugs, but there was a kind of order. Like the Joker, ISIS was a wild card that threatened both establishment and criminal hierarchies. And that's why we have to fight it. Now, the Joker in The Dark Knight played a role in this country as well, embodying the terrorist specter, irrational, unstoppable, unknowable, that dominated politics in the post-September 11th, 2001 pre-financial crisis era. He represented a masculine, alienated nihilism that posed an existential threat to the good guys who, in the form of Batman, responded with unlawful surveillance and extrajudicial killings. Later, in the alternative universe of conservatism, it was Obama himself whom the Joker represented, with Tea Party activists doctoring Obama's portrait to include the Joker's white face and blood-red scars. There may have been real-world consequences to this entertainment, too. In 2012, James Egan Holmes set off tear gas in a Colorado movie theater. So we're told, during a midnight screening of the Dark Knight sequel, The Dark Knight Rises, before shooting 12 cinema-goers dead and critically injuring 70 others. The shooting was a national story, and at the time it was reported that James Holmes himself had referred to himself as the Joker, and dyed his hair a bright orange to supposedly more closely resemble a cartoon villain. Certainly not the Joker if he admired him at all, because there's no way someone trying to emulate their own hero or anti-hero, as the case may be, would ever get things so wrong. Officials later refused to confirm any reports, but the association between James Egan Holmes and the Joker was drawn clearly on the news, adding another facet to the Joker's political identity, this time as carnage and chaos-inducing domestic mass shooter. Though Hollywood often speaks of rebooting franchises. There is no clean slate to be written on here. Any new movie about the character will hang in tension with these real events, and no cries of fiction will ever change that. And on the face of it, the new Joker leaned into those events in a way that the previous Dark Knight trilogy did not. Almost as if Phillips wants to move beyond an endlessly interpretable allegory about terrorism toward a more immediate kind of representation. By placing Joker in a world more like our own for Fleck to terrorize, Phillips has changed the stakes of this villain. Nolan's The Dark Knight framed itself as a part of an already existing fictional universe, the one shared by every other DC Comics movie. Batman delivers growling monologues into the night sky lit by his insignia, and he rides a ridiculous motorcycle. The other villain, Two-Face, his face literally divided in twain by burns, is a throwback, as is the upstanding Gotham Police Commissioner James Gordon. Nobody laughs at this silliness but the Joker, but that's because he's insane. We are deeply familiar with this fictional world. Now, even before I had seen Phillips's Joker, the trailers indicated a movie that drew the line between fiction and reality in a different place, one closer to true life and more like New York City than Gotham. This was evident in the Twa movie's different characterizations of the villain's psychology. Heath Ledger's Joker defied any semblance of an origin story, spinning wildly different tales. The famous "Why so serious?" scene about the vivid scars on his cheeks. He simply was insane. Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, in contrast, has been diagnosed with a real condition called pseudobulbar affect, and shows a card containing that information to members of the public who are concerned by his spontaneous laughter or weeping. Now we are in a different mode, familiar to anyone who has followed the fallout of a mass shooting, that of tracing the steps that lead a seemingly ordinary man to snap. In the words of the IndieWire critic Ryan Latanzio, Joker may speak to the people in our world who are predisposed to think of Arthur as a role model. Lonely, creatively impotent white men who are drawn to hateful ideologies because of the angry communities that foment around them. This is definitively a villain of a different symbolic order than his predecessor, a man who is part of our world, available as a role model in ways that Ledger's Joker resisted. Joker is a movie and ought to be treated like fiction, but the pre-release reaction on Twitter alone that I kept track of, that I maintained a watch over, proved even before its release that movies are social issues now too, echoing all the arguments that pertain to other quote-unquote real events. The question really is whether Joker is just a movie or something more. All we can say for sure is that the miserable young men of this nation have proved difficult to predict. But I feel confident in saying that the Joaquin Phoenix Joker is yet to pay off in its dividends of horror and terror and violence and despair that will become visible, that will manifest as we enter full speed the Great Depression after the crash of 2020. And then the young men raised on this crap will put on their war paint and strive to kill us all. And that is why the movie was produced in the first. To provide them the blueprint, the personal identity that was too difficult to derive from Fight Club. That then is this narrative that spans in this misogyny as the new ideology of the American male. The desire to kill off all hope for the future by annihilating the feminine, which they deem to be a subspecies. Anyhow, Troy Bellamy was saying, just saw Joker, it's dark and could lead to some copycat crimes, but only for those who have already detached from reality. Dude, every motherfucker in 4chan and 8chan is completely detached from fucking reality. If you don't get that by now, you don't understand the social dynamics of these clowns that are trolling the net. These guys don't live in reality as anyone forced to work for a living lives in reality. Anyhow, George Knight is among us. Shout out unto he. Apparently there was some interchange between somebody named Rusty Shackelford and Jameson. Hope all is going well otherwise. I didn't witness exactly what kind of messages were exchanged. Whatever happened, it happened fast. But it looked like it was a running battle there for a bit of time. Anyhow, much love in return to George Knight. Kind of alarming, whatever the hell happened with Rusty Shackelford. So, hope that seems to have been resolved at least. Seems to be gone now. And I'm wondering why JMO retracted his messages. I'm sure whatever he said, it was justified. But at any rate, George Knight says, I don't just learn something every new transmission. I learn something new a lot every transmission. This is why Douglas is the most important man alive. He tells the truth. Oh, God bless you. Thank you so much. So, such being said, let me see now. It's about towards 3:30 here on the Pacific Coast. And I guess I can consider wrapping up for the night. It's kind of a, how would I say it? I'd say an open-ended arc of narrative tonight, in a sense. There's no real lesson to be derived other than the fact that we've got a whole gender of assholes here in North America, north and south of the Canadian border, that needs to be contended with in the only language they understand and communicate with, that of violence. And that, of course, is the civil war that we're contending with. And definitely it's something that will impact us all. So we have to face up to the fact that I feel more and more females really need to emotionally prepare themselves for a near future in which they have to understand the majority of men, particularly the overwhelming majority of white males, are just not worth talking to. there's nothing there. Unless, of course, you might want some dick. Yet obviously the women don't want that from these losers, which is why they're involuntarily celibate. So, that being said, let me perform the final solicitation for the night. That should take us to close to the top of the hour. And on Sunday, most likely we will have Peter Moon with us, who's actually expressed the sentiment to myself that my program is really the only one he enjoys being on. So that was deeply appreciated. And of course, it's always a struggle to get the program on at all, as people have seen. Not only getting it on, but then making the quality of sound work. Hopefully, when I shut the program down tonight, we don't leave the phone of Mr. Derek Talley suffering in some way or another. Honestly, without him, we would never have gotten the sound quality back up and up to snuff. So, thank God for Derek Talley, as always, and all of the men, as well as the women, who surround myself and privilege me, gift me, grace me their services and their talents, their intellect, and their emotional support and everything else. Bless all of you who are supportive of myself out there. And we must have been triggering a lot of these fucking closet faggot incels for them to be invading the chat room tonight and trolling as aggressively as they were. So that, in and of itself, is a victory. That makes this episode stand out. So, mein Kampf, my struggle, be thy known. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Drex, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/C/Magatur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. Because several times there's been campaigns to scrub all that I've ever produced and published from the internet. At least twice, John Warrington has prepared ahead of time on his own initiative to preserve all Douglas Dietrich media that has been out there in circulation, not only for myself, but for all of you. And in this sense, he serves as the bridge between the Akashic records in the heavens and the Malkuthian plane of our physical existence. And thereby has saved my virtual self, the Douglas Dietrich you know online, from being forever erased from the Matrix, the Maya that comprises the world as well as the cyberspace within this world. That sense, it's truly magical that he was able to rewrite the memory of our program in the cosmic sense to make us certain that Douglas Dietrich never disappeared, was never annihilated, as in annihilate, meaning to annihilate, where we get the term nihilism from. Total erasure of any and all that is and ever was. I would never have been known to have been here in this world, which is only available to the majority of you through the internet. It would have been unknown that I had ever existed without John Warrington doing what he did to save my works, and therefore, in a very real sense, that renders him my creator. And now, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation of the world itself. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Couldn't for a while there a footnote on my biosire, which explains the meaning of my biological father's name. You can find that on the homepage of showsdd.com. And pass the word, spread the word to all and sundry that Douglas Dietrich, the scion of Adolf Hitler, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophallocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plants on site, the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by many, much Native American cosmological reckoning, that the dawning of the sixth world was upon us, so magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com, and the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena, herself be our most beloved Greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight keeper of the spirits and heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and the YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at Facebook, facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, and of course subscribe to our channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD. Now, Bizarre HD is spelled BIZAREHD, and the man himself, George Knight, be mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich of Gulliver's son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, pronounced, well, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. That would be at 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Subscribe and donate at Douglas Dietrich. Chat again. See if anyone can inspire me to continue on. Oh, Lena Crane says, God bless. Oh my God, what the hell are you doing up, honey? Anyhow, love you dearly. And Derek Talley is closing off with all the right recommendations. God bless him. Love him dearly. And with that, good night to all, and to all a good day. Lena says, just woke up. Hey, honey, love you. And you have a blessed day. All right. Okay, then. Let me turn over towards the stream here and cut that off. And Lena Crane says, good morning. Have a great day, everyone. Yes, honey. Everyone do have a great day. Especially you, Lena. And Selena Khan. Hey, honey. All right. Good night to all the lovely ladies who were in chat tonight. God bless you all. And all the gentlemen. Not, quote-unquote, supreme gentlemen like those male suck-ups in the celibate crowd, but real gentlemen. All right, then. Derek Talley says good morning and a blessed day unto he as well. Hugs to all. Good night, good day, George Knight, who just joined us. And we'll all be speaking again soon enough.